antenna nor voice for the tri-state area. It's 6:02 p.m. on what has been, I have to say, one of the strangest afternoons I've experienced in my 15 years behind this microphone. For those of you just joining us, we've been following reports coming out of downtown since about 4:30 this afternoon. Now, I want to be clear here. We're still getting information. We're still trying to piece together exactly what's happening. But what I can tell you is that multiple hospitals across the metropolitan area are reporting they're at capacity. Not just busy, not just a tough day, but completely overwhelmed. The official word from City Hall, and I just got this about 20 minutes ago, is that there have been several incidents involving, and I'm reading directly from the statement here, aggressive behavior and unprovoked attacks in at least 4 different neighborhoods: Center Street, downtown, the Riverside District, parts of the industrial zone near the old foundry, and now we're hearing Maple Grove as well. The police department is asking everyone to remain calm, stay indoors if possible, and avoid these areas entirely.
Now, I know that sounds alarming, and frankly it is alarming, but let's not jump to conclusions here. We don't have all the facts yet. What we do know is that emergency services are stretched thin right now. I've been trying to get someone from the mayor's office on the line for the past hour, and so far no luck. The police chief was supposed to give a press conference at 5:30. That didn't happen. We're still waiting on that.
Traffic on the main arteries out of the city is reportedly backed up for miles. The Henderson Bridge is at a complete standstill. Route 9 northbound is moving, but slowly. If you're thinking about heading home right now, expect delays. Significant delays. Some people are saying it's worse than rush hour during that snowstorm last February, and if you remember that, you know that's saying something. I've got the police scanner here in the studio with me, and I have to tell you, it hasn't stopped crackling since I came on air. Normally at this time of evening, you get your fender benders, maybe a shoplifting call, domestic disturbance, the usual stuff. Tonight it's constant. Officers requesting backup, ambulances being rerouted, something about crowd control at Mercy General Hospital. One dispatcher just said something about the emergency room doors being locked, which I don't know what that means exactly, but it doesn't sound good. My producer Sarah is here with me. She's been on the phones trying to get through to anyone who can give us concrete information. Sarah, you got anything new? Right, okay, so she's shaking her head. Still nothing official beyond that statement from City Hall. But we are getting calls from listeners. The phones have been ringing off the hook. Let me take a few of these because I think you folks out there deserve to hear what people are experiencing firsthand. First caller, you're on WKRZ. What's your name and where are you calling from? Okay, so that caller just hung up. Let me try this next line. Hello, you're on the air. This is Karen from Riverside. She says she's been stuck in traffic on Morrison Avenue for over an hour. Karen, what are you seeing out there? She says there are police cars everywhere, lights flashing, and they've blocked off several side streets. People are getting out of their cars to see what's going on. She can hear shouting, maybe gunshots. She's not sure. The police are telling everyone to get back in their vehicles and turn around. But there's nowhere to go because traffic isn't moving. She sounds scared, and I don't blame her. Karen, listen. If you're still there, stay in your car, keep your doors locked, and try to stay calm. If the police are there, they're handling whatever situation is happening. Do not leave your vehicle. Okay, she hung up. Let me try to get some clarity here. I'm looking at my computer screen, checking the local news websites. Channel 7 has a breaking news banner that just says multiple incidents under investigation downtown. That's helpful. Channel 4 has basically the same thing. Social media is going crazy right now, but you know how that is. Half of it is probably rumor and speculation. Although I am seeing a lot of videos being posted, shaky camera phone footage, hard to make out what's happening, but I'm seeing what looks like crowds of people shouting and then the video is cut off. Several people are using the word attack, and one post says someone bit them at a bus stop on Center Street. Now, I don't want to spread unverified information, but I'm just telling you what people are saying out there. Whether it's accurate or not, I can't confirm. It's now 6:14, and we still haven't heard anything new from official channels. This is frustrating for me, and I know it's frustrating for you. In situations like this, communication is critical. People need to know what's happening so they can make informed decisions about their safety. Right now, we're all operating in the dark. Let me check the scanner again. There's a lot of crosstalk, multiple units responding to something at the Riverside Shopping Plaza. Someone is saying something about a perimeter. Another voice is asking for animal control. Animal control, that's odd. Why would you need animal control at a shopping plaza unless, I don't know, maybe there's a dog involved? but that doesn't explain why the entire police department seems to be mobilized. Hold on, there's something else coming through. An ambulance is refusing to respond to a call at 8th and Main. The dispatcher is asking why. The EMT is saying the scene isn't secure. The dispatcher is insisting they need to respond. The EMT is saying they can't. There are too many people and they're not safe. The dispatcher sounds angry now, ordering them to proceed. The EMT is refusing. I've never heard that before. In all the years I've been listening to this scanner, I've never heard emergency medical personnel refuse a call. This is Marcus Webb, WKRZ Tenured 104.7, and I'm going to level with you. I don't know what's happening out there, but something is very wrong. For those of you just tuning in, we've been tracking a developing situation in the downtown area and surrounding neighborhoods. Multiple reports of disturbances, attacks, hospitals overwhelmed. Police are asking people to stay home and avoid certain areas of the city. Traffic is gridlocked, and frankly, we're not getting the information we need from authorities. I want to read something to you. This just came through on the Newswire. This is from the State Emergency Management Agency, quote, "Due to ongoing public safety concerns in the metropolitan area, residents are advised to shelter in place until further notice. Secure all doors and windows. Do not attempt to travel unless absolutely necessary. More information will be provided as it becomes available." End quote. Shelter in place is the language they use for chemical spills or terrorist threats. This is now being treated as a major emergency. Whatever this is, it's serious enough that the state is getting involved.
My phone is buzzing. Sarah, who is this?
Okay, someone from the health department is calling. Finally, let me put this on speaker so you can all hear this. Hello, this is Marcus Webb at WKRZ. Who am I speaking with? She says her name is Dr. Patricia Coleman. She's with the county health department. Dr. Coleman, thank you for calling. Can you tell us what's happening? She's saying there's been an outbreak of some kind. She's being careful with her words. She says they're investigating an illness that appears to cause extreme aggressive behavior. Several cases started appearing at hospitals this afternoon. Patients presenting with fever, confusion, and violent tendencies. The illness seems to progress very rapidly within hours. She's saying they're working with the CDC to identify the pathogen. Doctor, are we talking about something contagious here? Should people be worried about exposure? She's hesitating. She says they're still determining the transmission method, but they're advising people to avoid contact with anyone showing symptoms. Symptoms include high fever, erratic movements, loss of speech, and extreme aggression. She's saying if you encounter someone exhibiting these symptoms, do not approach them. Call 911 immediately and move away from the area. Doctor, I have to ask, there are reports of people being bitten. Can you confirm that? She's pausing. She says yes. There have been several reported bites. The victims of these bites have subsequently become ill themselves, displaying the same symptoms. She's saying this is part of why they're treating this so seriously. The incubation period appears to be very short, possibly as little as 30 minutes to an hour. Dr. Coleman, I'm going to ask you directly, are people dying from this? Another long pause. She says there have been fatalities. She won't give me a number. She says the situation is evolving rapidly and they're doing everything they can. She has to go. The line just went dead. Okay, so let me process that for a second. We just heard from a health department official that there is an illness causing aggressive behavior, that it's spreading through bites, that people are dying, and that the incubation period is extremely short. This is not good, folks. This is really not good. I'm going to be straight with you because I think you deserve honesty right now. What she's describing, aggressive behavior, biting, rapid transmission, that sounds like something out of a horror movie. I don't want to use certain words because I don't want to cause panic, but I think we're all thinking the same thing right now. His scanner just lit up again. Officers are calling for backup at multiple locations simultaneously. Someone is screaming in the background of one transmission. A unit is requesting permission to discharge firearms. Permission granted. I just heard gunshots over the scanner. Multiple shots. This is really happening, whatever this is. It's escalating fast. It's 6:31 p.m. The sun is starting to set. I can see out the window of the studio here. The sky is that orange-red color. It gets this time of year beautiful normally, but right now it just feels ominous. The streets around the station look quiet, but we're in a commercial district, not a lot of foot traffic normally. I can see a few cars passing by. Everything looks normal out there, but I know it's not. I know that a few miles from here, something terrible is unfolding. Let me take another caller. Hello, you're on WKRZ. This is Tom from the Industrial District. Tom, what's going on where you are? He says he works at the warehouse on Factory Street. About 30 minutes ago, one of his coworkers collapsed, just fell over in the middle of unloading a truck. They called 911, but the ambulance never came. The coworker started convulsing, then got back up. Tom says his eyes looked wrong, bloodshot, unfocused. The guy started making these sounds, not words, just guttural noises. Then he attacked another worker, just lunged at him and started biting. Tom and the others managed to lock the guy in the break room, but now he's throwing himself against the door. They can hear the door cracking. Tom is asking what they should do. Tom, listen to me carefully. Get everyone out of that building right now. Don't try to restrain him. Don't try to help him. Get out, get to your cars, and leave the area. Do you understand? He says they already left. They're in the parking lot now, but the coworker broke through the door. They can see him through the windows. He's following them, moving in this weird, jerky way. Tom says they're getting in their cars now. The line went dead. I hope Tom and his coworkers made it out safely.
I really do.
There's another call coming in. You're on the air. This is someone who says she's a nurse at Mercy General. She won't give her name. She says the hospital is in chaos. The ER is completely overrun. They started getting patients around 3 p.m. and it hasn't stopped. People coming in with bites, lacerations, severe trauma. Then those patients started attacking staff and other patients. Security tried to contain them, but there weren't enough guards. She says at least 2 doctors have been bitten. One of them turned violent within 40 minutes. They had to lock down entire wings of the hospital. She's whispering now. She says she's hiding in a supply closet. She can hear screaming in the hallways. She doesn't know how she's going to get out. Ma'am, is there security still in the hospital? Can they help you? She says most of the security guards fled or were attacked. The ones who are left are trying to protect people, but they're not trained for this. She says the infected, that's the word she used, infected, they don't stop. You can hit them, push them, they just keep coming. She's crying now. She says she just wants to go home to her kids. Ma'am, I know you're scared, but you need to stay quiet and stay hidden. Is there a way out of the hospital that doesn't go through the ER? She says maybe the loading dock in the basement, but she'd have to go down 2 floors. She's not sure she can make it. She's hearing footsteps outside the closet. She has to go. The line is dead. My hands are shaking. I'm not going to lie to you. My hands are actually shaking right now. I've been in broadcasting for a long time. I've covered hurricanes, floods, that chemical plant fire 5 years ago. But this is different. This feels like the world is coming apart. Sarah just handed me a note. The station manager called. He's telling us to stay on the air as long as possible. Keep broadcasting. People need information. He's right. If you're listening right now, stay with us. We're going to keep doing this as long as we can. It's 6:44 p.m. and I'm seeing reports on social media that the situation is spreading beyond the city. Someone in Brookfield, that's about 20 miles north of here, is posting about an incident at a gas station. Another post from Lakeside, 15 miles east. If this is accurate, and I stress if, then this isn't just a city problem anymore. This is regional. The governor hasn't made a statement yet. Neither has the mayor. I don't understand why they're not addressing the public. Maybe they're still trying to figure out what to say, or maybe they're dealing with this themselves. I don't know. Let me try calling the police department directly. I have the non-emergency number here. It's ringing and ringing. No answer. The non-emergency line isn't being answered. That tells you something right there. The emergency broadcast system hasn't been activated yet. You know that tone, the one that interrupts regular programming for weather alerts or amber alerts? It hasn't gone off. I keep expecting it, but nothing. Why hasn't the EBS been activated? This is exactly the kind of situation it's designed for. Hold on. There's something happening outside. I can see through the studio window. There are people running down the street. 3, 4 people running fast. They look panicked, and behind them there's someone following. The person following is moving strangely, kind of lurching but moving fast. The running people just turned the corner out of my line of sight. The person following them went the same direction.
Did I just see what I think I saw? Did I just witness someone being chased by an infected person right outside my window? Sarah, lock the studio door. Lock it right now.
She's locking it. We have a deadbolt here, thank God. The station is in a 2-story building. We're on the 2nd floor. There's a stairwell and an elevator. The main entrance downstairs has a glass door. I don't know how secure that is. I need to think clearly here. I need to keep doing my job. You're counting on me to provide information, and that's what I'm going to do. Let me check the news sites again. Channel 7 now has live footage. They've got a helicopter in the air. I'm watching the stream on my computer. The helicopter is over downtown. Oh my God, there are fires. Multiple buildings are on fire, and the streets are full of people. But they're not running in any organized way. It's chaos. The camera is zooming in. There are people attacking other people right there on the screen. Someone just tackled someone else to the ground. The camera is zooming out now, probably because it's too graphic to show. The reporter in the helicopter is saying the police have lost control of the downtown area. He's saying National Guard has been called in, but they haven't arrived yet. The National Guard? They're bringing in the military? Another call. You're on WKRZ? This is someone named David. He says he's a truck driver currently pulled over on Route 9 about 10 miles outside the city. He's been listening to the broadcast. He says traffic is at a standstill going north. People are abandoning their cars and walking. He just saw a family with 2 small children carrying suitcases down the highway on foot. Everyone is trying to get away from the city. He's asking if he should stay in his truck or try to move. David, I would say stay in your truck. You're safer in an enclosed vehicle than on foot. Keep your doors locked and wait for traffic to move. Do you have supplies, water, food? He says he has some snacks and a couple bottles of water. He can see the city skyline from where he is. He says there are dark clouds rising. He thinks there's smoke from fires. He's also hearing sirens constantly, even from this distance. David, stay safe. Keep listening and we'll keep you updated. Thank you for calling. More posts on social media. Someone is live streaming from their apartment. They're on the 3rd floor looking down at the street. There are a group of infected people. I'm going to call them infected because I don't know what else to call them. There's a group of them trying to get into the building across the street. They're pounding on the doors. The doors are holding for now. The person streaming is talking quietly, saying they're afraid to make noise. Their roommate is in the other room crying. They're asking if anyone knows what's happening. The chat is exploding with comments. Hundreds of people watching. Most of the comments are saying to run, get out, head north. But where are they supposed to go? If this is spreading, where is safe? It's now 7:02 p.m. I've been on the air for exactly 1 hour, though it feels like much longer. Normally at this time I'd be playing music, taking requests, talking about weekend plans. Instead, I'm watching my city fall apart in real time. The scanner is reporting that the police have established a perimeter around downtown. They're not letting anyone in or out. If you're trapped downtown, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. Find shelter, find a secure location, and wait. Help will come. It has to come. Another alert on my phone. This one is from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. It's a push notification to everyone in the region. Quote, emergency situation in progress. Remain indoors. Avoid contact with affected individuals. Federal assistance is being deployed. Further instructions to follow. End quote. Federal assistance is being deployed. So this is now a federal emergency. The government is involved. That should be reassuring. But honestly, I'm not sure it is. How bad does something have to be for the federal government to step in this quickly? I just thought of something. The radio station where I work, we have emergency protocols. There's a packet in the manager's office with instructions for various scenarios, floods, tornadoes, civil unrest. Wonder if there's anything in there for this. Sarah, can you go check? The office is just down the hall. She's nodding. She's unlocking the studio door carefully, looking both ways. She's going, I'm alone in the studio now. Just me and the microphone. And all of you out there listening, however many of you there are, I don't know the listener count right now. Our system shows how many people are streaming online. And that number is usually around 200, maybe 300 during drive time. Right now it's over 15,000. 15,000 people listening to this stream. That's insane. That tells me a lot of you are looking for information, looking for answers. I wish I had better answers to give you.
The door just opened. Sarah's back. That was fast.
She's holding a folder. She's shaking her head. She says there's nothing in the emergency protocols for this. The closest thing is a section on pandemic response, but it basically just says to follow CDC guidelines and keep broadcasting. Not exactly helpful. She just told me something else. She tried to call her family. Her parents live about 50 miles away in a small town called Greenville. Her call wouldn't go through. She tried 3 times. The cellular network might be overwhelmed. Too many people trying to call at once, or maybe the towers are down. Either way, if you're trying to reach loved ones and you can't get through, that's probably why. Keep trying. Text messages might work better than calls. They use less bandwidth. A new video just got posted, and it's spreading fast. Someone recorded this about 30 minutes ago at the Riverside Shopping Plaza. The video shows the parking lot. There are dozens of cars, but hardly any people. Then the camera pans to the entrance of the mall. The doors are shattered. There's blood on the pavement. The person holding the camera is breathing heavily. They're moving closer, very slowly. You can hear moaning sounds coming from inside the mall. The camera gets to the entrance and points inside. It's dark, but you can see shapes moving, lots of shapes. The camera jerks suddenly, swings around. There's an infected person right behind the camera operator. The video cuts out. I don't know if the person who filmed that survived. I hope they did. It's 7:16 p.m. The sun is fully set now. It's dark outside. The street lights are on, which is good. Power is still working. I don't know how long that will last, but for now we have electricity. Another caller. You're on the air with Marcus Webb. This is Angela from Maple Grove. She says she's been listening since the beginning of my show. She's home alone with her 2 cats. Her husband went to work this morning and never came back. She's tried calling him, no answer. She's tried texting, no response. She's crying. She's asking if I think he's okay. Angela, I don't know, I really don't. But I do know that the cell networks are having problems, so there's a chance he just can't get through to you. Is your house secure? Are your doors locked? She says yes, everything is locked. She's in a single-story house. She has a basement. She's asking if she should go down to the basement. Angela, I think that's a good idea. The basement is going to be more secure than the main floor. Take your cats, take some supplies, water, food, blankets, a radio if you have one, your phone obviously, and stay down there until this is over. Can you do that? She says yes. She's going to do that right now. She thanks me. She sounds a little calmer. I hope I gave her good advice. I hope she stays safe. More information coming in. There's a report from the National Weather Service, which is strange because this isn't weather related, but apparently they're using their alert system to broadcast messages. The report says that the outbreak has been confirmed in 12 states so far. 12 states. This started here in our city just a few hours ago, and already it's in 12 states. How is that possible? Did it start here, or did it start somewhere else, and we're just now hearing about it? I'm looking at a map someone put together online, plotting reported incidents. There are pins all over the eastern half of the country, concentrated in major cities. New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, here Charlotte, Atlanta, dozens of cities, and it's spreading outward from those centers. Someone in the chat of that live stream I mentioned earlier is saying, this is a bioweapon. Someone else is saying it's a virus from a lab. Another person is saying it's divine judgment. I don't know what it is. I don't think anyone knows what it is yet. What I do know is that it's real. It's spreading, and people are dying. The helicopter feed from Channel 7 is still going. The reporter is now saying that fires are visible from multiple districts. Emergency services are unable to respond to all of them. Some fires are just going to burn. The camera is showing the Henderson Bridge. It's packed with abandoned vehicles. People left their cars and fled on foot. The bridge connects the city to the northern suburbs. If the bridge is impassable, that's a major problem for anyone trying to evacuate. Wait, the reporter just said something about the bridge being closed deliberately. The military, or maybe the police, I couldn't hear clearly, they blocked the bridge. They're not letting anyone cross. People are stranded on the bridge and they're not being allowed to leave the city. Why would they do that? Are they trying to contain the outbreak? Are they trapping everyone inside? This doesn't make sense. If the outbreak is already in 12 states, what good does it do to trap people here unless they think they can still control it, or unless they're trying to prevent it from getting worse? I don't know. I don't know their reasoning. It's 7:34 p.m. and I just realized I haven't eaten anything since lunch. I'm not hungry. Adrenaline, I guess. Sarah is eating a granola bar from her purse. We have a small fridge in the break room with some sodas and someone's leftover pizza. We might be here for a while. We should probably ration that. Another thought just occurred to me. The radio station where I work is not designed to be a long-term shelter. We have one bathroom, no shower, limited food. If this goes on for days, we're going to have problems. But I can't think about that right now. Right now, I need to focus on broadcasting. Let me take another call. Hello, you're on WKRZ. This is someone who says he's a police officer. He won't give his name or his badge number. He says he's been on duty since 2 p.m. He sounds exhausted. He says the department is completely overwhelmed. They have officers down, multiple officers down. Some were killed by the infected. Others were bitten and became infected themselves. He says they're not trained for this. They're supposed to protect people, but how do you protect people from something like this? He says he's seen things today that he can't unsee. People eating each other. That's the word he used. Eating. I feel sick. Officer, where are you now? Are you safe? He says he's in his patrol car, parked in an alley. He's taking a break. He knows he's not supposed to, but he can't keep going without stopping. He's asking me if I know anything about what this is. If there's a cure, if the government is going to fix this.
Officer.
Oh no, I wish I did. All I know is what I've been telling everyone else. Stay safe, stay hidden, avoid the infected. He's laughing. It's not a happy laugh. He says that's easier said than done when your job is to run toward danger instead of away from it. He says he doesn't think he's going to make it home tonight. He has a wife and a daughter. He's asking me if I'm still on the air tomorrow, could I tell them he loves them? His wife's name is Jennifer. His daughter is Lily. He wants them to know he loves them.
Officer, you're going to tell them yourself. You're going to get through this and go home to them. Can you hear me?
He's not responding. I think he hung up, or maybe his phone died. I don't know. But if Jennifer and Lily are listening, your husband and father loves you. He wants you to know that I need to take a moment here. I need to breathe. It's 7:48 p.m., almost 2 hours since I started this broadcast, almost 2 hours since my normal life ended and this nightmare began. I'm getting a call from a number I don't recognize. Let me answer this. Hello, who is this?
It's a man who says he's a scientist at the State University. His name is Dr. Robert Chen. He's a virologist. He says he's been following the situation closely, and he has some information that might be useful. He wants to come on the air. Dr. Chen, yes, absolutely. What can you tell us? He's saying that based on the symptoms and the transmission method, this appears to be a rabies-like virus, but heavily modified or mutated. Rabies normally takes weeks to incubate. This is taking minutes to hours. Rabies also doesn't cause the kind of extreme aggression we're seeing until the very final stages. This virus, whatever it is, it attacks the brain immediately. It shuts down higher cognitive functions, the parts of the brain that control reasoning, speech, impulse control. What's left is base aggression and an overwhelming drive to spread the infection through biting. Doctor, is there a treatment? A vaccine? He's saying no, not yet. The rabies vaccine wouldn't work because this isn't exactly rabies. It would take months, maybe years, to develop a specific vaccine. And even then, you'd have to administer it before symptoms appear. Once someone is symptomatic, he says there's no bringing them back. The brain damage is too severe. So you're saying that everyone who's been infected is gone permanently? He's hesitating. He's saying that based on what he knows about virology and neurology, yes, once the virus takes hold, the person they were is gone. And what's left is essentially a body operating on the most primitive brain functions. Hunt, feed, spread the infection. This is devastating. These aren't just sick people who can be cured. They're gone. Dr. Chen, how do we stop this? What do we do? He's saying the only way to stop it is to prevent transmission. Avoid bites at all costs. If someone is bitten, they need to be isolated immediately before they turn, and the infected need to be on. He pauses here. He says they need to be neutralized. That's the word he used, neutralized. You mean killed? He's not answering that directly. He's saying that the infected are no longer the people they were. They're threats, not patients. He understands how difficult that is to accept, but it's the reality of the situation. Dr. Chen, thank you for that information. I know it's not what anyone wants to hear, but people need to know the truth. He's saying one more thing. He's saying that if this continues to spread at the current rate, we're looking at a total societal collapse within days, not weeks, days. The infrastructure can't handle this. Hospitals, police, fire departments, they're all breaking down. Once those systems fail, it's going to cascade. Power grids, water treatment, supply chains, everything. He's saying people need to prepare for that. Stock up on supplies if they can. Find secure locations. Form groups for mutual protection. Doctor, where are you right now?
Are you safe? He's saying he's at the university in his lab. He's locked in. He's going to continue researching, see if there's anything he can figure out. He says he'll call back if he learns anything new. He's hanging up. That was Dr. Robert Chen, a virologist from the State University, and what he just told us is terrifying if he's right, and I have no reason to doubt him. We're not dealing with a disease that can be cured. We're dealing with something that fundamentally changes people. And once it spreads beyond a certain point, civilization as we know it is over. I need you all to really think about what that means. Think about your daily life. You get water from a tap, electricity from a power plant, food from a grocery store, gasoline from a station. All of that requires people to run it. Thousands of people working together in a complex system. If those people are gone, if they're dead or infected or hiding, that system breaks down. And once it breaks down, it's not easy to restart. How many days of food do you have in your house right now? Most people, maybe a week if they stretch it. How much water? If the water treatment plant stops running, the taps go dry. How long can you survive without water? 3 days, maybe 4.
I'm not trying to scare you, well, maybe I am. Maybe you should be scared. Maybe fear is what will keep you alive.
It's 8 to 3 p.m. The scanner is quieter now than it was an hour ago. I don't think that's a good sign. I think it means there are fewer officers out there, fewer units responding. Either they've been pulled back to regroup or they've been overwhelmed. I'm betting on overwhelmed. Let me try to call the mayor's office again. Still no answer. City Hall is dark. I can see it from here, just a few blocks away. The building is dark. Either the power is out there or everyone evacuated. Neither option is comforting. A message just came through on the station's email. It's from the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC. They're ordering all radio and television stations to remain on the air and continue broadcasting emergency information. This is an official order under federal emergency protocols. We're being told to prioritize updates from government agencies and emergency services. We're also being told not to broadcast anything that could cause mass panic. Too late for that, I think. Another call coming in. You're on the air. This is Maria. She says she's calling from her car. She left the city an hour ago with her family. They made it about 30 miles before they hit a military checkpoint. The National Guard is there, turning everyone around, forcing them back toward the city. She's asking, why won't they let people leave? Maria, I don't know. I heard earlier that they've closed the bridges and major roads. I think they're trying to contain the outbreak. But I agree with you, it doesn't make sense. Did the soldiers tell you anything? She says they wouldn't give her any information. They just said the roads are closed by order of the federal government, and anyone who refuses to turn around will be detained. She's with her husband and her 3 kids. The kids are in the back seat crying. They don't know what to do. They're running low on gas. If they go back to the city, they might not have enough fuel to try again later. Maria, this is a really tough situation. If you try to push through that checkpoint, you could get arrested or worse. But going back to the city is dangerous too. Is there anywhere between here and there where you could stop? A friend's house, a hotel, somewhere you can shelter for the night? She's thinking. She says her sister lives in a town called Millbrook, about 10 miles back from where they are now. Small town, rural area. She's going to try to go there. She's thanking me. She's hanging up. I hope Millbrook is safe. I hope small towns are safer than cities. Maybe they are. Fewer people means fewer potential infected, but it also means fewer resources, fewer people to defend against threats. I don't know which is better. Tara just showed me something on her phone. There's a video from an hour ago posted by someone at the airport. They were trying to fly out. The video shows the terminal. It's pandemonium. Thousands of people trying to get on flights. Every flight is overbooked. People are fighting over seats. Security can't control the crowds. Then the video cuts to the tarmac. There are planes lined up, but none of them are moving. The person filming is saying that all flights have been grounded. No one is leaving. The FAA has issued a nationwide ground stop. No planes in or out. So the roads are blocked, the airports are shut down. They're not letting anyone leave. We're trapped.
Unless you have a boat, I guess. If you're near the coast or a major river, maybe you could get out by water. But even then, where would you go? If this is happening in 12 states, where is safe?
It's 8:21 p.m. I'm seeing reports now from other countries, social media posts from Canada, Mexico, the UK. They're reporting similar outbreaks. This isn't just an American problem. This is global. How did it spread so fast? How did it get to multiple countries simultaneously? Was Dr. Chen right? Is this a bioweapon? An act of terrorism on a worldwide scale?
Or was it an accident?
A lab leak, maybe? Some research facility working on dangerous pathogens, and something went wrong. I don't know. I don't suppose it matters now. The how doesn't change the what. Let me take another call. You're on WKRZ. This is someone who says his name is Father Michael. He's a priest at St. Augustine's Church downtown. He says the church has been turned into a shelter. About 50 people are there, hiding. They've barricaded the doors with pews. They can hear the infected outside trying to get in. Father Michael is asking if I know when help is coming, when the police or the military will rescue them. Father Michael, I honestly don't know. The police are overwhelmed. The National Guard has been called in, but I don't know when they'll arrive or where they'll go first. Have you tried calling 911?
He says he did.
The line just rings. No one answers. He says some of the people in the church are injured. One man was bitten before he made it inside. They've isolated him in the basement. He's starting to show symptoms. Father Michael is asking what they should do with him. Father Michael, based on what I've learned tonight, once someone is bitten, they're going to turn. There's no stopping it. You need to keep him isolated, restrained if possible, because when he turns, he's going to try to attack the others. Father Michael is quiet for a long moment. He's saying that he can't believe this is happening. He's been a priest for 30 years. He's seen a lot of suffering, a lot of tragedy, but nothing like this. He's asking me if I think this is the end of everything. Father, I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe this is just the beginning of something new, something we can't even imagine yet. All I know is that we're still here, still alive. And as long as that's true, there's hope. He's thanking me. He says he's going to pray for everyone listening. He's going to pray for the city, for the country, for the world. He's hanging up. I'm not a religious person, but right now, I'll take all the prayers we can get. The live stream I mentioned earlier, the one from the apartment, it's still going. The person streaming is giving updates every few minutes. They said the infected broke into the building across the street about 20 minutes ago. They can hear screaming. Then the screaming stopped. Now the infected are in the street again, wandering. The person streaming is whispering that they're afraid to move, afraid to make any noise. Their roommate is still crying in the other room. Hundreds of people are watching the stream, typing encouragement in the chat. Stay quiet. Don't let them hear you. Help is coming. But I don't know if help is coming. I don't know if anyone is coming to save them. It's 8:37 p.m. I've now been on the air for 2.5 hours. In that time, the world has changed completely. 2.5 hours ago, this was a normal Wednesday evening. People were driving home from work, thinking about dinner, making plans for the weekend. Now people are fighting for their lives. I keep thinking about how fast this happened. The first reports came in around 4:30 p.m. Now it's 8:37 p.m. 4 hours. In 4 hours, our entire society has started to collapse. How is that possible? How can something so big, so solid, fall apart so quickly? I think it's because we take everything for granted. We assume the lights will always turn on, the water will always run, the stores will always have food. We assume someone else is taking care of all the complicated stuff that keeps the world working. And most of the time, that's true. But when something like this happens, when the people who run those systems are gone, it all falls apart immediately. There's no redundancy, no backup plan for a situation this extreme. Another alert on my phone, this one is from the White House. The president is going to address the nation at 9 p.m. That's about 20 minutes from now, finally. I've been waiting for this all night. Maybe the president will have real information. Maybe there's a plan. Maybe the government has this under control and we just don't know it yet. Or maybe the president is going to tell us that we're on our own. Let me check the news sites again. Channel 7 has pulled their helicopter back. They're not showing live footage anymore. Instead, they're running old footage on a loop and showing text updates. One update says that the National Guard has arrived in the city and is establishing secure zones. Another says that FEMA is setting up emergency shelters in designated locations. A third says that the CDC has deployed rapid response teams to multiple states. That all sounds good, but I don't see any evidence of it. I don't see secure zones. I don't see emergency shelters. I see a city on fire and people dying. Sarah just told me that she managed to get a text through to her parents. They're okay. They're in their house, doors locked. staying inside. They said their town is quiet so far. No incidents reported. That's good news. At least some places are still safe. My own family, I need to think about them. My parents are both gone, passed away years ago. I have a sister in California. I should try to call her. Let me do that real quick. I'm dialing. It's ringing. She's answering.
Hey, it's Marcus. Are you watching the news?
She says yes. She's been watching for the past hour. She's freaking out. She's asking if I'm safe. I'm telling her I'm at the station, still broadcasting. She's asking if I should leave, get out of the city. I'm telling her I can't. The roads are blocked. And besides, people need information. Someone has to stay on the air. She's crying now. She's saying she doesn't want to lose me. I'm telling her she's not going to lose me. I'm going to be fine. I'm in a secure building, second floor, doors locked. I have food and water. I'll be okay. She's saying that California is starting to see cases too. Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego. It's spreading there as well. She's in Sacramento, and so far her area is clear, but she's scared. She's alone. Her husband is out of town on business, stuck in Chicago. She can't reach him. I'm telling her to do what everyone else is doing. Lock the doors, stay inside, avoid other people. I'm telling her I love her. She's saying she loves me too. We're hanging up. I don't know if I'll ever talk to my sister again. That's a thought I can't quite process. The idea that this phone call might have been the last time I hear her voice. It's too much.
It's 8:42 p.m.
8 minutes until the president speaks. I'm going to put that on the air when it starts. All of you listening need to hear this. While we wait, let me take another call. You're on WKRZ. This is someone named Curtis. He says he's a truck driver, similar to the David who called earlier. Curtis is on Interstate 80, about 60 miles west of the city. He says traffic is moving but slowly. He's hauling a load of canned goods to a distribution center. He's asking if he should continue with his delivery or turn around. Curtis, where are you delivering to? He says the distribution center is in the city, near the industrial district. Yeah, Curtis, I don't think you should go there. The industrial district is one of the areas where this started. That's not safe.
He's asking what he should do with his load. It's thousands of dollars worth of product. His company is going to be pissed if he just dumps it somewhere.
Curtis, I don't think your company is going to care. I don't think there's going to be a company anymore. Or if there is, they're going to have bigger problems than one lost shipment.
Find a safe place to park,
Somewhere out of the way, and wait this out. He's saying he'll do that. He's thanking me. He's hanging up. Truck drivers are the lifeline of the country. They move everything, food, fuel, medicine, all of it. If truck drivers stop driving, the supply chain collapses, and I just told Curtis to stop. I don't know if that was the right thing to do, but I don't want him driving into danger. 2 minutes until the president speaks. Let me pull up the White House feed. I'm going to play this live over the station. Here we go. The president is at the podium. Oval Office address. He looks tired, grim. He's beginning. He's saying good evening. He's saying that the nation is facing an unprecedented crisis. An outbreak of an unknown pathogen has resulted in widespread violence and loss of life. Federal, state, and local authorities are working together to contain the situation. The National Guard has been activated in all 50 states. The military is being deployed to motor population centers. FEMA is coordinating relief efforts. He's saying that the CDC has confirmed this is a viral infection transmitted through bodily fluids, primarily through bites. There is no vaccine or treatment currently available. The best way to prevent infection is to avoid contact with symptomatic individuals. He's saying that a nationwide state of emergency has been declared. All citizens are ordered to shelter in place until further notice. Martial law is being considered in areas where local authorities have lost control. Curfews will be enforced. Anyone violating these orders may be subject to arrest or detention. He's saying that the government is working on a plan to restore order and provide assistance to affected areas. Supply drops will be organized. Safe zones will be established, but it will take time. He's pausing. He looks directly at the camera. He's saying that he knows people are scared. He knows this is difficult, but Americans are strong. We've faced crises before, and we've overcome them. We will overcome this too. We must come together, help our neighbors, follow the instructions of authorities, and have faith. He's saying, God bless you and God bless America. The feed cuts out. That was it. That was the president's address, about 3 minutes long. And honestly, it didn't tell us anything we didn't already know. Shelter in place. Avoid the infected. Help is coming. But when? How? He didn't give specifics. He didn't even say what this pathogen is or where it came from.
The comments online are brutal. People are saying the president failed us, that the government failed us, that we're on our own. And you know what? Maybe they're right. Maybe we are on our own.
It's 9:04 p.m. now. 3.5 hours into this broadcast. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. I'm exhausted. Sarah looks exhausted too, but we're going to keep going. Let me take another call. You're on the air. This is someone named Rachel. She's calling from her home in the suburbs, about 15 miles from the city center. She says her neighborhood is quiet. Everyone is inside, lights off, staying hidden. But she just saw something. She's looking out her window. There's a man walking down the middle of the street. He's stumbling, moving in that jerky way. She thinks he's infected. She's asking if she should call the police. Rachel, you can try, but I don't know if they'll respond. The police are overwhelmed. If that man is infected and he's alone, he might just pass by. Stay inside, keep quiet, don't draw attention to yourself. She's saying he stopped. He's standing in front of her neighbor's house. The neighbor's porch light is on. The infected man is moving toward the light. He's on the porch now. He's pounding on the door. Rachel, whatever you do not go outside. Do not try to help. Your neighbor needs to turn off that light and stay quiet. She's saying the neighbor just opened the door. Oh, God. The infected man lunged inside. Rachel is screaming. The call dropped. I don't know what just happened. I don't know if Rachel's neighbor survived. I don't know if Rachel is safe. All I know is that turning on your porch light, opening your door, those are invitations. The infected are drawn to light, to sound, to movement. You have to stay dark and quiet. More reports coming in from around the country. New York City is in chaos. The bridges and tunnels are jammed. People are trapped on Manhattan Island. Los Angeles is seeing massive fires. Chicago's loop is overrun. Houston, Dallas, Phoenix, Seattle, all reporting similar situations. Every major city is falling at the same time.
And it's not just the cities. Suburban areas are getting hit now. Small towns, rural communities, nowhere is really safe anymore.
The infected are spreading outward from the initial outbreak zones, following highways, rail lines, any path that leads to more people. Dr. Chen said we have days before total collapse. I think he was optimistic. I think we have hours. It's 9:19 p.m. Let me check the scanner again. It's almost silent now. One transmission. An officer requesting extraction. He's trapped in a building. He gives his location. No response. He repeats the request. Still no response. He's pleading now. Anyone, please. The transmission cuts off. I think the police are done. I think they've retreated or been wiped out. There's no organized law enforcement anymore. Sarah just showed me another video. This one is from someone who escaped the city on foot. They're in the woods now, hiding. They're filming themselves, talking quietly. They're saying that the city is gone, completely overrun. They saw things, terrible things. Thousands of infected roaming the streets, buildings burning, bodies everywhere. They're saying they don't think anyone who stayed in the city is still alive.
But I know that's not true, because I'm here and there are people like Father Michael at the church and the nurse hiding in the hospital supply closet and thousands of others holed up in apartments and offices and basements. We're still alive. We're still fighting.
Another call. You're on WKRZ. This is Jake. He says he's a high school teacher. He was at school for an after-hours faculty meeting when this started. Several teachers and staff are still at the school. They've locked themselves in the library. They have food from the cafeteria, water from the fountains. They're okay for now, but they don't know what to do long term. Should they stay at the school or try to leave? Jake, how many people are with you? He says 8, all adults, all healthy. Jake, the school is probably a good place to be. It's a large building, multiple exits, lots of rooms to fortify. You have supplies. I'd say stay put unless you have a specific place to go that you know is safer. He's asking about students. They sent all the kids home before this got really bad, but he's worried about them. He's worried about his own kids. He has 2 daughters. They're with his ex-wife across town. He hasn't been able to reach them. Jake, I'm sure they're okay. They're probably doing exactly what you're doing, staying inside, staying safe. When this is over, you'll see them again. He's not convinced. He's saying he should have left when he had the chance, driven over there, made sure they were okay. Now the roads are blocked and he's trapped. Hey, you did the right thing by staying somewhere safe. If you tried to drive across town, you might have gotten caught in traffic, or worse, you're alive. That's what matters. Pittie's thanking me. He says he's going to keep listening. He's hanging up. These calls are getting harder. Everyone is looking for reassurance, for hope, and I'm trying to give it to them, but I don't know if I believe my own words anymore.
It's 9:34 p.m., almost 4 hours since this broadcast started. I'm looking at the online stream numbers again. Over 30,000 people listening now. 30,000. That's incredible. That means this radio station, this little regional station that normally gets a few hundred listeners, is now one of the primary sources of information for tens of thousands of people.
That's a huge responsibility, and it's terrifying.
What if I say the wrong thing?
What if I give bad advice and someone dies because of it? I'm just a radio host. I'm not an expert. I'm not a doctor or a scientist or a government official. I'm just a guy with a microphone. But I'm what you've got right now, so I'm going to keep doing this. A new post on social media caught my attention. It's from someone claiming to be a virologist at the CDC. They're saying that the virus is unlike anything they've ever seen. It has characteristics of rabies, but also elements that seem engineered. They're saying it's too perfect, too efficient to be natural. Someone designed this, someone made a weapon and released it. Is that true? I don't know. There are a lot of conspiracy theories flying around right now. Some are probably nonsense, but some might be true. The problem is there's no way to verify anything. The normal channels of information, the government, the media, they're all breaking down. We're left with rumors and speculation. Let me try calling the CDC. I have their main number. It's ringing and ringing. No answer. Voicemail. The CDC isn't answering their phones. That's not encouraging. Sarah just asked me an important question. She asked how long we can stay here at the station. We have some food, maybe enough for a couple of days if we're careful. We have water, but only what's in the building. A few bottles in the fridge. The water cooler in the break room. Once that's gone, we'd have to leave to get more. And leaving means going out there where the infected are. The building is secure for now, but how long will that last? If the infected start coming this way in large numbers, can they break in? The doors are solid, but the windows on the ground floor could be broken. We're on the second floor, which gives us some protection, but it's not perfect. I think we need to start planning for the possibility that we'll have to abandon the station. But where would we go? Home. My apartment is about 3 miles from here. I don't know if I could make it 3 miles on foot without running into infected. And even if I did, what then? My apartment isn't any safer than this building. Maybe we should just stay here as long as possible. Keep broadcasting until we can't anymore. At least here we're doing something useful. It's 9:49 p.m. Another call coming in. You're on the air. This is Melissa. She says she's a nurse. Not the same one from earlier. She's at a different hospital, St. Mary's on the north side. She says the hospital evacuated about an hour ago. Doctors, nurses, patients who could walk, they all left. The hospital is empty now, except for the infected. She stayed behind with a few other nurses to try to help the patients who couldn't be moved, but it was hopeless. The infected patients attacked them. 2 nurses were killed. Melissa locked herself in a pharmacy. She's surrounded by medications, but nothing that can help her. She's asking if anyone is coming to rescue her. Melissa, I don't know. I haven't heard of any rescue operations. The National Guard is supposed to be in the city, but I don't know where. Have you tried calling 911?
She says yes. No answer. She tried the police, the fire department, everyone. No one is responding. She's been in this pharmacy for over an hour. She can hear the infected outside the door. They know she's in there. They're waiting. Melissa, is there another way out? The window, a back door. She says there's a window, but it's barred. She'd have to break the bar somehow. She doesn't have tools. What about the medications around you? Is there anything you can use? Anything flammable? Anything that could be turned into a weapon? She's looking around. She says there are oxygen tanks, medical alcohol. Maybe she could make some kind of fire, but she's afraid of burning the whole building down with her inside. You know, Melissa, I know this is terrifying, but you have to think creatively. If you stay in that pharmacy, eventually the infected are going to get in. You need to find a way out or a way to defend yourself.
She's crying. She's saying she doesn't want to die. She has a son. He's only 6 years old. He's with his grandmother in another state. She needs to get back to him.
Melissa, you're going to get back to him. You're strong. You're resourceful. You can do this. Find a way.
She's not responding. I can hear noises in the background, pounding. The infected are trying to break down the door. She's screaming. The call dropped. Oh, God. I don't know if Melissa's okay. I don't know if she made it out. I feel helpless. I'm sitting here in this studio safe while people like Melissa are fighting for their lives, and there's nothing I can do to help them. It's 10:01 p.m. 4.5 hours into this broadcast. The situation is deteriorating rapidly. I don't think the government is going to save us. I don't think the military is going to restore order. I think we're watching the end of civilization in real time. Barrett just pointed something out to me. The power is still on. That's actually surprising. Power plants require constant monitoring and maintenance. If the people running them have abandoned their posts or been killed, the plants could shut down. The fact that we still have electricity means someone somewhere is still doing their job. Or maybe the plants are automated enough to run on their own for a while. I don't know, but I'm grateful. Without power, we couldn't broadcast. We couldn't reach you. Another alert on my phone. This one is from the National Weather Service again. They're reporting that communication networks are failing across the country. Cell towers, internet infrastructure, landlines, all degrading. If you're listening to this on a radio, you're lucky. Radio signals can travel far and don't require complex infrastructure. As long as we have power and our transmitter is working, we can reach you. But internet streaming might not last much longer. If you lose the online stream, find a radio, tune to WKRZ 104.7 FM. We'll be here as long as we can. Let me take another call. You're on WKRZ.
This is Tim.
He says he's a farmer, lives about 40 miles outside the city, rural area, lots of land, not many neighbors. He's been listening to the broadcast since the beginning. He's asking if people should come out to the countryside, if rural areas are safer. Tim, I think rural areas are probably safer than cities. Yes, fewer people means fewer infected, but it also means fewer resources and less protection. If you're alone on a farm and the infected show up, you're on your own. He's saying he's not alone. He has his wife, his 2 sons, and a few hired hands. They have guns, supplies, livestock. They could take in more people if needed. He's offering to help anyone who can make it out there. Tim, that's incredibly generous, but I don't know if people can make it out there. The roads are blocked. The military is turning people back. He's saying there are back roads, farm roads, dirt trails. If people know the area, they can navigate around the checkpoints. He's giving me directions. Take County Road 12 north, turn west on Old Mill Road, follow that to his farm. He's saying anyone who shows up, he'll help them. Tim, I'm going to put that information out there. Maybe someone listening can use it. Thank you for offering. He's saying he hopes people make it. He's hanging up. Okay, so if anyone listening is trying to leave the city and head to a rural area, Tim the farmer just gave directions to his place. County Road 12 northwest on Old Mill Road. He says he'll help anyone who shows up. I don't know if that's realistic, if people can actually make it there, but it's something, it's a glimmer of hope in all this darkness. It's 10:16 p.m. I'm seeing more videos online. One is from a group of survivors who made it to a rooftop. They're on top of a tall building in the city. They're surrounded. The streets below are filled with infected, thousands of them. The survivors are saying they're trapped. They have no food, no water. They're begging for rescue, but no one is coming. Another video is from someone in a car. They're driving through a suburban neighborhood at high speed. Infected are chasing the car. The driver is swerving to avoid them, running some over. The camera shows the speedometer 60 miles per hour in a residential area. The driver is screaming. The video ends abruptly. I don't know what happened to them. These videos are horrifying, but they're also important. They show the reality of what's happening. This isn't a movie. This isn't fiction. This is real life, and it's falling apart. Another call. You're on the air. This is a young woman. She says her name is Emily. She's 18 years old, a freshman at the State University. She's in her dorm room. Her roommate left hours ago to try to get home. Emily hasn't heard from her since. Emily is alone. She's terrified. She's asking what she should do. Emily, first take a deep breath. You're okay right now, right? You're safe in your room? She says, yes, the door is locked. The dorm building is quiet. She hasn't seen anyone in a while. Emily, that's good. Stay in your room. Do you have food? Water? She says she has some snacks and a few bottles of water. Not a lot.
Okay, that's a start. Ration it. Make it last. Do not leave your room unless absolutely necessary. If you have to leave, be quiet. Move carefully. Avoid open spaces.
She's asking how long she should wait. When will this be over? Emily, I don't know. I wish I could tell you it'll be over tomorrow or the next day, but I honestly don't know. You need to prepare yourself for the possibility that this could last a while. She's crying. She's saying she misses her family. She wants to go home.
I know, Emily, but right now, going home isn't safe.
The roads are blocked. It's better to stay where you are. When things calm down, when it's safe, you can go home. But not now. She's asking if I think her family is okay. They live about 100 miles away, a small town. Emily, I think small towns have a better chance than cities. Your family is probably safer than you are. I'm sure they're worried about you too. If you can, try to send them a message, a text, an email, anything. Let them know you're okay. She says she'll try. She's thanking me. She's saying she'll keep listening. She's hanging up. Emily is just a kid, 18 years old. She should be worrying about classes and making friends and figuring out her major. Instead, she's locked in a dorm room, alone, wondering if she's going to survive the night. It's not fair. None of this is fair. It's 10:32 p.m., 5 hours into this broadcast now. I don't know how I'm still talking. My voice is getting hoarse. I'm drinking water constantly to keep my throat from giving out. Sarah is sitting across from me, monitoring the phones, the scanner, the news feeds. She looks like I feel exhausted, scared, but determined to keep going.
Let me check the scanner again. Still mostly silent. One transmission. It's garbled, hard to understand. Something about a convoy of military vehicles moving through the city. Heading where? I can't make it out. The transmission cuts off.
If the military is here, where are they? Why aren't they restoring order? Maybe they're overwhelmed too. Maybe the situation is so bad that even the military can't handle it. Or maybe they're not here to save us. Maybe they're here to contain us. Keep the infection from spreading beyond the city. Lock us all in and let us die. That's a dark thought. I don't want to believe it, but I can't shake it. Another video just popped up. This one is from inside a military checkpoint. Someone filmed it secretly, hiding their phone. The video shows soldiers with rifles, barricades, razor wire. A civilian car approaches the soldiers, order the occupants out of the vehicle. A family gets out. Mom, dad, 2 kids. The dad is pleading with the soldiers, saying they need to get through. They need to get to safety. The soldiers are saying no one gets through by order of the federal government. The dad is getting agitated. He's yelling now. The soldiers raise their rifles. The video cuts off before anything happens. What happened to that family? Did they turn around? Did the soldiers shoot them? I don't know. And that uncertainty is almost worse than knowing. It's 10:47 p.m. Another call coming in. You're on WKRZ. This is a man named Greg. He says he's a doctor, worked at one of the downtown hospitals until it was evacuated. He made it out, drove home, and now he's barricaded in his house with his family. He's calling because he wants to share some medical information that might be useful.
Greg, yes, absolutely. What can you tell us?
He's saying that he treated dozens of infected patients today before the hospital fell apart. He's confirming what Dr. Chen said earlier. Once someone is symptomatic, there's no saving them. The virus destroys the brain too quickly, but he noticed something. The infected seem to retain some level of motor function and coordination. They can run, climb, open doors in some cases. They're not mindless zombies shuffling around. They're fast and they're dangerous. He's also saying that the infected seem to be attracted to sound and light, which confirms what we've been observing. They also seem to have a pack mentality. If one sees prey, others will follow. They coordinate in a rudimentary way. Greg, is there any way to stop them besides killing them? He's saying no. Physical restraints can hold them temporarily, but they're incredibly strong. Stronger than they should be, like their pain response has been completely shut off. They'll break bones, tear muscles, and keep coming. The only reliable way to stop them is catastrophic brain damage or severing the spinal cord. So headshots or decapitation? He's hesitating. He's saying yes. That's the reality. He knows how awful that sounds, but it's the truth. If you encounter an infected person, you cannot reason with them, you cannot restrain them safely. Your only option is to flee or kill them.
Good, thank you for that information.
It's grim, but people need to know. He's saying one more thing. He's saying that anyone who is in close proximity to an infected person should monitor themselves for symptoms. Early signs include fever, headache, disorientation. If you start feeling those symptoms, isolate yourself immediately. Don't wait, because once the aggression kicks in, you won't be in control anymore.
Craig, are you and your family okay? Any symptoms?
He's saying they're all fine so far. He's hoping they stay that way. He's hanging up.
So there you have it. More confirmation that this is a true nightmare scenario. The infected are fast, strong, coordinated. They hunt in packs, and the only way to stop them is to destroy their brains. How did it come to this? How did we go from a normal society to this in a matter of hours?
It's 11:03 p.m. Almost 5.5 hours. I'm looking out the window of the studio. The street below is still empty, but I can see a glow in the distance. Fires, multiple fires. The city is burning.
Another call, you're on the air. This is someone named Linda. She says she's calling from her car. She's been driving around for hours trying to find somewhere safe. Her home was overrun. She barely escaped. She has her dog with her, a golden retriever named Max. She's running low on gas. She doesn't know where to go. Linda, where are you right now? She says she's on the outskirts of the city near the industrial zone. That's not a good area. That's where some of the first incidents were reported. Linda, you need to find a place to stop. A gas station, a store, somewhere you can lock yourself in for the night. Driving around is using up your gas and you're exposed. She's saying all the gas stations she's passed are either abandoned or already overrun with people fighting over supplies. She's afraid to stop. Linda, what about a parking garage? Find one that's not too full. Drive to the top floor, park, and stay in your car. You'll be relatively safe there until morning. She's saying that's a good idea. She can see a parking garage a few blocks away. She's going to try that. She's thanking me. She's hanging up. I hope Linda and Max make it through the night. It's funny, in all this horror, I'm worried about a dog. But animals are innocent. They don't deserve this any more than we do. It's 11:18 p.m. Another alert on my phone. The CDC has issued a statement. They're saying that the infection has been confirmed in over 30 states now, and multiple countries. Estimates suggest hundreds of thousands infected, with the number doubling every few hours. At this rate, they're projecting that the majority of the global population will be exposed within a week.
A week. In a week, this could be everywhere. Every city, every town, every village. Nowhere will be safe.
The statement goes on to say that the CDC is working on a vaccine, but it will take months to develop and produce. In the meantime, the only strategy is avoidance and elimination. Avoid the infected, eliminate them when necessary.
Elimination?
That's a cold word for killing. Sarah just told me that the online stream numbers are dropping. We're down to about 20,000 listeners. That's still a lot, but it's declining. She thinks the internet infrastructure is starting to fail, like the alert warned. If that continues, we'll lose the online audience entirely. But the FM broadcast should keep working. Radio waves don't need internet, they just need power and a transmitter.
How long will the power last?
I don't know. Hours? Days? When the power goes out, we're done. This broadcast ends.
But until then, I'm staying here.
Another call, you're on WKRZ. This is someone who won't give their name. They're whispering. They say they're in an office building downtown, hiding under a desk. The building is full of infected. They got in through the ground floor. This person is on the third floor. They can hear the infected moving around, searching. They're asking if they should try to escape or stay hidden. How many infected are there? Can you tell? They're saying they don't know. They can hear a lot of footsteps, a lot of sounds. Okay, stay hidden. Do not move. Do not make noise. If the infected don't know you're there, they might leave. But if you try to run and they see you, they'll chase you. The person is saying, okay, they're going to stay. They're hanging up. That's the best advice I can give in a situation like that. Hide, be quiet. Hope they pass you by. It's 11:34 p.m. Almost 6 hours now. I'm past the point of exhaustion. I'm running on adrenaline and fear. Every sound makes me jump. Every shadow out the window makes my heart race. Sarah just went to the break room to get more water. She's back. She looks shaken. She says she looked out the window in the break room, which faces the other side of the building. She saw a group of infected on the street, about a dozen of them. They were just standing there, swaying slightly like they were waiting for something.
Are they still there?
She says she doesn't know. She didn't want to look for too long in case they saw her.
Okay, we need to be more careful. Keep the lights low. Stay away from the windows. We don't want to attract their attention.
Another video online. This one is from Europe, London, I think. The video shows Big Ben in the background. The streets are full of infected, iconic double-decker buses are overturned and burning. The person filming is on a rooftop narrating. They're saying that London fell in less than 6 hours. The government evacuated to an undisclosed location. The royal family is gone. The city is lost. If London is gone, if major cities around the world are falling, then this truly is a global apocalypse. There's no coming back from this. Society as we know it is over. It's 11:49 p.m., almost midnight, almost 6.5 hours since I started broadcasting. It feels like a lifetime.
Let me take another call. You're on the air.
This is Father Michael again, the priest from St. Augustine's Church. He sounds worse than before. He's saying that the man they locked in the basement, the one who was bitten, he broke through the door. They tried to stop him, but he attacked several people before they managed to lock him in a different room. 3 people were bitten. Father Michael is one of them. Oh no. Father, I'm so sorry.
He's saying he can feel it starting.
The fever, the headache. He doesn't have much time. He wanted to call and say goodbye. He wanted to thank me for keeping him company tonight, for keeping everyone company. He says, my voice has been a comfort in the darkness. Father, I don't know what to say. I wish things were different. He's saying it's okay. He's made his peace. He's prayed. He's ready. He's asking me to tell people not to give up. Even when things seem hopeless, there's always a reason to keep fighting. He's saying goodbye. The line goes dead. Father Michael is gone, or he will be soon, and there was nothing I could do to save him.
I need to take a moment. I'm sorry. I just need a minute.
It's midnight now, Thursday, November 28th. 6 hours since this broadcast began. 6 hours since the world started ending.
I'm looking at the scanner. There's a transmission. It's a recorded message playing on loop. The message says that all emergency services have been suspended. If you require assistance, you are on your own. Shelter in place. Avoid the infected. The message repeats.
All emergency services have been suspended. There are no more police, no more ambulances, no more firefighters. We are truly alone now.
Another call coming in. You're on WKRZ. This is a young boy. He sounds maybe 10 or 11 years old. He's crying. He says his name is Daniel. He's home alone. His parents went out hours ago to get supplies. They never came back. He's scared. He doesn't know what to do. Daniel, where are you? Are you safe? He says he's in his house. The doors are locked. He's in his bedroom with the door closed. Okay, Daniel, that's good. You did the right thing. Now listen to me carefully. You need to stay in your room. Do not open the door for anyone unless you're absolutely sure it's your parents. Do you have a phone? Can you call them? He says he tried. They don't answer. Okay. Do you have food? Water? He says there's food downstairs in the kitchen, but he's too scared to go down there. Daniel, if you're not hungry right now, don't go down. Wait until you absolutely need to. Is there a bathroom in your room or nearby? He says there's a bathroom across the hall. Okay, when you need to use the bathroom, move quickly and quietly, then come right back to your room. Do you understand? He says yes. He's asking when his parents are coming home. Daniel, I don't know, but I'm sure they're doing everything they can to get back to you. In the meantime, you need to be brave. Can you do that? He says he'll try. He's thanking me. He's hanging up. That boy is alone in a house waiting for parents who might never return, and there's nothing I can do to help him. I feel utterly powerless. It's 12:17 a.m. 6 hours and 15 minutes. I don't know how much longer I can do this. I don't know how much longer anyone can do this. Sarah just told me that she can see more infected outside from the break room window. She says there are at least 20 now, maybe more. They're gathering. She doesn't know why. Maybe they heard something. Maybe they're following each other. But they're close, too close. We need to be prepared for the possibility that they might try to get into the building. We need a plan. Sarah, is there a back exit? A fire escape? She says there's a fire escape on the back of the building. It leads down to an alley. We could use that if we need to evacuate.
Okay. Let's keep that in mind. For now, we stay here.
We keep broadcasting, but if they start trying to break in, we go. Another alert on my phone, this one is from the military. It says that martial law is now in effect nationwide. A curfew from dusk to dawn is being enforced. Anyone found outside during curfew hours will be detained or shot on sight. Shoot on sight. The military is authorized to kill civilians now. I don't know if that makes me feel safer or more afraid. Probably more afraid. Let me take another call. You're on the air. This is someone named Sarah. Not my producer, a different Sarah. She's calling from a grocery store. She says she's been hiding in the back room since this afternoon. The store was looted hours ago. People broke in, took everything. She stayed hidden. Now the store is empty and she's alone. She's asking if it's safe to leave. Sarah, where is the grocery store? Is it in the city? And she says yes, on the south side. The south side is one of the worst areas. I don't think it's safe to leave, but staying in an empty store might not be safe either. Are the doors to the store still intact? Yes, she says the front doors are smashed. Anyone could walk in? Okay, that's not good. Is there a place in the store where you can barricade yourself? The back room, maybe? Can you block the door? She says she can try. There are shelves she could move, but it would make noise. Sarah, you have to weigh the risk. Making noise might attract infected, but having a secure room might save your life. I think you should do it. Move the shelves as quietly as you can, and then stay in that room. She says, okay. She's going to try. She's thanking me. She's hanging up. I hope she makes it. I hope everyone makes it. It's 12:34 a.m. The city is on fire. I can see the flames from here lighting up the night sky, orange and red against the black. It's beautiful in a terrible way. Another call. You're on WKRZ. This is Curtis again, the truck driver from earlier. He says he found a place to park. He's at a rest stop off Interstate 80. The rest stop is deserted. He's alone. He's asking if he should stay in his truck or try to find shelter in the rest stop building. Curtis, are the doors to the building secured? He says they look okay. Glass doors, but they're intact. I'd say stay in your truck. It's mobile, it's enclosed, and you can leave quickly if you need to. The building might seem safer, but if infected show up, you could get trapped inside. He says that makes sense. He's going to stay in the cab. He has a CB radio. He's been listening to other truckers on the CB. He says a lot of them are reporting the same thing, that cities are falling, roads are blocked, the country is in chaos. Curtis, stay safe. Keep listening. If you hear any news on that CB, let me know. He says he will. He's hanging up. The truck drivers are the unsung heroes of this disaster. They're out there alone on the roads trying to navigate a world that's falling apart. If anyone is going to survive this and rebuild, it's people like them. Self-reliant, resourceful, tough. It's 12:47 a.m., almost 7 hours. 7 hours of broadcasting, 7 hours of horror. Sarah just checked the infected outside again. She says there are more now, 30, maybe 40. They're milling around in the street. Some are wandering off, but others are staying. She thinks they might be drawn to the lights in the building. Should we turn off the lights? She says maybe, but then we'd be broadcasting in the dark. We need at least some light to see what we're doing. Okay, let's dim the lights as much as possible. Use desk lamps instead of overhead lights. Anything to reduce our visibility. We're doing that now. The studio is much darker. I can barely see Sarah across from me. But maybe that will help. Maybe the infected will lose interest and move on. Another video online. This one is from a survivor group. They're in a warehouse on the edge of the city. About 20 people. They've barricaded the doors and windows. They have supplies. They're planning to wait out the crisis. The person filming is saying that they're safe for now, but they don't know how long their supplies will last. They're asking if anyone else is out there, if there are other groups surviving. I want to tell them, yes, there are other groups. There are people all over the city, all over the country, hiding and surviving. But how long can we last? It's 1:02 a.m., another call coming in. You're on the air. This is someone named Paul. He says he's a security guard at a bank downtown. He's been on duty all night. The bank is secure, heavy doors, barred windows. He's alone. He's watching the security cameras. He can see the streets outside. He says the infected are everywhere. Hundreds of them, just roaming around aimless until they see movement. Then they swarm. Paul, are you planning to stay at the bank? He says yes. It's the safest place he can think of. The vault is down in the basement. If things get really bad, he can lock himself in the vault. There's no food or water in there, but it's secure. No, that's a good backup plan, but hopefully it doesn't come to that. Stay alert, stay safe. He says he will. He's been listening to my broadcast all night. He says it's the only thing keeping him sane. He thanks me. He's hanging up, keeping him sane. I don't feel sane. I feel like I'm barely holding it together. But if my voice is helping people, then I need to keep going. Heal. It's 1:17 a.m. 7 hours and 15 minutes. I'm so tired. My eyes are burning. My throat hurts. But I can't stop. Sarah just told me something alarming. The power flickered just for a second, but it flickered. That means the grid is unstable. If the power goes out, we lose everything. The broadcast ends. The lights go out. We're left in the dark. Do we have a backup generator? She says there's a generator in the basement, but she doesn't know if it works or if there's fuel. They should check. If the power goes out, we need to be ready. She's nodding, but neither of us wants to go down to the basement. The basement is dark, isolated. If infected got into the building, that's where they'd be. Let's wait. If the power goes out, then we'll check the generator. Until then, we stay here. Another call. You're on WKRZ. This is Melissa again, the nurse from the hospital pharmacy. I thought she was gone, but she's alive. She's breathless, panicked. She says she made it out. She used a chair to break the window bars, climbed out, cut herself on the glass, but she's okay. She's running now. She can hear the infected behind her. She doesn't know where she's going. She just needs to get away. Melissa, find a car. Break into a car if you have to get inside and drive. Get as far away as you can. She's saying she sees a car. The door is unlocked. She's getting in. She's trying to start it. No keys. She's looking for keys. She found them. In the sun visor. The car is starting. She's driving. She's crying. She's saying thank you. Thank you for talking her through it. The call ends. Melissa made it. She's alive. That's something. That's a small victory in a night full of losses. It's 1:33 a.m. I'm looking at the social media feeds. They're slowing down. Fewer posts, fewer videos. Either people are running out of battery or they're running out of hope or they're dead. The last video I saw was from someone in a bunker. They said they've been preparing for this for years. They have food, water, weapons, everything they need. They said they're going to survive. They said the rest of us are fools for not preparing. Maybe they're right. Maybe we were fools. We took everything for granted. We assumed civilization would always be there, stable and unchanging. We were wrong. Another call. You're on the air. This is Emily again, the college student. She said she's still in her dorm room. She managed to send a text to her parents. They responded, they're safe. They told her to stay where she is. They're going to try to come get her, but it might take days. She's asking if she can survive that long on the snacks and water she has. Emily, ration everything. A few sips of water at a time. Small bites of food. Make it last as long as possible. And if you absolutely run out, then you'll have to leave the room to find more. But only as a last resort. She's saying she'll try. She's asking if I'll still be here tomorrow, if she can call again. Emily, I'll be here as long as I can, I promise. She's saying thank you. She's hanging up. I don't know if I'll be here tomorrow. I don't know if any of us will, but I told her I would be, and I meant it. It's 1:49 a.m., almost 8 hours, the longest night of my life. Sarah's dozing in her chair. I told her to rest. One of us needs to stay alert, and I'm too wired to sleep. The adrenaline is still keeping me going. I'm looking out the window. The infected are still out there. I can see them in the streetlights. They're moving slowly now, almost lethargically. Do they sleep? Do they rest? I don't know. Dr. Chen said they operate on the most primitive brain functions. Maybe they don't need sleep. Maybe they just keep going until their bodies give out. Another alert on my phone. This one is from FEMA. They're saying that supply drops will begin tomorrow. Well, today now, Thursday morning, designated drop zones will be announced. Food, water, medical supplies. But they're warning that it's dangerous to leave shelter to retrieve supplies. Only go if absolutely necessary.
Supply drops. That's the government trying to help. But will it be enough, and can people actually get to the drop zone safely? So let me take another call. We're on WKRZ. This is Tim, again, the farmer.
He says 3 families showed up at his farm tonight. They followed the directions I gave. They made it out of the city on back roads. They're safe now. Tim is taking care of them. He says he has room for more. He's repeating the directions. County Road 12 northwest on Old Mill Road. Ian, that's incredible. You're a hero. You know that. He's saying he's just doing what anyone would do, helping people. He's asking if I can keep giving out the directions. Maybe more people will make it. Absolutely, Tim. County Road 12 northwest on Old Mill Road. If you can get out of the city, if you can make it to Tim's farm, he'll help you.
He's thanking me. He's hanging up.
At least some people are making it. At least some people are finding safety. It's 2:06 a.m. 8 hours now. 8 full hours of broadcasting.
I never imagined I'd be doing this.
When I woke up yesterday morning, I thought it would be a normal day. Work, home, maybe watch some TV, go to bed. Instead, I'm here, living through the apocalypse and broadcasting it to whoever is left listening. The online stream is down to about 10,000 listeners. Still a lot, but half of what it was earlier. The internet is failing. But the FM signal is still going strong. I don't know how many people are listening on actual radios, but I hope it's a lot. Another call. You're on the air.
This is Angela again, the woman with the cats. She says she's in her basement. She's been there for hours. She can hear sounds upstairs. Footsteps, scratching at the walls. She thinks infected got into her house. She's terrified. She's asking what she should do. Angela, how did you get to the basement? Is there a door at the top of the stairs?
She says yes. She locked it. Okay, that's good. As long as that door is locked and the infected can't break through, you're safe. Stay quiet. Stay in the basement. Wait them out. She's asking how long. How long does she have to wait? Angela, I don't know. Hours, maybe. Maybe longer, but you're safe down there. You have your cats. You have water. Just wait. She's crying. She's saying she can't do this. She's going to go insane waiting. Angela, you can do this. You're stronger than you think. Just breathe. Focus on your cats. Talk to them. They'll keep you calm. And keep listening to me. I'm here with you. She's saying, okay, she'll try. She's hanging up. I don't know if Angela won't make it, but I gave her what comfort I could. It's 2:23 a.m. The city is quieter now. Fewer sirens. Fewer sounds of chaos. It's an eerie quiet, the calm after the storm, but the storm isn't over. It's just paused. Sarah is awake now. She says she couldn't really sleep. Too much adrenaline, too much fear. She's asking me if I think we'll make it through this.
I don't know. But we're still here. We're still alive. That's something.
She's nodding. She's saying she wishes she could talk to her parents. She managed to text them earlier, but she hasn't heard back since. I'm sure they're okay. They're probably trying to reach you too. She's saying she hopes so. She's going back to monitoring the phones and the scanner. It's 2:38 a.m. Another call coming in. You're on the air. This is Greg again, the doctor. He says his family is okay. They're still barricaded in their house. No signs of infected in their neighborhood yet. He's calling because he wanted to share another observation. He's been thinking about the virus, how it spreads, how it behaves. He thinks the infected might be attracted to heat, body heat. That would explain why they swarm living people but ignore corpses. But Greg, that makes sense. So if someone is trying to hide, they should try to reduce their body heat signature. How would they do that? He's saying it's difficult, but staying still helps. The more you move, the more heat you generate. Also, cold environments might help basements, underground spaces, anywhere cooler. Okay, so if anyone is hiding and they have the option of a cool underground space, that's preferable.
He's saying yes. He's also saying that the infected seem to lose interest after a while if they don't find prey. They'll wander off eventually, so waiting them out is a viable strategy.
Greg, thank you. That's really helpful information. Stay safe with your family.
He's saying he will. He's hanging up.
Heat-seeking infected, that's a terrifying thought, but it's also useful information. People need to know that staying cool and still can help them hide.
It's 2:54 a.m.
The night is dragging on. Each minute feels like an hour. Another video online. This one is from someone on a boat. They're in the middle of a lake. They can see the shore in the distance. There are fires on the shore. They're saying they left the city hours ago, drove to the lake, found a boat, and now they're out here. They're safe for now. They have some supplies. They're planning to stay on the water until this is over. That's smart. The infected can't swim, I assume. Water is a natural barrier. If you can get to a boat, a lake, an island, you're probably safer than on land.
Let me take another call.
You're on WKRZ. This is someone named Rachel. Not the Rachel from earlier. A different Rachel. She's calling from a hotel. She's a truck driver, like Curtis and some of the others. She stopped at a hotel on the highway for the night. She's in her room now. She says the hotel is quiet. She hasn't seen anyone, infected or otherwise. She's asking if she should stay or leave in the morning. Rachel, if the hotel is secure and quiet, I'd say stay, at least until you have a clear plan of where to go next. The roads are dangerous right now. She's saying she was supposed to deliver a load to Cleveland, but Cleveland is probably gone by now, right?
Rachel, I don't know, but even if Cleveland is still there, getting there safely is going to be nearly impossible. I'd say abandon the delivery, focus on your own survival. She's saying that's what she figured. She's going to stay in the hotel, rest, and figure out her next move in the morning. She's thanking me. She's hanging up. More truckers surviving. They're mobile. They're resourceful. They're going to be the ones who rebuild if there's anything left to rebuild.
It's 3:11 a.m. I'm past exhaustion now. I'm in some kind of trance state, just going through the motions, talking, answering calls, reading alerts. It's automatic. Sarah is checking the news sites. She says most of them are offline now. Only a few are still updating. The ones that are online are showing the same thing. Cities in chaos. Governments collapsing. Millions dead or infected. Millions! In less than 12 hours, millions of people are gone. The scanner just crackled to life. The transmission, it's faint, but I can hear it. A voice, calm and professional, military maybe. The voice is saying that containment has failed. Repeat, containment has failed. All personnel are to fall back to designated rally points. Do not engage the infected. Conserve ammunition. Focus on survival. Containment has failed. The military is giving up. They're retreating. If the military can't stop this, no one can. It's 3:27 a.m. 9 hours. 9 hours of broadcasting. 9 hours of watching the world end. Another call. You're on the air. This is Daniel again, the young boy. He's still in his bedroom. He's asking if I'm still here. He sounds scared. Daniel, yes, I'm still here. Are you okay? He says he had to use the bathroom. He went across the hall like I told him. He heard noises downstairs. He thinks someone or something is in the house. He's back in his room now, door locked.
Daniel, listen to me. Stay in your room. Do not leave. Do not make noise.
Whatever is downstairs, don't let it know you're there. He's asking, what if it comes upstairs? What if it finds him? Daniel, if that happens, you hide under the bed, in the closet, anywhere, and you stay quiet. Do you understand?
He says yes. He's crying softly. He's asking if his parents are ever coming back.
Daniel, I don't know, but I know that right now you need to be brave. Can you do that for me? He says he'll try, so he's hanging up. That boy is alone, terrified, and there's nothing I can do to save him. It's breaking my heart. It's 3:42 a.m. Sarah just looked out the window again. She says the infected are dispersing. There are only a few left in the street. Maybe they're moving on. Maybe we're safe for now.
Or maybe they're gathering somewhere else.
Preparing for another attack. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. Another call. You're on WKRZ. This is Curtis, the truck driver. Again, he says something is happening. He's at the rest stop, still in his truck. He just saw a convoy of military vehicles drive by on the interstate. Dozens of trucks, tanks, armored vehicles, all heading north, away from the city. Curtis, did they stop? Did you try to signal them?
He says no. They were moving too fast. He doesn't think they would have stopped anyway. He says it looked like they were evacuating.
The military is leaving. They're abandoning the city. Curtis, stay in your truck. Stay safe. Thank you for the update. He's hanging up. So that's it. The military is gone. We're on our own. It's 3:58 a.m., almost 4 in the morning. Almost 10 hours since I started this broadcast. The power flickered again. Longer this time. A few seconds. Sarah and I looked at each other. We both know what that means. The power is going to go out soon, maybe in minutes, maybe in hours. But it's coming. When the power goes out, this broadcast ends. I need to think about what to say, my final words, because that's what this will be, the final broadcast.
Weather call. You're on the air.
This is Father Michael. No, wait, that can't be. Father Michael was bitten. He should be gone by now. The voice is slurred, guttural. It's not Father Michael anymore. It's what he became. Somehow he managed to dial my number. Maybe muscle memory, Maybe some tiny part of him is still in there trying to reach out. But the sounds he's making aren't words. They're growls, snarls. The infected can't speak. I'm hanging up. I can't listen to that. I can't bear it. It's 4:14 a.m. The power flickered again. We're running out of time. Sarah is crying. She's saying she doesn't want to die. She wants to see her family again. She wants this to be over. I'm telling her it will be okay, even though I don't know if that's true. Another call. You're on WKRZ. And this is Emily, the college student. She says she heard something, a sound outside her dorm room. Someone is in the hallway. They're trying door handles. She can hear them getting closer. Emily, stay quiet. Don't move. Don't breathe loudly. She's whispering. The handle to her door just turned. Someone is trying to get in. The door is locked. They're pounding now. She's terrified. Emily, hide right now. Under the bed, in the closet, wherever you can fit, and stay there. She's moving. I can hear her breathing. She's under the bed. The pounding is louder. The door is shaking. Emily, no matter what happens, don't make a sound. The line is still open. I can hear the pounding. I can hear Emily's quiet, terrified breathing. Then the pounding stops. Silence. Did they leave or did they break through? Emily, are you there? No response. The line is still connected, but she's not answering. Emily, please say something. Nothing. Just silence. The call ends. I don't know what happened to Emily. I don't know if she's alive. I'm trying not to imagine the worst. It's 4:29 a.m. The night is almost over. The sun will rise soon, but I don't think sunrise is going to make things better. The power is flickering constantly now. We have minutes. Maybe. Sarah is asking me what we should do. Should we stay? Should we try to leave?
I don't know, Sarah. I really don't know. Out there is dangerous, but in here we're trapped. If the infected get in, we have nowhere to go except the fire escape.
She's saying maybe we should leave now while we still can. Maybe she's right. Maybe it's time. But I don't want to leave. Not yet. Not while there are still people listening. Not while I can still help. Another call. You're on the air. This is Angela. The woman in the basement, she's whispering the infected are gone. She went upstairs to check her house is trashed, but it's empty. She's safe. Angela, that's wonderful. Stay in your house. Stay safe. She's thanking me. She's saying she couldn't have made it without my voice keeping her calm. She's hanging up.
At least Angela made it. At least someone made it.
It's 4:46 a.m. The power just flickered and stayed off for 10 seconds before coming back on. This is it. We're at the end. Sarah is standing by the door, ready to leave. She's asking me one more time if I'm coming. I'm telling her to go. Take the fire escape. Get to safety. I'm staying. I need to stay as long as I can. She's refusing. She's saying she's not leaving without me. Sarah, please, go. Save yourself. She's shaking her head. She's staying. We're both staying. We'll see this through together. It's 4:53 a.m. Another call. You're on WKRZ. This is Daniel. The boy, he's still in his room. He says the noises downstairs stopped. He went to his bedroom window. He can see the street. The sun is starting to rise. He can see people outside. Not infected people, survivors. They're walking down the street, moving cautiously. He's asking if it's safe to go outside. Daniel, wait. Don't go out yet. Let the sun come up fully. See what the day looks like. Then decide. He's saying, okay. He's going to wait. He's thanking me for staying with him all night. He's hanging up. And the sun is rising. It's Thursday morning. We made it through the night.
But what does the day hold? More of the same? Worse?
I don't know, but we're about to find out. It's 5:02 a.m. The power is holding for now. Maybe we'll get a few more hours. Maybe we'll make it through another day. Hey, Mayboy. Sarah just looked out the window. She says the street is empty. The infected are gone. She can see smoke rising from different parts of the city. The fires are still burning. But the immediate threat seems to have passed.
For now.
Let me take one more call. You're on the air. This is Marcus Webb, WKRZ, Tenerife, San Flor. And you've been with me for 10 hours now. 10 hours of the longest night any of us will ever experience. The caller is Tim, the farmer. He's saying he just wanted to check in. More families arrived during the night. He now has about 30 people at his farm. They're organizing, setting up defenses, planning for the long term. He says they're going to make it. They're going to survive. Tim, that's incredible. You're building something, a community. That's what we need. That's how we survive this.
He's saying he'll keep listening. He'll keep checking in. He's thanking me for everything. He's hanging up.
The community, people coming together. That's hope. That's the future. If there is a future.
It's 5:17 a.m. The sun is fully up now. I can see the city in the daylight. It looks different. Quieter, emptier. Buildings are damaged. Streets are littered with debris. Cars are abandoned. But the city is still standing. We're still standing. I don't know how long the power will last. I don't know how long I can keep broadcasting. But for now, I'm here. I'm still here. And as long as I am, I'll keep talking. I'll keep trying to help. Because that's what we do. That's what it means to be human. We don't give up. Even when everything is falling apart, we keep fighting. We keep hoping. We keep helping each other. This is Marcus Webb, WKRZ 1004.7 FM. If you're listening wherever you are, whatever you're facing, know that you're not alone. We're all in this together, and we're going to make it through. Somehow we'll find a way.
Stay safe.
Stay strong and stay listening, because I'm not done yet. It's 5:34 a.m. now. The morning light is spreading across the city, revealing the full extent of the damage. From this window, I can count at least 15 separate fires still burning. The downtown skyline looks wrong somehow. Several buildings have broken windows. One appears to have partially collapsed. The streets below are eerily empty except for abandoned vehicles and scattered debris. Sarah just brought me a bottle of water from our dwindling supply. She says we have maybe 6 bottles left and half a box of crackers. If we're going to stay here much longer, we'll need to find more supplies. But where every store in the city has probably been looted or overrun. Another call coming in. You're on WKRZ. This is someone named Richard. He says he's a city council member. He's been in the emergency operations center all night with the mayor and other officials. He sounds exhausted. He says the situation is worse than they initially thought. The official count has at least 60% of the city either infected, dead, or missing. The remaining 40% are scattered, hiding in homes, offices, anywhere they could find shelter. Richard, where's the mayor? Why hasn't there been an official statement? He's hesitating. He's saying the mayor was evacuated around midnight. Helicopter lifted him and several other officials out of the city. They're at an undisclosed location. Richard stayed behind. He felt someone needed to remain in the city with the people.
That's admirable, Richard. What's the plan? Is there any organized response?
He's saying there isn't really a plan anymore. The Emergency Operations Center is running on backup generators. They've lost contact with most of the police force. Fire departments aren't responding. The National Guard units that were supposed to secure the city never arrived, or if they did, they were overwhelmed. He's saying the federal government has essentially written off the city. They're focusing on containment, keeping the infection from spreading further. So they've abandoned us. He's not denying it. He's saying that people need to organize themselves into groups, find secure locations, pool resources. He's giving out the address of the Emergency Operations Center, saying anyone who can make it there safely will be given shelter and supplies. But he's warning that getting there will be dangerous. Richard, thank you for staying. Thank you for trying. What's the address? He's saying 2047 Civic Center Plaza, the basement level. There's a reinforced shelter there designed for emergencies. It can hold maybe 200 people. He's saying that's where he'll be. He's hanging up.
Did everyone hear that?
127 Civic Center Plaza, basement level. If you can get there, there's shelter and supplies, but please only attempt it if you're sure you can make it safely. It's 5:51 a.m. I'm trying to process what Richard just told us. The mayor evacuated. The government has abandoned the city. We're on our own, just like I suspected. The scanner is completely silent now, not even the recorded message anymore. Either the system has failed or there's simply no one left to transmit. Another video just appeared online. This one is from a news helicopter still flying despite everything. The helicopter is over the downtown area. The camera is panning across the city. Entire blocks are burning. The streets are filled with infected, thousands of them just wandering aimlessly in the daylight. The reporter is saying that this scene is being repeated in cities across the country. New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, all of them experiencing the same collapse. He's saying that the president has been moved to a secure military facility. Congress has been evacuated. The federal government is essentially operating in exile. Then the helicopter camera zooms in on something. There's a group of survivors on a rooftop waving frantically. The reporter is saying they can't land to rescue them. It's too dangerous. All they can do is document. That's all any of us can do. Document and survive. Feed cuts out. It's 6:08 a.m. Another call. You're on the air. This is Linda, the woman with the dog Max. She made it through the night in the parking garage like I suggested. She's saying the sun is up now and she can see the city from her vantage point. She's describing the same things I can see: fires, destruction, emptiness. She's asking if she should try to leave the city now that it's daylight. Linda, I honestly don't know if daylight makes it safer. The infected don't seem to care about day or night, but visibility is better, so maybe you can avoid them easier. Where would you go? She's saying she has a sister in Virginia, about 300 miles south. If she can get on the highway and keep driving, maybe she can make it. Linda, you need gas. Do you have enough? She's saying her tank is half full. Maybe enough to get 150 miles. She'd need to stop for gas. That's the problem. Gas stations are going to be dangerous. Everyone who's trying to evacuate will be stopping there. It'll be chaotic, probably violent, and if there are infected in the area, they'll be drawn to all that activity. She's asking what I think she should do. Linda, I can't make that decision for you. Staying in the city is dangerous. Leaving is dangerous. You have to weigh which risk you're more willing to take. If you have a destination, a place where you know you'll be safe, then maybe trying to reach it is worth the risk. But if you're just driving blindly, hoping to find somewhere better, you might be using up your resources for nothing. She's saying she's going to try. She's going to head south, try to reach her sister. She's thanking me for helping her last night. She's saying Max is a good dog, keeping her company. She hopes she'll make it. Linda, I hope so too. Drive safe. Avoid major roads if you can. Back roads might be clearer. Good luck. She's hanging up.
I wonder if I'll ever know if Linda made it. Probably not.
That's the reality now. People come into your life for a moment, you try to help them, and then they're gone, and you never know what happened to them. It's 6:23 a.m. Sarah just pointed something out. The number of online listeners has dropped below 5,000 now. The internet infrastructure is definitely failing, but our FM signal is still broadcasting. People with radios can still hear us. How many? I don't know. Could be hundreds, could be thousands. There's no way to measure. Another call coming in. You're on WKRZ. This is Jake, the high school teacher from last night. He's still at the school with his group. They made it through the night. He's saying that this morning they did a sweep of the school, checking all the rooms. They found 3 other people hiding in different parts of the building. A janitor, a student who had stayed late for practice and got trapped, and a woman who broke in during the night looking for shelter. So now their group is 11 people. Jake, that's good. Strength in numbers. How are supplies? He's saying they raided the cafeteria. They have enough food for maybe a week if they're careful. Water is good. The school has its own well system. They're trying to figure out their next move. Should they stay at the school long term or try to relocate? Jake, the school sounds like a good location. It's large, defensible, has supplies. Unless you have somewhere specific that's clearly better, I'd say fortify where you are. He's saying that makes sense. They're planning to barricade the ground floor, establish lookouts, create a schedule for watches. He's also saying that one of the group members is a former military, so he's helping organize their defenses. That's excellent. Having someone with training could save your lives. Jake, you're doing great. Keep your group together. Keep morale up. You can survive this. He's thanking me. He says they're all listening to the broadcast. It's helping them stay focused, stay hopeful. He's hanging up. Communities forming. People working together. This is how we survive. Not as individuals, but as groups. Humans are social creatures. We're stronger together. It's 6:41 a.m. The sun is fully up now. It's actually a beautiful morning. Clear sky. Moderate temperature. If you didn't look at the burning buildings or the empty streets, you could almost pretend everything was normal. But it's not normal. It's never going to be normal again. I've been on the air for over 12 hours now. 12 hours of continuous broadcasting. My voice is getting rough despite drinking water. My eyes are gritty from lack of sleep. My body aches from sitting in this chair. But I'm still here, still talking. Another call. You're on WKRZ. This is Greg, the doctor. Again, he's saying his neighborhood is still quiet. No infected have come through. He's wondering if maybe the infected are concentrating in the city center, drawn to the higher population density. Maybe suburban areas are seeing fewer incidents. That would make sense, Greg. The infected are looking for prey. Where there are more people, there will be more infected. He's saying he's been thinking about long-term survival. Medical supplies are going to be critical. People are going to get injured, sick. Without hospitals functioning, even minor injuries could become life-threatening. He's suggesting that people should try to raid pharmacies if they can do so safely, stock up on antibiotics, painkillers, bandages, anything medical.
That's good advice.
Though I imagine most pharmacies have already been looted. He's saying yes, probably, but there might be smaller ones or medical supply stores that people overlooked. It's worth checking. He's also saying that knowledge is going to be valuable. If anyone listening has medical training or survival skills or any specialized knowledge, they should share it with their groups. That expertise could save lives.
Greg, you're absolutely right. This is a new world. The skills that mattered before might not matter now. What matters is practical knowledge. How to treat injuries, how to purify water, how to grow food, how to defend yourself. He's agreeing. He's saying he's going to try to put together a medical kit from what he has at home and maybe make a trip to a nearby pharmacy if it looks safe. He's hanging up practical knowledge. That's the new currency. Not money, not status, knowledge and skills. It's 6:05 to 7 a.m. Another alert on my phone. I'm surprised the alerts are still coming through. This one is from FEMA. They're announcing the locations of supply drop zones. There's a list of addresses. Most of them are parks or large open areas. The drops are scheduled to begin at noon today. The alert warns that supplies are limited and distribution will be first come, first served. It also warns that the military will be present at drop zones and will use force to maintain order. So there will be supply drops. That's something. But getting to them safely is another matter. If hundreds of people converge on these locations, it'll be chaos. And if infected are drawn to the activity, it'll be a massacre.
I'm reading the addresses on air for anyone listening. Jefferson Park, Riverside Sports Complex, Memorial Stadium, Lakeside Plaza, Henderson Field. Those are the 5 drop zones in our area. Noon today. If you're going to go, bring something to carry supplies in. Be prepared for crowds. Be prepared for potential violence. And be aware of your surroundings at all times. Another call coming in. You're on the air.
This is Melissa, the nurse. She made it through the night driving. She's exhausted. She found a small motel on the outskirts of the town about 60 miles from the city. The motel looks abandoned, but the doors were unlocked. She's in a room now, door barricaded. She's asking if she should keep driving or rest.
Melissa, you need rest.
You've been running on adrenaline for hours. If you try to keep driving when you're this exhausted, you'll crash. Rest for a few hours, then reassess. She's saying she's afraid to sleep. Afraid something will happen while she's unconscious. I understand that fear, but your body needs rest. Maybe sleep in shifts if you can. Set an alarm for 2 hours. Rest, then check your surroundings, then rest again. You're no good to yourself if you're too tired to function. She's saying, okay, she'll try. She's thanking me again. She's hanging up. Sleep is going to be one of the biggest challenges going forward. How do you sleep when you're constantly in danger? How do you let your guard down enough to rest? I don't have a good answer for that.
It's 7:14 a.m.
Sarah and I have been talking about our own situation. We can't stay at the radio station indefinitely. Eventually we'll run out of food and water. The power could go out at any time. We need a plan. Sarah is suggesting we try to reach Richard's Emergency Operations Center. It's about 8 blocks from here. 8 blocks doesn't sound like much, but in this city right now, it might as well be 8 miles. We'd have to travel on foot through streets that could be filled with infected.
But what's the alternative?
Stay here until we starve? Until the power fails and we're left in the dark.
Maybe we should go.
But not yet. As long as the power is on, as long as I can keep broadcasting, I'm staying. I owe that to everyone listening. Sarah understands. She says she'll stay with me. We're in this together. It's 7:29 a.m. Another call. You're on WKRZ. This is Curtis, the truck driver at the rest stop. He's saying that more trucks have pulled into the rest stop. There are now about a dozen trucks parked there. The drivers are all doing the same thing, staying in their cabs, listening to their radios, waiting. Curtis is saying they're starting to talk about forming a convoy traveling together for safety, maybe heading north toward Canada or south toward Mexico, anywhere that might be less affected. Curtis, a convoy sounds like a smart idea. Strength in numbers applies to vehicles too. Have you heard anything on the CB about what's happening in other areas? Yeah, saying the CB is full of conflicting reports. Some drivers are saying Canada has closed its borders, not letting anyone in. Others are saying Mexico is in the same situation we are, completely overrun. There are rumors of safe zones in the Midwest, but no one can confirm them. Basically, no one knows where to go. Curtis, maybe the best strategy is to stay mobile, keep moving, avoid major cities, look for small towns or rural areas that haven't been hit as hard. Don't commit to one destination, just keep your options open. She's saying that makes sense. He's going to talk to the other drivers about it. He's hanging up.
Open communities.
That's an interesting concept. Instead of trying to defend a fixed location, you keep moving, stay ahead of the infection. It might work. It's 7:46 a.m. I'm looking at social media again. The posts are fewer and farther between now. But there's one that caught my attention. It's from someone claiming to be a scientist who worked at a biotech company. They're saying this virus was created in a lab, not as a weapon, but as a potential treatment for neurological diseases. The idea was to use a modified virus to repair damaged neural pathways, but something went wrong during testing. The virus mutated, became aggressive, started attacking the brain instead of repairing it. The company tried to contain it, but there was an accident. An infected lab animal escaped. That was 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks. If this post is true, this has been spreading for 3 weeks and we're only now seeing the results. The post goes on to say that the virus spreads through all bodily fluids, not just bites, blood, saliva, even sweat can transmit it. The incubation period is variable depending on the exposure method. Direct bloodstream exposure, like a bite, causes symptoms in under an hour. Indirect exposure can take several hours or even a day. The post ends with an apology. The scientist is saying they're sorry, they didn't mean for this to happen, they were trying to help people, and now the world is ending because of their work. I don't know if this post is real or just someone's fantasy, but it sounds plausible, more plausible than a lot of other theories I've heard. It's 8:03 a.m., another call coming in, you're on the air. This is Daniel, the young boy. He's still in his house. He says he looked out the window and saw his neighbors, the ones who live 2 houses down. They're outside loading things into their car. They look normal, not infected. Daniel is asking if he should go to them, ask for help. Daniel, that's a tough call. They might help you, but they also might not want to take on the responsibility of a child. Adults make hard decisions in situations like this. Do you know these neighbors? Have you talked to them before? He's saying not really. You've seen them around, but never really talked to them. Daniel, here's what I think. Wait until they're about to leave, then go to your window where they can see you and try to get their attention. Don't go outside until you know they've seen you and are willing to help. If they drive away without acknowledging you, then you stay in your house and wait for your parents, okay? He's saying, okay. He's going to try. He's thanking me. He's hanging up. I hope those neighbors are decent people. I hope they help that boy.
It's 8:19 a.m.
Sarah just made a suggestion. She says we should try to contact other radio stations, see if anyone else is still broadcasting. Maybe we can share information, coordinate somehow.
Well, that's a good idea.
Let me scan through the FM dial. I'm going through the frequencies slowly. Static, static, more static. There's something on 92.3. It's music. Just music playing. No DJ, no announcements. Probably automated, running on backup power. Next frequency, static. Another one, more static. Hey, 97.6. There's a voice, faint. But there. Let me turn up the volume. It's a woman. She's broadcasting from somewhere. Sounds like another city. She's given information similar to what I've been doing, reporting on the situation, taking calls. She sounds as exhausted as I feel. I can't contact her directly. We're on different frequencies, but it's comforting to know someone else is out there doing the same thing. We're not the only ones. Let me keep scanning. 1001.9, another voice. Male, sounds young. He's not being professional. He's just talking, rambling, really. Talking about how scared he is, how he broke into a radio station because he didn't want to die alone. He wants someone to hear his voice. He's asking if anyone is listening.
Someone is listening, friend. I'm listening.
More static. I've gone through the whole dial, just those 2 other stations besides ours. 3 radio stations still broadcasting in this entire metropolitan area. Maybe there are more in other cities. Maybe there are hundreds of us scattered across the country talking into the void, hoping someone hears. It's 8:36 a.m. Another call. You're on the air. This is Rachel, the woman from the grocery store. She barricaded herself in the back room like I suggested. She made it through the night. She's saying this morning she peeked out and saw that the store is completely empty. Everything has been looted, even things that aren't useful. Someone took all the shopping carts, for instance. The front windows are smashed. She can see the street outside. It's empty, too.
Rachel, do you want to stay there or try to find somewhere else?
She's saying she doesn't know. The store feels exposed now with the windows broken, but she doesn't know where else to go. Rachel, do you have a car nearby? She's saying her car is in the parking lot. She can see it from here. It looks intact. Then here's what I suggest. Gather whatever supplies you can find in that store. Anything that's left, water, canned goods, anything. Load it into your car. Then drive to one of the supply drop zones I mentioned earlier. Get there before noon, before the crowds. Position yourself safely nearby. When the supplies drop, grab what you can and leave. She's saying that sounds like a plan. She's going to do that. She's thanking me. She's hanging up. I'm basically becoming a survival consultant, giving advice on how to stay alive. It's surreal. It's 8:52 a.m. The power flickered again.
Longer this time, maybe 30 seconds. Sarah and I just looked at each other. We both know what's coming. The power is going to fail.
It's not a matter of if, it's when. When it does, the broadcast ends. The lights go out, and Sarah and I will have to decide whether to stay here in the dark or try to make it to the Emergency Operations Center. I'm not ready to make that decision yet, so I'm going to keep broadcasting until I can't anymore.
Another call coming in. You're on the air.
This is Tim the farmer. He's calling with an update. His community has grown to over 40 people now. Families keep arriving, following the directions I've been giving out. Tim says they've organized work details. Some people are reinforcing the buildings, others are tending to livestock, others are planting gardens for long-term food production. They're thinking ahead, planning for a future. Tim, that's incredible. You're building something real there, a genuine community. He's saying that's the goal. He's also saying they've set up a watch rotation. They have people keeping an eye on the access roads, making sure no infected are approaching. So far, they haven't seen any. It seems like the rural areas really are safer. Tim, have you had any conflict within the group? 40 strangers living together? That can't be easy.
He's saying there have been some tensions.
Yes. People are stressed, scared, but they're working through it. They had a meeting this morning where everyone agreed on some basic rules, share resources equally. Everyone contributes according to their ability. No weapons pointed at other community members. Conflicts are resolved through discussion, not violence. So far, everyone has agreed. That's good leadership, Tim. You're doing everything right. He's saying he's just trying to help. He never expected to be leading a community. He's just a farmer. But someone has to step up, and he's willing to do it. Tim, the world needs more people like you. Keep it up, and keep checking in. Your success gives the rest of us hope. He's saying he will. He's hanging up.
40 people at Tim's farm, 11 at Jake's school, 200 potentially at Richard's Emergency Operations Center. That's just in this area. How many other small communities are forming across the country? Hundreds? Thousands? These pockets of survivors are the seeds of whatever comes next.
It's 9:09 a.m. I'm checking the news websites again. Most are completely offline now, but one major site is still updating. The headline says, Collapse Global Civilization in Freefall. The article is short, written by an editor who's still at their desk somewhere. It says that every major city on every continent is experiencing the same crisis. Governments have either collapsed or gone into hiding. Military forces are fragmenting, with some units following orders and others abandoning their posts. The global death toll is estimated in the tens of millions and rising. The article ends with a personal note from the editor. They're saying goodbye. They don't know if anyone will read this. They don't know if the website will stay online, but they wanted to document what's happening for posterity, for whoever comes after. They wanted the last article on their website to be the truth. The world as we knew it is ending. What comes next? No one knows. Then the website goes offline. Error 404. Server not found. That's it. One of the last major news sources just went dark. Here and now, small radio stations like this one, independent broadcasters, people with ham radios. That's all that's left of the Global Communications Network. It's 9:27 a.m. Another call. You're on WKRZ. This is Angela, the woman with the cats. She says she needs advice. She's been in her house since last night. She has food and water for herself and her cats for maybe 3 days. After that, she'll need to leave to get more supplies. She's asking where she should go. What's the safest option?
Angela, the supply drops I mentioned earlier might be your best bet, but they're going to be chaotic and dangerous. Alternatively, you could try to reach one of the communities that are forming, Tim's Farm, for instance, if you can get there.
She's saying she doesn't have a car. Her husband took their only car when he left for work yesterday.
No car makes things much harder.
Angela, how far are you from any of the supply drop locations? She's saying the nearest one is about 3 miles. She could walk it, but 3 miles through the city right now is extremely dangerous.
You're right, it is.
What about neighbors? Is there anyone nearby you could team up with, someone with a car who might be willing to take you? She's saying she doesn't know. She hasn't seen any of her neighbors since yesterday. Everyone is hiding. Angela, here's what I think. For the next 3 days, stay in your house, conserve your supplies, watch the street from your windows. If you see other survivors, people who look trustworthy, try to make contact. Maybe you can form a small group with nearby neighbors. A group has a much better chance of making it to a supply drop or to one of the communities than an individual alone. She's saying that makes sense. She'll try. She's hanging up. So many people facing impossible decisions. Stay or go. Trust others or remain isolated. Every choice carries risk. It's 9:44 a.m. Sarah just informed me that we're down to about 3,000 online listeners. The internet really is collapsing, but we're still broadcasting on FM. Anyone with a radio can hear us. I wonder how many people are listening on radios. Old-fashioned transistor radios, car radios, boom boxes. Technology that seemed obsolete yesterday is now a lifeline. Another call coming in. You're on the air. This is someone named Patricia. She's elderly. She says she's 73 years old. She's alone in her apartment. She's on the 5th floor of a high-rise building. She says she heard commotion in the hallways last night, but she stayed in her apartment with the door locked. This morning, everything is quiet. She's asking what she should do. She has limited mobility. She uses a walker. She can't easily leave the building, even if she wanted to. Patricia, is your apartment secure? Door locked? Windows closed? And she's saying yes. Do you have food and water? She's saying she has some canned soup, bread, tap water, maybe enough for a week. Okay, Patricia, here's what I think. High-rise apartments can actually be safer than ground-level homes. The infected would have to climb stairs to reach you, and from what we've observed, they tend to follow the path of least resistance. If your floor is quiet, they might not even know you're there. I think you should stay put. Ration your supplies. Keep quiet. Wait this out. She's asking if someone will come rescue her eventually, if the government will send help. Patricia, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think rescue is coming anytime soon. The government is overwhelmed. We're on our own for now. But that doesn't mean you won't survive. You have shelter. You have supplies. You can make it through this. She's quiet for a moment. Then she says she understands. She's lived a long life. She's been through hard times before. She survived the Cold War economic recessions, personal tragedies. She can survive this too. She's thanking me. She's hanging up. 73 years old and facing the apocalypse alone. But she's not giving up. If she can stay strong, then so can the rest of us.
It's 10:01 a.m. I've been broadcasting for almost 16 hours now. 16 hours. It seems impossible, but here I am, still talking.
It power flickered again. This is it. We're in the final stretch. The grid is about to fail completely. Sarah is suggesting we start preparing to leave. Pack what little we have. Get ready to make a run for the Emergency Operations Center. She's probably right. We should be ready. But I want to stay on the air as long as possible. Every minute I'm broadcasting is another minute people have a source of information and comfort. Let me take another call. You're on WKRZ. This is Emily, the college student. I thought she was gone. I thought the infected got her, but she's alive. She's crying with relief. She says she hid under her bed when the infected broke into her dorm room. They came in, they trashed the room, but they didn't find her. Eventually they left. She waited for hours, too terrified to move. Finally, this morning, she came out. The dorm building is quiet now. She's alone. Emily, I'm so glad you're okay. I was worried about you. He's saying she was worried, too. She thought she was going to die, but she didn't. She survived. Now she's asking what she should do next. Emily, you need to find other survivors. You're in a college dorm. There have to be other students hiding like you were. Go door to door carefully, knock quietly, identify yourself, find others, form a group, then decide together what to do next. She's saying she'll try. She's scared, but she's going to try. She's thanking me for helping her through the night. She's saying my voice was the only thing that kept her from panicking completely. She's hanging up. Emily is alive. That's something. That's a victory. It's 10:18 a.m. Another alert on my phone. I'm surprised these are still coming through. This one is from the CDC. It's a general health advisory. It says that with hospitals non-functional and emergency services collapsed, common injuries and illnesses are now life-threatening. A simple cut can become infected and kill you without antibiotics. A broken bone can lead to complications. Even dental problems can become serious. The advisory is urging people to be extremely careful, avoid unnecessary risks, and treat all medical supplies as precious resources. The advisory also says that sanitation is critical. Without functioning water treatment and garbage collection, disease can spread rapidly. People need to establish proper waste disposal systems, purify water before drinking, and maintain hygiene as much as possible.
We're not just fighting the infected, we're fighting against the collapse of all the systems that keep us healthy. Disease, infection, malnutrition. These will kill as many people as the infected will.
It's 10:35 a.m. I'm looking out the window. The street is still empty. The infected that were here during the night are gone. Where did they go? Do they have some kind of den they return to during the day? Or are they just wandering the city searching for prey? Another call coming in. You're on the air? This is someone named Marcus. Not me, a different Marcus. He says he's been listening all night. He's at home with his wife and 2 teenage daughters. They made it through without incident. Their neighborhood is quiet. He's calling to say thank you. He says hearing my voice, hearing that someone was still trying to maintain order and provide information, it helped his family stay calm. He says they're going to try to make it to one of the supply drops at noon. He's asking if I have any last-minute advice. Marcus, I'd say get there early if you can, before the crowds. Have a plan for what you need most. Water is probably the top priority, then food, then medical supplies. Don't get greedy, take what you need, and leave quickly. Don't get caught up in any conflicts, and stay together as a family. Don't get separated. He's saying that's good advice. He's wishing me luck. He hopes I make it through this. He's hanging up.
People are out there listening, making plans, surviving. That's what matters.
It's 10:52 a.m. Less than 10 minutes until the supply drops are scheduled to begin. I'm wondering if they'll actually happen. Is the military even organized enough to coordinate supply drops? We'll find out soon. Sarah just came back from checking the break room one more time. She says the infected outside are completely gone now. The street is empty in both directions. Maybe this is our chance. Maybe we should leave now while it's clear and try to make it to the emergency operations center. She's probably right. This might be our best opportunity.
But I want to stay until the power fails. I want to broadcast until the very last second.
Sarah is understanding. She says we'll wait, but we need to be ready to move fast when the time comes. It's 11:07 a.m. Another call. You're on WKRZ.
This is Jake from the school again.
He says his group is sending 2 people to one of the supply drops. They drew straws to see who would go. The former military guy and one other person volunteered. They're taking one of the school buses. They figure a big vehicle is safer than a car. They're leaving now to get there before noon. Jake, that's smart. The bus is like a tank. You can drive right through obstacles if you need to. Tell them to be careful and come back safe. He's saying he will. He's also asking if I'm going to keep broadcasting. He says his group has been listening all night and all morning. They're calling me the voice. They say as long as the voice is on the air, there's hope. The voice. I kind of like that. Jake, I'll stay on as long as I can. I promise. He's thinking me. He's hanging up.
The voice?
Marcus Webb, WKRZ 10 Road 4.7 FM, now known as The Voice. I never imagined my career would end up here.
It's 11:24 a.m. I'm watching the clock. In about 35 minutes, the supply drops are supposed to happen. I'm hoping they go smoothly. I'm hoping people can get what they need without violence.
But I'm not optimistic. Desperate people do desperate things. When there's limited resources and unlimited need, conflict is inevitable.
Another call coming in. You're on the air.
This is Richard, the city council member. He's still at the Emergency Operations Center. He says they've taken in about 80 people so far. He's asking me to repeat the address for anyone who missed it. He says they have room for more. Richard, the address is 2047 Civic Center Plaza, basement level. Richard, how are things there? Is it secure? He's saying it's as secure as they can make it. The basement shelter is reinforced concrete designed to withstand disasters. They have supplies for about a month if they ration them. They have a generator with fuel, medical supplies. They're even trying to organize some kind of government establishing rules and responsibilities. That's good, Richard. You're building something sustainable. He's asking if Sarah and I are planning to come there. He says we'd be welcome. He says what we're doing, staying on the air, providing information, it's important, but we can't do it forever. Eventually we'll need shelter too.
He's right.
I know he's right. Richard will come when the power fails. We'll make our way there. It's about 8 blocks, right? He's saying yes, 8 blocks. He's warning me that the road isn't safe. There are infected scattered throughout downtown. We'll need to be careful, move quietly, avoid attracting attention. We will. Thank you, Richard. He's saying he'll see us soon. He's hanging up. So that's our plan. When the power fails, Sarah and I leave the station and try to make it to the Emergency Operations Center. 8 blocks. It's not far. We can do it.
It's 11:41 a.m.
Almost time for the supply drops. I'm watching the online stream numbers. We're down to about 1,500 now. The internet is in its death throes. But the FM signal is still strong. We're still broadcasting. Another call. You're on WKRZ. This is Tim, the farmer, again. He says he's been listening all morning. He knows I've been on the air for almost 17 hours straight. He's asking if I'm okay, if I need anything. Tim, I appreciate the concern. I'm tired, but I'm okay. I'm going to keep broadcasting until I can't anymore. But he's saying that's admirable. He's also saying that if Sarah and I want to try to make it to his farm instead of the Emergency Operations Center, we'd be welcome there. It's about 40 miles, so it would be a journey, but his community would take us in. Tim, thank you. That means a lot. But 40 miles through hostile territory, I don't think we could make it. We're going to try for the Emergency Operations Center instead.
He's understanding. He's wishing us luck. He's hanging up.
Good people are still out there. People like Tim, like Richard, like Jake. People trying to help, trying to build something positive in the middle of chaos. That's humanity at its best. It's 11:58 a.m. 2 minutes until noon. 2 minutes until the scheduled supply drops. I'm holding my breath.
Noon. It's noon now.
I'm listening to the scanner, even though it's been silent. Nothing. No transmissions about supply drops. Wait, there's something. A transmission. It's garbled, but I can make out a few words. Drop zone Alpha underway. Maintain perimeter. It's happening. The supply drops are actually happening. Another call coming in. You're on the air. This is someone at Jefferson Park. They can see a military helicopter approaching. It's hovering over the park. Something is being lowered. Crates. Supplies. The helicopter's dropping supplies. But there are people everywhere. Hundreds of people converged on the park. They're surging forward, trying to get to the supplies. The caller is saying it's chaos. People are fighting, pushing, trampling each other. The military personnel on the ground are trying to maintain order, but there are too many people. Now the caller is screaming. Infected, there are infected in the crowd, drawn by the noise and activity. They're attacking people. The crowd is panicking, scattering. The military is firing. The caller is running. The line goes dead. Oh God, it's exactly what I was afraid of. The supply drops are turning into massacres. It's 12:08 p.m. I'm getting multiple reports now. Different people calling from different drop zones. It's the same story at all of them. Too many people. Not enough supplies. Violence erupting. Infected showing up. It's a disaster. One caller from Riverside Sports Complex says the military opened fire on the crowd to try to control them. Whether they were shooting infected or panicked civilians, the caller couldn't tell. Another caller from Memorial Stadium says a riot broke out. People fighting over the supply crates with knives and clubs. The infected came and the military just left, flew away and abandoned everyone. This is a catastrophe. The government's attempt to help is making things worse. It's 12:24 p.m. The reports keep coming in. Every supply drop zone has descended into chaos. The military is gone now. Helicopters pulled back. The supplies are mostly gone too, either taken or destroyed in the fighting, and the infected are everywhere, drawn by the noise and the crowds. How many people died at those drop zones? Dozens, hundreds, all because they were desperate for food and water. I need to tell people, I need to warn anyone who's planning to go to a drop zone, don't. It's not safe. It's a death trap. If you're listening, stay away from the supply drops. Do not go. It's too dangerous. Find another way to get supplies. Raid abandoned stores, houses, anywhere. But do not go to the drop zones. It's 12:41 p.m. The power just flickered and went out completely for 10 seconds. We were in darkness and silence. Then it came back on.
That's the warning. We have minutes left, maybe seconds.
Sarah's packing our bag, water bottles, crackers, a flashlight, a small radio. That's all we have. We're preparing to leave, but I'm staying on the air until the power fails completely. Another call. You're on WKRZ. This is Marcus, the other Marcus with his family. They were at Jefferson Park. They made it out alive, but barely. His wife was injured in the crush, possibly a broken rib. One of his daughters was separated from them. They can't find her. He's panicked, crying. He's asking what he should do.
Marcus, where are you now?
He's saying they're hiding in a nearby building, a storefront with broken windows. They're trying to catch their breath. Marcus, your daughter, what's her name? He's saying Ashley. She's 16.
Okay.
Ashley is 16. She's old enough to be resourceful. She probably found her own hiding spot. Once things calm down, she'll look for you. Stay where you are for now. Let your wife rest. Once it's safer, go back to Jefferson Park and search the area. She might come back looking for you.
He's saying, okay, you'll do that. He's hanging up.
I hope Ashley is okay. I hope she finds her family. It's 12:57 p.m. The power is flickering constantly now. We're in the final moments. Sarah is standing by the door, bag packed, ready to go. I'm taking one last look around the studio. This place has been my home for 15 years. I've spent thousands of hours here playing music, talking to listeners, living a normal life. That life is over now. The power flickers again, stays off for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, then comes back.
This is it. Let me say a few final words while I still can.
This is Marcus Webb, WKRZ 10-0, 104.7 FM. I've been broadcasting for over 18 hours of the end of the world. I've talked to dozens of you. I've tried to help. I've tried to provide information, comfort, hope. I don't know if any of it mattered, but I hope it did. I hope that somewhere out there someone survived because of something I said. That would make all of this worthwhile. The world we knew is gone. The cities, the governments, the systems we relied on, gone. What's left is us, individual people trying to survive, and the only way we're going to make it is together. Form communities, help each other, share resources, protect the weak. That's how humanity survives. I don't know what the future holds. Maybe we'll rebuild, maybe we'll create something better than what we had, or maybe this is truly the end. Maybe the infected will overwhelm us all and humanity will fade into extinction. But I don't believe that. I believe we're stronger than we think. I believe we can survive this. People like Tim, the farmer, Richard, the councilman, Jake, the teacher, Emily, the student, Curtis, the truck driver, all of you out there listening, fighting, surviving, you're the future. You're what comes next. So don't give up, even when it seems hopeless, even when you're tired and scared and alone. Keep fighting. Keep helping each other. Keep being human. I'm going to try to make it to the Emergency Operations Center. Maybe I'll set up broadcasting equipment there. Maybe I'll be back on the air in a few days. Or maybe this is the last time you'll hear my voice. I don't know. But whether I'm broadcasting or not, remember this. You're not alone. There are others out there just like you trying to survive. Find them. Work together. And maybe, just maybe, we'll all make it through this. This is Marcus Webb, The Voice, WKRZ 104.7 FM.
Stay alive
Stay human.
and keep listening.
Because somewhere someone will keep broadcasting. Someone will keep telling our story. This isn't the end. This is just the beginning of something new. The power goes out. The lights die. The hum of the equipment stops. Silence. Sarah and I look at each other in the darkness. It's time to go. We open the studio door carefully. The hallway is dark, but there's light coming from the windows at the end. We move quietly toward the fire escape, each step measured. Careful. we reach the window that leads to the fire escape. I push it open. The sound of metal on metal seems impossibly loud in the silence. We climb out onto the fire escape. The metal platform sways slightly under our weight. Below us, the alley is empty. No infected in sight. We start descending. 1 level, 2 levels. We're almost to the ground when we hear it. The sound we've been dreading. A low moan from somewhere nearby. We freeze. Sarah grips my arm. We wait, barely breathing. The moan comes again, closer. Then we see it, an infected person stumbling into the alley from the street. One of them, just one. We stay absolutely still. The infected hasn't seen us yet. It's wandering aimlessly, that characteristic jerky movement. It's about 20 feet away.
If we move, it'll see us. If we stay, it might eventually notice us anyway.
I make a decision. I motion to Sarah. We're going to move slowly, carefully, down the rest of the fire escape and out the other end of the alley. We take 1 step. The metal creaks slightly. The infected's head snaps in our direction. It sees us. For a moment, time stops. The infected stares at us. We stare back. Then it opens its mouth and releases a sound. Not quite a scream. Not quite a howl. A call. A summons.
Oh, God. It's calling others.
Sarah and I don't hesitate. We run down the rest of the fire escape, our feet clanging on the metal. We hit the ground running. Behind us, we can hear more moans. The infected are coming. We run out of the alley onto the street, 8 blocks to the Emergency Operations Center, 8 blocks to safety. We run past abandoned cars, past burning buildings, past bodies lying in the street. We run without looking back. Behind us, the infected are following. I can hear them. Multiple sets of feet pounding the pavement. 5 blocks, 4 blocks. We're getting closer. Sarah stumbles. I catch her, keep her upright. We can't stop. If we stop, we die. 3 blocks, 2 blocks. I can see it now. Civic Center Plaza, the large building that houses the Emergency Operations Center. 1 block. We're almost there. The infected are right behind us now. I can hear their breathing, their snarls. We reach the building, the door to the basement. It's reinforced metal. There's a speaker next to it. I press the button. Richard, it's Marcus Webb from the radio station. Let us in. No response. The infected are seconds away. Richard, please, we're here. Let us in. The door opens. Richard is there holding a rifle. Get in, now. Sarah and I dive through the doorway. Richard slams it shut behind us. Something hits the door from outside. The infected pounding, scratching, but the door holds. We're safe. We were in a concrete corridor lit by emergency lights. Richard is looking us over. Are you bitten, either of you? We shake our heads. No, we're clean. Good, come on, let's get you settled. He leads us deeper into the shelter. As we walk, I can still hear the infected outside pounding on the door, but the sound is getting fainter. We made it. Against all odds, we made it. Richard leads us into a large room. It's the shelter. There are people everywhere, families huddled together, individuals sitting alone, children playing quietly in a corner. The 80 people Richard mentioned has grown. I count at least 150. They look up as we enter. Some recognize me. That's the guy from the radio. Someone says, the voice. A few people approach. They want to thank me. They want to tell me that listening to my broadcast helped them survive the night. They want to shake my hand.
I'm overwhelmed. I didn't realize I had made such an impact.
Richard takes me aside. We've been listening to you all night. You helped a lot of people. You gave them hope when there wasn't much to hope for. I just did what I could, I say. That's more than most people did, Richard replies. We need people like you. We're trying to rebuild here, create some kind of order. We could use someone who can communicate, who can lead. Lead me. I'm just a radio host. I'm not a leader. But maybe that's what this new world needs. Not politicians or generals, just regular people willing to step up and help. I'll do what I can, I tell Richard. He nods. That's all anyone can ask. Sarah and I find a corner to sit in. We're exhausted. We haven't slept in over 30 hours. But we're alive. We're safe for now. I look around the shelter. All these people, strangers, brought together by catastrophe, but they're working together, sharing food, comforting each other, being human. Maybe we can survive this. Maybe we can build something new.
The world as we knew it is gone, but we're still here. And as long as we're here, there's hope.
This is Marcus Webb, The Voice, and this is just the beginning of our story. This is 104.7 FM. Daniel Rothman here. It's 11:43 on what started as an ordinary Tuesday night. Traffic's light, city's quiet, and if you're still awake out there, thanks for keeping me company through the graveyard shift. Emily just handed me something odd. We've got reports coming through the wire about a disturbance near the industrial docks on the east side. Nothing concrete yet, just some chatter on the emergency bands. Police are responding to what they're calling an unusual incident involving a transport vehicle. No details beyond that. Probably another smuggling operation gone wrong. We get those every few months down there. I'm going to keep an eye on this, but for now, let me get back to the music cue. Here's something to keep you awake while I dig into what's happening out there. It's now 11:58. The reports are getting stranger. Emily's been on the phone with our contact at the police department, and apparently the scene at the docks is more complicated than they initially thought. Officers arrived to find a refrigerated truck abandoned with its cargo bay doors wide open. Inside they found broken containment units, medical grade from what they can tell, and some kind of liquid residue coating the floor and walls. No sign of the driver or anyone else who might have been with the vehicle. What's interesting is that the truck itself is still running, engine on, headlights blazing, but completely empty. The registration comes back to a logistics company that doesn't seem to exist. Fake plates, fake insurance, the whole thing's a shell. Hazmat teams are being called in as a precaution. The liquid they found has an unusual smell according to first responders, something chemical but also organic. They're treating it as potentially hazardous until they know more. I'll keep you updated as information comes in. For now, if you live anywhere near the eastern industrial sector, specifically around Pier 17 and the surrounding warehouses, authorities are asking people to stay indoors until they can determine what was in that truck. 12:21 now. Emily just got off the phone with Fire and Rescue Dispatch. They're saying the hazmat situation at the docks is expanding. 3 more trucks have been located in the same general area, all abandoned, all with similar damage to their refrigeration units. Whatever was being transported in these vehicles wasn't meant to warm up. The concerning part is that witnesses reported seeing several individuals walking away from the scene around the time the first truck was discovered. Descriptions are vague but consistent. People moving in an uncoordinated manner, stumbling, appearing disoriented, or possibly injured. No one approached them because they seemed aggressive when anyone got close. Police are now treating this as both a hazmat incident and a potential medical emergency. They're trying to locate these individuals to get them assessed and treated for exposure to whatever chemical or biological material was in those trucks. The area is being cordoned off. If you're listening and you were anywhere near the docks between 10 and midnight tonight, officials are asking you to call the health department hotline. The number is on our website. They want to track anyone who might have come into contact with these individuals or the contaminated trucks. Something about this doesn't sit right. Professional smugglers don't just abandon their cargo and scatter. And 4 trucks all failing at the same time? That's not mechanical failure. That's something else. 12:47. I'm looking at social media right now, and there's footage starting to circulate from the dock area. Someone with a phone captured part of what happened before police established the perimeter. The video is shaky, taken from inside a car, but you can see one of the individuals the witnesses mentioned. The person in the footage is male, probably in his 30s, wearing what looks like industrial work clothes. He's standing under a street light and he's just swaying back and forth like he can't quite maintain his balance. Then someone off camera shouts something and the person turns toward the sound. The way he moves is wrong. His head rotates, but his body doesn't follow immediately, like there's a delay between intention and action. The video cuts off when the person filming drives away, but those last few seconds show the man starting to walk toward the car, not running, just walking, but with this determined, almost mechanical quality to his movement. Emily's trying to verify the timestamp on the video to see if this was before or after police arrival. Either way, it confirms that something medical is happening to these people. Could be chemical exposure, could be some kind of neurological agent, but they need treatment and they need it fast. 1:13 in the morning now. The situation's evolving rapidly. Hospital emergency rooms across the Eastern District are reporting an influx of patients with similar symptoms. Disorientation, loss of motor control, aggressive behavior when approached by medical staff. These aren't people who were at the docks. These are individuals who had contact with the people who were at the dock. Let me be clear about what we're hearing. Someone encountered one of the exposed individuals, maybe tried to help them, and now they're showing symptoms too. The timeline is incredibly fast. We're talking about symptom onset within an hour or two of contact. The health department has issued a preliminary advisory. If you encounter anyone exhibiting these symptoms, do not approach them. Do not attempt to render aid. Call emergency services immediately and keep your distance. I know that sounds harsh, but until we understand what we're dealing with, that's the protocol. Emily just handed me an update from the mayor's office. They're convening an emergency meeting right now, middle of the night, pulling in department heads and medical experts. The fact that they're doing this at 1 in the morning tells you how seriously they're taking this situation. We're also hearing that federal agencies have been notified, CDC, FBI, possibly others. When you have an unknown biological agent spreading through contact in an American city, that gets attention at the highest levels very quickly. I want to stress that we don't have confirmation of what this substance is or where it came from. Everything right now is preliminary, but the speed of transmission and the severity of symptoms has people worried. This isn't normal food poisoning or environmental contamination. This is something else. 156 now. I need to tell you what just happened at Memorial Hospital. Emily's been monitoring the emergency services band, and we heard the whole thing unfold in real time. The patient who was brought in earlier, one of the people exhibiting those symptoms, attacked a nurse in the emergency ward. Not attacked like pushed or shoved, attacked like tried to bite. Multiple staff members had to physically restrain this person, and during the struggle, the patient bit one of the orderlies on the forearm, broke the skin, drew blood. The patient had to be sedated and is now in restraints in an isolation room. The orderly who was bitten is being treated and monitored. They've started him on broad-spectrum antibiotics and antivirals as a precaution, but nobody knows if that will help because nobody knows what they're dealing with yet. What's more disturbing is the report of the patient's condition. The attending physician described periods of lucidity followed by complete loss of cognitive function. During the lucid moments, the patient seems confused, frightened, unable to explain what's happening to them. Then something switches and they become violent, single-minded, focused only on attacking anyone nearby. 3 more hospitals have reported similar incidents. Patients brought in with exposure symptoms becoming violent, requiring restraints, attempting to bite staff and other patients. This is consistent across multiple locations, multiple individuals who don't know each other, all exhibiting the same behavioral pattern. The mayor's office just released a statement. As of 2 a.m., they're implementing a health emergency protocol. The Eastern District is under a shelter-in-place advisory. Residents are instructed to remain in their homes, lock doors and windows, and await further instruction. This is not mandatory yet, not a quarantine, but they're strongly urging compliance. All non-essential personnel in that district are being sent home from their jobs. Businesses are being asked to close. The goal is to minimize contact between people until they can get a handle on transmission. I'm looking at the map of the affected area right now. It's roughly 20 square blocks, maybe 15,000 residents, plus whoever was working night shifts in the warehouses and factories down there. That's a lot of people potentially exposed. 2:33 in the morning. The police scanner's going absolutely haywire. Multiple calls coming in from across the Eastern District, people reporting strange behavior from neighbors, from people on the streets, from family members. The descriptions are all variations of the same thing. Confusion, aggression, attempts to bite or attack. One call that just came through, a woman reported that her husband came home from his shift at the docks around 11:30. He seemed fine initially, just tired. But over the last hour, he's become increasingly disoriented. She said he doesn't recognize her, doesn't respond to his name, just keeps trying to grab her. She locked herself in the bathroom and called for help. Police are responding, but they're overwhelmed. There aren't enough units to handle the volume of calls. Emily just told me that dispatch is prioritizing calls involving immediate physical danger, but even those are stacking up faster than they can respond. Fire stations in the area are going into lockdown protocol. Apparatus bay doors are being sealed. Personnel are being instructed to remain inside the stations unless responding to a structure fire. They're not responding to medical calls in the affected zone anymore. That job's being left to specialized hazmat and medical teams. The National Guard has been activated. I just got confirmation from Emily. The governor signed the order 20 minutes ago. Units are mobilizing from bases upstate and should start arriving in the city by dawn. Their mission is to establish a secure perimeter around the affected district and prevent the spread of whatever this is. This is really happening. We've gone from a strange incident at the docks to a potential epidemic in less than 4 hours. The speed of this is unprecedented. 3:07 now. We're getting our first confirmed fatality. Details are limited. but Emily's source at the city morgue says a body was brought in from one of the hospitals. Male, mid-30s, one of the individuals initially exposed at the docks. He died despite intensive medical intervention. Cause of death is listed as multiple organ failure, but the medical examiner noted unusual tissue damage throughout the body. Here's what's strange. After death was pronounced and the body was transported to the morgue, there were reports of continued muscle spasms and movement, not normal post-mortem muscle contractions. Coordinated movement. The body had to be secured to prevent it from falling off the examination table. I know how that sounds. I'm just relaying what we're hearing. Medical personnel are trained observers. They know the difference between normal post-mortem phenomena and something unusual. This qualified as unusual enough that they reported it up the chain. The CDC team has landed at the airport, a specialized rapid response unit, apparently the people you call when there's a potential biological crisis. They're being escorted directly to a secure facility where samples from the contaminated trucks are being analyzed. We should have preliminary results on what we're dealing with within a few hours. In the meantime, the shelter-in-place advisory has been expanded to include the Central District and parts of the Western District. We're now talking about roughly 40% of the city's population being told to stay home. Schools are canceled for tomorrow. Public transportation into and out of the affected areas is suspended. The airports are still operating, but there's talk of screening protocols being implemented for anyone flying out of the city. They want to prevent this from spreading to other locations if it turns out to be highly contagious. Emily just brought me coffee, strong and black, the way I need it right now. She asked if I wanted her to line up someone to take over the broadcast, let me get some rest. I told her no, people need information right now, they need continuity, they need to know someone's paying attention and keeping them informed. I'm staying on air as long as necessary. 351, something's happened at Memorial Hospital. We're getting fragmented reports, but it sounds like a complete breakdown of order in the emergency ward. Multiple patients and restraints somehow got free and attacked staff. They're screaming in the background of the emergency calls, people shouting for help. Sounds of chaos. Police units are responding in force, but they're being told to approach with extreme caution. The hospital's gone into lockdown mode, sealing off the emergency wing from the rest of the facility. Staff and patients in unaffected areas are being evacuated through alternate exit. Emily's trying to get more information, but the lines are jammed. Everyone's calling everyone, trying to figure out what's happening, and the communication systems can't handle the load. Cell networks in the affected area are starting to show strain. Calls are dropping, data speeds are crawling. When you have an entire district of people all trying to reach out at the same time, the infrastructure buckles. I'm advising anyone listening to conserve their phone battery and limit non-essential calls. If you need to reach emergency services, try to use a landline if you have access to one. Those systems are more robust and less likely to fail. 418 now. The situation at Memorial has stabilized somewhat. SWAT teams entered the emergency ward and managed to subdue the violent patients using non-lethal methods. Rubber bullets, tasers, physical restraint. Several officers were injured in the process, including at least 2 who were bit. Those officers are now being treated as exposure cases. They've been quarantined along with the patients and are being monitored for symptom development. The timeline suggests that if they're going to show symptoms, it'll happen within the next few hours. The hospital administrator made a difficult decision. The entire emergency ward is being sealed. Everyone inside, patients and staff, are quarantined in place until CDC can assess them. Food and supplies are being passed through a secure airlock, but no one's allowed in or out. There are 47 people in there, including 12 medical personnel who are working the night shift. I can't imagine what they're going through right now. You go to work thinking you're going to help people, then suddenly you're locked in a contaminated zone with violent patients and no clear path out. These are heroes, every one of them, doing an impossible job under unthinkable circumstances. Other hospitals in the city are going into modified lockdown. Emergency departments are still accepting patients, but with enhanced screening protocols. Anyone exhibiting symptoms associated with the outbreak is being diverted to specialized containment facilities that are being set up in converted warehouses and municipal buildings. The goal is to keep the regular healthcare system functioning for normal emergencies while isolating outbreak cases. It's a sound strategy in theory, but it requires resources and coordination we might not have. 4:56. Dawn's going to break in about an hour. Usually that's when the city starts waking up, when traffic builds and the morning routines begin. Not today. Today the sun's going to rise on a city in crisis, the city holding its breath, waiting to see how bad this gets. Emily just showed me aerial footage from a news helicopter that went up despite the restrictions. The Eastern District looks like a ghost town. Streets are empty except for abandoned cars and scattered debris. Some buildings have lights on, others are dark. You can see the police perimeter marked by flashing lights and barricades, a ring of authority trying to contain something they don't understand. What you can also see if you look carefully are individuals moving through the streets. Not many, maybe a dozen visible in the frame, but they're there, walking with that same uncoordinated gait we saw in the earlier videos. Some alone, some in small groups. They're not running, not hiding, just moving aimless but persistent. The helicopter was ordered to pull back. Authorities don't want media attention, potentially causing panic, but also they're concerned about what these individuals might do if they perceive the helicopter as a threat. Better to observe from ground level with trained personnel. National Guard convoys are entering the city now. Heavy vehicles, armed soldiers setting up checkpoints at major intersections around the containment zone. Their orders are clear: maintain the perimeter, prevent unauthorized entry or exit, provide security for medical and emergency personnel. Seeing military vehicles on our streets is surreal. This is our city, a place where life happens, where people build their futures, and now it looks like a war zone. All because of some smuggled cargo that nobody can explain. 5:33. The CDC has preliminary results from the sample analysis. Emily just got this from her contact who has access to the briefing materials. I'm going to read this carefully because it's technical and it's important. The substance found in the trucks is a synthetic biological compound, something that doesn't exist in nature. It's designed to interact with human cellular structures, specifically targeting regenerative pathways. The intended purpose appears to be accelerated healing, enhanced recovery from injury, maybe even age-related degeneration reversal. Military application is suspected based on the sophistication of the formula. Here's the problem. The compound was unstable. The cooling failure during transport caused a molecular breakdown that altered its properties. Instead of controlled cellular regeneration, it triggers uncontrolled cellular activity. Cells reproduce rapidly, beyond the body's ability to regulate them. This affects brain function first, overwhelming normal neural pathways with noise and disrupting cognitive processes. The reason people become violent is neurological. The parts of the brain responsible for higher reasoning, emotional regulation, and self-control are essentially short-circuited by the cellular chaos. What's left is base-level aggression and survival instinct. The biting behavior is tied to the most primitive parts of the brain, the parts that existed before we evolved language or tool use. And here's the terrifying part. The compound is transmissible through direct fluid contact. Saliva, blood, any bodily fluid can carry enough of the active agent to infect another person. Once it's in your system, the incubation period is anywhere from 30 minutes to 3 hours, depending on the exposure method and your individual physiology. There's no treatment yet. The CDC is working on it, testing various antivirals and cellular regulators. But this is uncharted territory. They're essentially trying to reverse engineer a cure for something that was never supposed to exist in this form. The infected individuals are alive, but they're not functioning as humans anymore. Their bodies continue operating, hearts beating, lungs breathing, but the person they were is gone, buried under layers of cellular disruption and neurological damage. Whether that's reversible, nobody knows. 6:04 now. The sun's coming up. I can see the first light through the studio window, that pale gray that comes before the real sunrise. On a normal day, this is when I'd be getting ready to hand off to the morning show, when I'd say goodnight to the night owls and good morning to the early risers. But there's no morning show today. The regular programming is suspended. It's just me, Emily, and whatever information we can gather to share with you. The official count of infected individuals is now at 217 confirmed cases. That's people who have shown symptoms and been documented by medical or emergency personnel. The actual number is likely much higher. People who are hiding, people who are alone, people who turned in locations where nobody witnessed it. We could be looking at thousands. The containment zone is holding for now. No reports of infected individuals breaching the perimeter, but there are reports of people inside the zone trying to get out. Families who want to evacuate, people who don't show symptoms but are terrified of staying in an area with infected individuals wandering around. The Guard is under orders to refuse exit unless special circumstances apply. This is creating tension. People feel trapped, and trapped people make desperate decisions. There have been altercations at checkpoints, people trying to force their way through or sneak around barriers. So far, these have been resolved without serious injury, but it's a pressure cooker situation. You can only keep people contained for so long before something breaks. Emily tells me that social media is exploding with theories and speculation. Some people think this is a terrorist attack. Others blame government experiments, conspiracy theories about pharmaceutical companies, or foreign agents. The truth, based on what we know, is probably simpler and sadder. This was criminal activity, people smuggling illegal biotech for profit, and through negligence or bad luck, they released something terrible into the world. 641. We're getting reports of violence inside the containment zone. Not just infected individuals attacking people, but uninfected people fighting each other. Looting has started in some areas, stores being broken into, supplies being taken. When social order breaks down, when people stop believing the authorities can protect them, survival instinct kicks in and civilization becomes negotiable. Police are trying to maintain order, but they're stretched impossibly thin. You can't patrol 20 square blocks with 100 officers, not when there are infected people to avoid and panic civilians making poor decisions. The Guard is being asked to move beyond just perimeter control and start providing internal security. But that's not what they were briefed for, and it complicates their mission. There's talk of implementing a curfew, a real one, with enforcement. Anyone on the streets during specified hours would be subject to detention. The legality of that is questionable, but legality feels like a luxury right now. People want safety, they want order, and if that requires temporary suspension of certain rights, many are willing to make that trade. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, I'm just telling you what's being discussed in emergency management meetings that Emily's sources are feeding to us. The people making these decisions are trying to save lives and prevent this from spreading beyond our city. Whether their methods are appropriate, history will judge. 7:13 now. Full daylight outside. The city looks different in the morning light. You can see the scope of what's happening more clearly. Smoke rising from a few locations inside the zone where fires have started and haven't been controlled. The streets are still mostly empty, but there's more movement as people wake up and try to understand what happened overnight. Television stations are broadcasting emergency information, repeating the shelter-in-place orders, showing maps of the affected areas. I'm watching one of the networks on the monitor here in the studio. They have reporters outside the containment zone interviewing people who evacuated, officials who are coordinating response efforts. Everyone looks exhausted and frightened. One thing that's becoming clear is that this isn't just our problem anymore. Emily's been monitoring national news feeds and the story has gone international. When you have an unknown biological agent causing people to become violent and spread infection through biting, that's the kind of thing that captures global attention immediately. Other countries are issuing travel advisories. Some are implementing screening protocols for anyone arriving from our country. The economic impact is going to be severe. Markets are going to react badly to this news. International trade could be affected. Tourism will collapse. But those are tomorrow's problems. Today's problem is keeping people alive and preventing this from spreading. 7:51. I need to tell you about something Emily just showed me. Video footage from inside the containment zone taken by a resident who's still in their apartment. The footage shows the street below their window. 3 infected individuals are visible, all exhibiting that characteristic unsteady movement. They're not interacting with each other, not moving in a coordinated way, just existing in the same space. Then a car appears, driving fast, trying to navigate through the empty streets. One of the infected individuals moves into the road, directly into the car's path. The driver swerves, clips the infected person, sends them spinning across the pavement. The car doesn't stop, keeps going, desperate to get out of the area. Here's what's disturbing. The infected person who is hit, they get back up, broken bones visible, one leg bending at an unnatural angle, but they get up and continue moving. The pain response is gone. The self-preservation instinct that would make a normal person stay down and protect an injury, it's not functioning. They just keep going, dragging that damaged leg, focused on whatever primitive drive is pushing them forward. This is what we're dealing with. People who can't be reasoned with, who don't feel pain, who won't stop unless physically incapacitated. How do you contain that? How do you help someone who's beyond help? The medical community is struggling with this question right now. Doctors took an oath to do no harm. But what do you do when harm reduction might mean using force against someone who's technically still alive? These are ethical questions we're not prepared to answer. 8:27. The CDC has made a recommendation to the government. Based on their analysis and the observed transmission patterns, they're suggesting a mandatory quarantine of the entire affected district. No one in, no one out, enforced by military authority. Additionally, they're recommending expansion of the quarantine to include a buffer zone around the current perimeter, catching anyone who might have been exposed but hasn't shown symptoms yet. This would effectively lock down nearly half the city. Hundreds of thousands of people confined to their homes or wherever they happen to be, waiting to see if they develop symptoms or if the situation can be brought under control. The economic and social cost would be staggering, but the alternative, Allowing this to spread unchecked could be catastrophic on a national scale. The mayor and governor are considering the recommendation. It's the kind of decision that ends political careers, but it might also be the decision that saves countless lives. I don't envy them this choice. Meanwhile, Emily tells me that hospitals outside the containment zone are preparing for the possibility of receiving infected patients. They're setting up isolation wards, training staff on containment protocols, stockpiling sedatives and restraints. They're also preparing for the likelihood of staff refusing to work if the risk becomes too great. Healthcare workers are brave, but they're also human. They have families, they have survival instincts, and asking them to expose themselves repeatedly to a potentially fatal infection is asking a lot. 9:03 now. I've been on air for nearly 10 hours straight. My voice is getting rough, my eyes are dry from lack of sleep, but I'm staying with this. Emily brought me more coffee and something to eat, though I don't have much appetite. It's hard to think about food when you're reporting on the collapse of everything familiar. The decision has been made. Mandatory quarantine goes into effect at noon. The buffer zone is being established now, pushing the containment area out another 10 blocks in all directions. People in that expanded zone are being given 3 hours to evacuate if they can prove they haven't had contact with infected individuals. After that, lockdown is absolute. This means checkpoints are about to get extremely busy. Thousands of people trying to leave before the deadline, all of them needing to be screened and processed. It's going to be chaos, and in chaos, mistakes happen. Infected individuals might slip through, or uninfected people might be trapped inside. There's no perfect solution. The National Guard is being reinforced with active military units. Marines from a nearby base, Army personnel from further out, all being mobilized and deployed to our city. The perimeter is going to become a hard barrier with lethal force authorization if anyone attempts to breach it after the deadline. They're not calling it martial law yet, but that's effectively what it is. Civil liberties organizations are already filing lawsuits, arguing that this violates constitutional protections, but those cases will take time to work through the courts, and we don't have time. The government's position is that this falls under public health emergency powers and national security provisions. Whether that holds up legally, we'll find out eventually. 9:46. The evacuation is underway, and it's even worse than anticipated. Roads leading out of the quarantine zone are jammed with vehicles. People are abandoning cars that won't move and trying to proceed on foot. Families carrying whatever they could grab, children crying, elderly people struggling to keep up. It's a refugee crisis happening in real time in an American city. The screening process at checkpoints is breaking down because there's no fast way to determine if someone's been exposed. They're relying on temperature checks and visual assessment. But the incubation period means someone could be infected and not showing symptoms yet. Every person they let through is a potential carrier, but they can't just trap everyone inside. Emily just got word that there's been a shooting at one of the checkpoints. Details are unclear, but apparently someone tried to force their way through, maybe threatened a guardsman, and shots were fired. We don't know if anyone was killed, but the checkpoint's been shut down temporarily while they sort out what happened. This is going to make people even more desperate. I'm seeing reports on social media from people inside the zone who can't get out, who either don't have transportation or can't reach the checkpoint safely because of infected individuals in the streets. They're posting pleas for help, asking for rescue, sharing their location, but there's no rescue coming. Emergency services aren't entering the zone except for critical situations, and individual evacuations aren't feasible with the resources available. Some people are talking about trying to leave through unofficial rails, cutting through buildings, or using maintenance tunnels or whatever paths they can find. Authorities are warning against this, but people are scared, and scared people don't always make rational choices. 10:21 now. Less than 2 hours until the hard lockdown. The evacuation is starting to slow as the window closes. Most people who could leave have left. What remains in the zone are those who couldn't escape, those who chose to stay for various reasons, and those who don't know the evacuation is happening because they're hiding or they don't have access to information. The military is in position. I'm looking at aerial footage showing the perimeter, and it's intimidating. Armored vehicles, barricades reinforced with concrete barriers, armed soldiers every 50 feet. This isn't a suggestion anymore. This is a hard boundary backed by military force. Inside the zone, the situation is deteriorating. More infected individuals are appearing as people who were exposed earlier start showing symptoms. Emily's tracking reports of violence, of uninfected people barricading themselves in buildings, of desperate attempts to find food and water as it becomes clear that this isn't going to be over quickly. The power grid in parts of the zone is failing. Whether it's damage from the chaos or deliberate shutdown to prevent fires from spreading, sections of the district are going dark. Once night falls, the zone is going to be a nightmare. Infected individuals moving through dark streets, people hiding in dark buildings, no light to navigate by or see danger approaching. There's discussion of establishing supply drops, using helicopters to deliver food and medicine to specific locations where uninfected people are sheltering. But that's risky. The noise and activity could attract infected individuals, and coordinating drops in an urban environment is dangerous even in normal circumstances. 11:07. Emily just received information that's going to change everything. The CDC has confirmed that the infection is mutating. Not all infected individuals are the same anymore. Some of them, particularly those who were infected early and have survived longer, are showing physiological changes beyond the initial symptom. Enhanced strength is being reported. Infected individuals who shouldn't be able to break through doors or overturn vehicles are doing exactly that. Their bodies are cannibalizing muscle tissue and rebuilding it in denser configurations, sacrificing longevity for raw power. They're literally burning themselves out, but in the process, they're becoming far more dangerous. There are also reports of accelerated mutation in a small percentage of cases, individuals whose cellular regeneration has gone completely uncontrolled, resulting in grotesque physical changes, bone growth, tissue mutation, features that make them barely recognizable as human. These cases are rare so far, maybe 1 in 50 infected, but they represent a new tier of threat. The mutations seem to correlate with exposure intensity and individual biology. Someone who was drenched in the original compound versus someone who was bitten, someone with certain genetic markers versus someone without. The CDC is trying to identify patterns, but it's complicated and we're running out of time. This information is classified for now. The government doesn't want to cause additional panic, but Emily's source felt we needed to know because it changes the risk assessment. If infected individuals are getting stronger and some are mutating into something worse, the containment strategies need to adjust immediately. 11:53. 7 minutes until lockdown. The checkpoints have closed to outgoing traffic. Anyone still inside the zone is there for the duration. The final count of evacuees is around 38,000 people. That leaves an estimated 25 to 30,000 still inside, plus unknown numbers of infected. The guard is sealing the perimeter. Gates closing, barriers being locked into place, soldiers taking defensive positions. It's like watching a castle gate close before a siege, except the enemy is already inside the walls. I can hear the tension in the emergency radio chatter. Everyone knows what's coming. Once that perimeter is locked, whatever happens inside the zone is isolated from the rest of the city. The people trapped inside are on their own until either a cure is found or the infection burns itself out. Emily's been in contact with several people inside the zone, trying to provide them with information and encouragement. One woman she's been messaging with is in an apartment building with her 2 children. Her husband was at work when the quarantine was announced, and he didn't make it back before the checkpoints closed. She's alone with 2 kids, limited food, and infected people in the building below her floor. What do you say to someone in that situation? What comfort can you offer? Noon. The lockdown is in effect. The quarantine zone is sealed. 28 square blocks of urban territory, cut off from the rest of the world, containing an unknown number of infected and tens of thousands of uninfected civilians. This is now officially the largest quarantine in modern American history. The economic cost is already being calculated in the billions. The human cost is still being determined and will likely be far worse. The president is going to address the nation at 1 p.m. We'll carry that live. Until then, I'm going to take a short break, let Emily cover for a few minutes while I clear my head and figure out how to keep doing this. We're not even halfway through the first day, and it already feels like we've been at this forever. Stay safe out there. Stay informed. And if you're inside the zone and you can hear me, know that people are working to help you. Don't give up. 12:41. I'm back. Emily held down the fort while I stepped away, splashed some water on my face, tried to remember what normal felt like. It's hard to hold on to that feeling when everything around you is disintegrating. The military's established a forward command center just outside the quarantine zone. All response efforts are being coordinated from there. Medical teams, supply logistics, intelligence gathering on conditions inside the zone, all running through that central hub. They've got satellite surveillance, drone coverage, communications, monitoring, trying to build a real-time picture of what's happening behind the walls they've erected. What they're seeing isn't encouraging. Infected individuals are congregating in certain areas, not through coordination, but through movement patterns. They tend to follow sound and motion, so anywhere there's activity, infected gravitate toward it. This creates danger zones where uninfected people who are trying to move around or find supplies are likely to encounter multiple infected at once. The mutation cases are being tracked separately. There have been 6 confirmed sightings of what they're calling enhanced infected, individuals displaying the accelerated mutation characteristics, physical changes that make them distinct from standard infected. These enhanced infected are more aggressive, faster despite their uncoordinated movement, and significantly stronger. One report describes an enhanced infected tearing the door off a car to get at the person inside. How do you fight something like that with conventional methods? Bullets work, but you need multiple hits to stop them, and even then they don't die easily. The cellular regeneration means they can survive injuries that would incapacitate or kill a normal person. Headshots are effective because you're destroying the brain tissue that's driving behavior, but that requires precision under stress. The rules of engagement for military personnel have been updated. Lethal force is now authorized against any infected individual inside the zone. No warning shots, no attempts at non-lethal intervention. It's a harsh policy, but necessary, given what we know about transmission and the enhanced infected capability. 1:18 p.m. The president's address is starting. I'm watching it on the monitor. He looks tired, older than he did in his last public appearance. The weight of this crisis is visible on his face. He's explaining the situation in broad terms, confirming what most people already know or suspect. Unknown biological agent, criminal origin, accidental release, rapid transmission. He's calling it a national emergency and announcing deployment of additional federal resources. FEMA is taking a coordinating role. Military support is being expanded. Research into treatment and cure is the top priority. He's also addressing international concerns, assuring other nations that this is contained, that there's no risk of global spread. Whether that's true remains to be seen. We don't know if infected individuals were able to leave the city before the quarantine was implemented. We don't know if there are other shipments of the same biotech compound elsewhere. There are too many unknown. The president's calling for calm, for unity, for trust in the response efforts. He's right to do so, but words feel hollow when you're watching your city tear itself apart. People need action, need results, need something tangible to hold on to. Speeches don't stop infected people from spreading or cure the infection. He's wrapping up now, promising updates as the situation develops, asking for prayers for those affected. The broadcast ends and we're back to the emergency information loop, the maps and instructions and hotline numbers. Emily says the phone lines at the station have been ringing nonstop. People wanting information, wanting to share their stories, wanting to know if their loved ones inside the zone are okay. We can't answer most of those questions. Communication into the zone is limited and getting worse as infrastructure failed. 1:57 now. There's been an incident at the western edge of the quarantine perimeter. A group of people inside the zone, maybe 20 or 30 individuals, attempted a coordinated breach. They rushed a checkpoint, trying to overwhelm the guards through numbers and desperation. The guard held the line. Warning shots were fired, then shots into the crowd when warnings were ignored. Several people were hit, some fatally. The breach attempt failed and the survivors scattered back into the zone. It's a tragedy compounded by desperation. These were probably uninfected people, just scared and wanting out, and now some of them are dead because they made a panic choice. This is going to happen again as conditions inside the zone deteriorate. As food runs out and fear grows, more people are going to try to escape by any means necessary. The military can't let them through because each breach attempt risks infected individuals getting out, but stopping them means potential loss of innocent life. There's no good answer. The incident is being reviewed, but the standing orders remain unchanged. The perimeter must hold. Whatever it takes, wherever it leads, the infection cannot be allowed to spread beyond the quarantine zone. That's the calculus we're living with now. Some deaths to prevent many deaths. Utilitarian ethics in the harshest possible application. 2:33. Emily just got information about a situation developing inside the zone. The group of uninfected survivors have taken control of a grocery store, fortifying it and defending it against infected. They're armed, probably with weapons they found or brought with them, and they're shooting any infected that approach the building. This is vigilante survival, people taking defense into their own hands because there's no authority inside the zone to protect them. It's understandable, but also dangerous. Untrained people with guns in a high-stress environment makes for unpredictable outcomes. Friendly fire, accidents, escalation with other survivor groups competing for resources. The military knows about this group, but isn't intervening. As long as they're only engaging infected and not attacking other survivors, they're actually helping contain the threat. Every infected they eliminate is one less vector for transmission. It's brutal pragmatism, but it's the reality we're dealing with. There are probably other groups like this scattered throughout the zone, people banding together, finding defensible locations, trying to wait out the crisis. Some will succeed, others won't. The infected don't get tired, don't need rest, don't give up. They'll press against any barrier until they find a weakness or until they're destroyed. 3:06 p.m. We're hearing reports that supplies inside the zone are becoming critical. Stores have been looted, food is scarce, clean water is limited in areas where infrastructure has failed. People are surviving on whatever they manage to stockpile or scavenge, but that won't last indefinitely. The planned supply drops are being prepared but won't begin until tomorrow at the earliest. The delay is due to logistical challenges and risk assessment. They need to identify safe drop zones, coordinate with survivor groups who can secure the supplies, and ensure the drops don't create situations where survivors and infected converge on the same location. Meanwhile, people are getting desperate. There are reports of violence between uninfected survivors over food and water. The social contract has broken down in parts of the zone. When you're not sure if you'll survive the next 24 hours, sharing resources becomes a lot less appealing than hoarding them. Emily's source at the command center says they're considering airlifting the most vulnerable people out. Children, elderly, people with medical conditions that require ongoing treatment. It would be a complex operation requiring helicopters to land in urban areas potentially swarming with infected, but it might be worth the risk to save lives that would otherwise be lost to neglect or starvation. 3:51 now. The sun's going to start setting in a few hours. That first night was bad enough when we didn't fully understand what we were dealing with. Tonight's going to be worse. The infected have had all day to spread and multiply. The survivors have had all day to exhaust their resources and courage. Darkness is going to templify every fear, every threat, every mistake. I'm looking at thermal imaging from drones flying over the zone. The infected show up as hotspots, their hyperactive metabolism generating excess heat. You can track their movement through the streets, see them clustering around buildings where survivors are holed up. It's like watching a slow-motion siege from above, except the besiegers don't negotiate and don't retreat. One area shows a particularly large concentration of infected, maybe 40 or 50 individuals, all surrounding a structure that appears to be a parking garage. Survivors must be inside on the upper levels. The infected can't reach them, but they're not leaving either. They're just there, waiting, persistent. Eventually the survivors will run out of supplies or make a mistake, and then the infected will have them. Can we drop supplies to that group? Can we extract them? These are questions being asked at the command center, but there are no easy answers. Every intervention carries risk and resources are limited. You have to choose who to save and who to leave behind. It's an impossible calculus. 4:26. There's been a development with the CDC research efforts. Emily just got word that they've identified a potential treatment approach. It's not a cure, not something that can reverse the infection, but it might be able to slow or halt the progression if administered early enough. The treatment involves a combination of antiviral compounds and cellular regulators, basically trying to interrupt the runaway cellular reproduction before it completely destroys brain function. In lab tests on tissue samples, it showed promise. In living subjects, it hasn't been tested yet. There are no living subjects available outside the quarantine zone because everyone who's been infected is locked inside. This creates an ethical dilemma. To test the treatment, they need test subjects. That means going into the zone, capturing recently infected individuals, extracting them for experimentation. It's treating humans like lab animals, but those humans are already lost to the infection and might provide data that saves countless others. The decisions being made at levels above local authority, federal bioethics committees, legal advisors, all weighing in on whether this crosses lines that shouldn't be crossed. Meanwhile, people continue dying and the infection continues spreading. Sometimes the ethical choice and the practical choice don't align. 5:03 p.m. The light's starting to fade outside, that golden hour before sunset when everything looks beautiful and fragile. I'm watching it through the studio window and thinking about all the people watching the same sunset from inside the zone, knowing that darkness brings danger. Emily's coordinating with our social media team to maintain an active presence online. We're posting updates, answering questions where we can, trying to combat misinformation that's spreading almost as fast as the infection. There are conspiracy theories, fake cures being promoted, scammers exploiting fear to steal money or information. Crisis brings out the worst in some people. We're also collecting stories from inside the zone, people using their phones to document what they're experiencing, sending videos and messages while they still can. These accounts are valuable both as historical record and as real-time intelligence about conditions on the ground. They're also heartbreaking. Parents saying goodbye to children, people accepting that they might not survive, Final messages of love and regret. One video shows a man in his apartment, maybe mid-40s, calm and composed. He explains that he was bitten several hours ago, that he can feel the infection taking hold, thoughts becoming confused, control slipping away. He's locked himself in his bathroom with the door barricaded because he doesn't want to hurt anyone when he turns. He's recording this message for his family, telling them he loves them, asking them to remember him as he was. Then he ends the video, and we don't know what happened next. That's the human cost, not statistics or infection rates, but individual people facing impossible situations with whatever courage they can muster. Each one of them matters. Each story deserves to be heard. 5:47. Sunset's almost here. The temperature's dropping and thermal imaging shows infected movement patterns changing. They're becoming more active as it cools down. Their overheated metabolism's finding some relief. This means increased danger for survivors who might have felt safe during the day. The command center is implementing night protocols. Drone coverage is switching to infrared and enhanced optics. Ground patrols along the perimeter are being reinforced. Floodlights are being set up at key points, creating lit zones that might deter infected from approaching the barriers. Light doesn't harm them, but it does make them easier to target if they try to breach. Inside the zone, the situation is harder to monitor. Many areas are without power now, either from damage or deliberate shutdown. Survivors are using flashlights, candles, phone screens, whatever they have. But those light sources also act as beacons, attracting infected to their location. It's a cruel choice. Sit in the dark and risk not seeing danger approach, or use light and advertise your position to everything nearby. Emily tells me that one of the survivor groups has rigged up a generator and is running portable lights around their defended position. Smart thinking if they can maintain fuel supplies. The light creates a perimeter of visibility, lets them see infected coming, and engage at range. It also makes them a target, but at least it's a prepared target. 6:19 p.m. Full dark now. The city lights outside the zone shine bright. Life continuing in an almost normal way, just blocks from where everything's fallen apart. The contrast is striking. People out there having dinner, watching television, living their lives while people in the zone are fighting for survival. There's resentment building about that disparity. Social media posts from inside the zone questioning why they're being left to die, why more isn't being done to help them. It's understandable anger, but it's misdirected. The people outside want to help, but the risk of wider contamination makes conventional rescue impossible. You can't send hundreds of emergency workers into an infected zone without expecting some of them to become infected themselves. The military is preparing for the possibility of having to expand the quarantine if the situation inside deteriorates beyond control. If the infected somehow breach the inner perimeter in large numbers, if the enhanced mutations become common enough to overwhelm defenses, the response would be to fall back to a secondary perimeter, essentially writing off the first zone as lost. Nobody wants that outcome, but planning for worst-case scenarios is part of crisis management. You hope for the best, but prepare for the worst, and right now, the worst is looking increasingly plausible. 6:53. There's been an attack on the northern checkpoint, not by people trying to escape, but by infected individuals attempting to breach from inside. A group of maybe a dozen infected rushed the barrier, moving with that relentless forward momentum that characterizes their behavior. The guards engaged with rifles, taking down most of the infected before they reached the physical barrier. Two made it through the first line of defense and had to be stopped at close range. One guardsman was injured, clawed by an infected in the final moments before it was neutralized. The guardsman's being treated in quarantine, waiting to see if surface contact can transmit the infection. Previous data suggests it requires fluid exchange, but nobody's taking chances. This is the first organized assault on the perimeter by infected. Whether it was random chance or some vestige of pack behavior is unclear. What's clear is that the infected are learning, adapting, finding the barriers, and testing them. It's disturbing because it suggests some level of retained cognitive function, even if it's primitive and focused solely on spreading the infection. If they're learning, the situation becomes exponentially more dangerous. Static defenses work against mindless threats, but against enemies that adapt, you need active countermeasures and constant vigilance. 7:32 p.m. Emily's been monitoring communications from inside the zone, and there's something happening that nobody anticipated. Uninfected survivors are starting to organize beyond just immediate self-defense. They're forming networks, sharing information about safe routes and infected concentrations, coordinating supply distribution among multiple groups. It's grassroots community organizing in the middle of a crisis, people stepping up to fill the void left by collapsed authority. They're using mesh networks and radio frequencies that don't rely on cellular infrastructure. Someone with technical knowledge set up the system and others are maintaining it, keeping communication alive when official channels have failed. This is human resilience at its finest. When structures collapse, people build new structures. When help doesn't come, people help each other. It doesn't solve the fundamental problem of the infection, but it improves survival odds and maintains hope. Hope is critical. People can endure almost anything if they believe there's a chance of making it through. The command center is monitoring these survivor networks and occasionally feeding them information, drop locations for supplies, warnings about infected movements, detected by drones. It's an unofficial partnership born of necessity. The military can't go in, but they can provide intelligence that helps survivors navigate the urban battlefield the zone has become. 8:09. We're approaching the 24-hour mark since this crisis began. One day ago, it was a normal night, routine reports about traffic and weather, nothing suggesting the world was about to change. Now we have a quarantine zone in the heart of our city, thousands of infected, thousands more trapped and struggling to survive, and no clear path to resolution. The research teams are working around the clock on that potential treatment, but even if it proves effective, manufacturing and distributing it in quantities sufficient to make a difference will take time we might not have. The infection spreading faster than response efforts can scale. There's discussion of expanding the research effort, bringing in scientists from around the world, sharing all data openly in hopes that someone somewhere has insight that cracks the problem. It would mean abandoning normal security protocols around classified biotech, but classification seems less important when the alternative is watching an infection consume a major city. International response has been mixed. Some countries are offering help. Others are sealing borders and imposing strict travel bans on anyone from our nation. The geopolitical implications are complex, but secondary to the immediate crisis. We need solutions. We need them fast, and we'll take help from anyone willing to provide it. 8:46 p.m. There's been a disturbing report from one of the survivor groups inside the zone. They've encountered infected individuals that are exhibiting hunting behavior, not just wandering and attacking whatever they encounter, but actively stalking specific targets, using cover, approaching from multiple directions in coordinated patterns. This suggests either retained intelligence or emergence of new behavioral patterns driven by the mutation. Either possibility is frightening. If infected can think tactically, even in limited ways, they become far more dangerous. Survivors who've been relying on predictability of infected movement will find themselves facing threats they're not prepared for. The enhanced infected are also becoming more common. Initial projections suggested maybe 2% of infected would develop enhanced mutations. Current observations put it closer to 8 or 10%. The mutation is accelerating, possibly because the compound is continuing to evolve as it spreads through successive infections, each generation slightly different from the last. We're dealing with something that's adapting in real time. The infected we face tomorrow might be different from the infected we face today. And traditional containment strategies that rely on understanding and predicting the threat won't work against an enemy that's constantly changing. 9:27. Emily needs to get some rest. She's been working alongside me for almost 24 hours and she's barely holding on. I've convinced her to take a few hours, sleep in the break room while one of our production assistants covers the phones and monitors. I'll keep broadcasting, keep watching, keep reporting. Someone has to bear witness to this. The studio feels different at night when it's mostly empty. The equipment hums, the lights create harsh shadows, and beyond the soundproof walls, there's a city in crisis. I can feel the weight of it, the responsibility of being one of the voices keeping people informed. If I fail, if I miss something critical or spread misinformation, people could die. That's heavy, but it's also clarifying. Everything that seemed important a week ago, ratings and sponsors and career advancement, all of that's irrelevant now. All that matters is getting truth to people who need it, providing what comfort and guidance I can, and documenting what's happening so future generations can learn from our mistakes. 10:03 p.m. The first supply drop is being attempted earlier than planned. The helicopter's approaching a landing zone in the northern section of the zone where a large survivor group has secured an area. The pilot's using night vision and guidance from ground spotters to navigate. It's risky but necessary. I'm listening to the radio chatter as the operation unfolds. The helicopter descends, supplies are being pushed out, crates of food and water and medical supplies hitting the pavement. The survivor group is moving to secure the drop zone, armed individuals forming a perimeter while others grab the supply. Infected have been drawn by the noise. The helicopter's rotors are like a dinner bell, calling every infected inaudible range to investigate. The survivor group is engaging gunfire crackling through the radio transmission. The helicopters pulling up, climbing away as fast as possible to avoid being swarmed. The survivors got the supplies and are falling back to their secured position. Some infected were neutralized, others are pursuing, but it sounds like the operation was successful. First test of a new supply method, and it worked. There will be more drops throughout the night at different locations, keeping survivors alive and fighting. 10:48. I'm getting reports of a major fire in the southern section of the zone. Multiple buildings burning, flames visible from outside the quarantine perimeter. Fire department can't respond, can't risk crews going into the zone, so the fire's just burning unchecked. The cause is unknown, but speculation is that it started either from survivors trying to keep warm or defend positions, or possibly from infected disrupting electrical systems or fuel sources. Urban fires can spread rapidly, jumping from building to building, and with no firefighting response, entire blocks could be consumed. The residents of those buildings, if there are survivors sheltering there, they'll have to evacuate into streets filled with infected. Fire forces them out of safe positions and into danger. It's a nightmare scenario, being trapped between flames behind and infected ahead. Some people will choose the fire. At least it's a quick death. The smoke is thick enough that it's affecting visibility in that sector. Drones are having difficulty getting clear images. Thermal imaging is confused by the heat signatures from the fire. It creates a blind spot where we don't know what's happening, how many people are affected, how many infected are moving through the smoke. 11:31 p.m. Emily's back. Couldn't sleep with everything happening. She looks exhausted but determined. We're in this together now, both of us running on adrenaline and caffeine and the need to see this through. She's brought new information from the command center. They've detected unusual seismic activity in the zone. Vibrations that don't match normal urban patterns. The speculation is that it's coming from infected and underground spaces, sewers or tunnels or subway passages. Large numbers moving through confined areas would create vibrations detectable by sensitive equipment. This opens up a terrifying possibility. If infected are in the underground infrastructure, they could potentially move beneath the perimeter barriers, emerge outside the quarantine zone. The tunnels weren't sealed because nobody anticipated infected would use them. Most tunnel systems have access points throughout the city. Emergency teams are being deployed to inspect and seal tunnel entrances outside the zone. It's a massive undertaking. There are hundreds of potential access points, and doing it quickly enough to prevent breaches is nearly impossible. But they have to try. If infected start appearing in uncontained areas, the whole quarantine strategy collapses. Midnight. We've crossed into a new day. Technically, it's been one full day since the crisis began, though it feels like much longer. Time distorts when you're living through something like this. Hours stretch, minutes contract. The boundary between one moment and the next becomes fluid. I'm thinking about everyone inside the zone who's lived through this day, who's survived against impossible odds, and is now facing another night of terror. What must that do to a person? How do you maintain sanity when everything around you is insane? Some will break, some will endure, and we won't know who's who until this is over. The death toll is unknown, but certainly in the thousands. Infected who were killed, survivors who didn't make it, people caught in the fire or trapped in collapsed buildings. Each death is a tragedy, but the scale makes them statistics, numbers on a board rather than individual lives. That's a failure of human compassion, our inability to hold that much grief simultaneously. But we have to remember, they were people. They had names, families, dreams, fears. They mattered. They deserved better than to die in fear and confusion while the world watched from outside barriers it erected to keep itself safe. 12:38 a.m. There's been a breakthrough of sorts with the tunnel situation. Engineering crews have identified the main passages infected could use to bypass the perimeter, and they're working on emergency sealing procedures, collapsed sections, sealed gates, anything to block passage. It's not perfect, but it reduces the risk significantly. They're also putting monitoring systems in place, sensors that will detect movement in the tunnels and trigger alerts. If infected do try to use underground routes, there will be warning before they emerge. This is good news, relatively speaking. Every problem that gets addressed, every vulnerability that gets patched, improves our chances of containing this crisis. We're not winning, not by any measure, but we're preventing it from getting worse, and that's something. Emily's been looking at statistics on infection rates and projected spread. If current trends continue, The entire population inside the zone could be infected within 72 hours. That's everyone who's uninfected right now, tens of thousands of people, all turning into those things we've been watching stagger through the streets. The alternative is that survivors manage to isolate themselves effectively enough to avoid exposure. But that means surviving without regular supplies, without medical care, without hope of rescue for an indefinite period. It's choosing slow death by starvation over fast death by infection. Neither option is acceptable. 1:15 a.m. I need to share something personal. I've been broadcasting for almost 15 hours straight now, talking about death and infection and quarantine, staying professional and detached because that's what the job requires. But I have family in this city. My sister lives 6 blocks outside the current quarantine zone. She called earlier scared, asking if she should evacuate further out while she can. I told her to stay put unless authorities order evacuation of her area. Moving creates risks. Being on roads with panicked people potentially encountering infected if the perimeter fails. Better to shelter in place with supplies and stay informed. But honestly, I don't know if that's right. Nobody knows what the right answer is because we've never dealt with anything like this before. She's trusting my judgment because I'm supposed to know things, supposed to have access to information that helps make good decisions. But I'm just guessing, same as everyone else, trying to balance risks I can't accurately assess. If something happens to her because I gave wrong advice, I'll carry that forever. That's the burden everyone in any position of authority or expertise is bearing right now. Decisions with life and death consequences made with incomplete information, hoping for the best and knowing some people will suffer regardless of what we choose. 1:53. The fire in the southern sector has spread to adjacent blocks. It's a major conflagration now, visible from miles away, smoke column rising into the night sky. The heat is intense enough that it's creating its own weather patterns, winds swirling around the fire zone. Infected are being driven away from the fire, pushed into other areas where they concentrate in larger numbers. This is redistributing the threat, creating new danger zones. Survivor groups that were safe are finding themselves facing larger infected populations than before. On the other hand, the fire is eliminating infected who can or won't move away from it. Dozens, maybe hundreds being consumed by the flames. It's a grotesque form of population control, but effective. Fire doesn't care about mutations or regeneration. High enough heat destroys tissue too quickly for any healing factor to compensate. There's dark speculation that maybe this should be the strategy. Burn out sections of the zone deliberately. Use fire as a weapon against the infected. It's a war crime if you're doing it to people, but are infected still people legally? Philosophically, they're alive, they're human-derived, but they're not functioning as humans anymore. Where's the line? I don't have answers to questions like that. I just know that every solution we discuss seems to involve more death, more destruction. There has to be a better way, but I don't see it, and apparently neither does anyone else. 2:31 a.m. Emily showing me drone footage from inside the zone, thermal imaging that shows the scope of what we're dealing with. The infected show up as bright spots against cooler backgrounds. There are thousands of them scattered across the entire zone, concentrated in certain areas, constantly moving. The survivor groups show up differently, clustered in specific locations, their heat signatures grouped together behind barriers or inside fortified positions. You can see the separation, the infected surrounding them, pressing against their defenses, waiting for weakness. It looks like a siege from medieval times, armies surrounding castles, except the armies don't need supply lines or rest, and the castles are running out of defenders. How long can survivors hold against an enemy that never stops, never retreats, never negotiates? Some groups are holding well. The grocery store fortification I mentioned earlier has solid defenses and good fields of fire. They're eliminating infected efficiently and maintaining their perimeter. Others are struggling, barely holding on, losing ground slowly as exhaustion and ammunition depletion take their toll. The command center is prioritizing supply drops to groups that are most at risk but showing capability to survive if supported. It's triage on a massive scale, choosing who gets resources based on survival probability. Groups that are too far gone get written off. Groups that are secure don't need immediate help. Those in the middle, those who could go either way, they're the priority. 3:07 a.m. There's been a development that changes our understanding of the infection. Medical examiner reports from early casualties are showing something unexpected. The infection doesn't just affect living tissue. It persists after death, continuing to drive cellular activity even when higher brain function has completely ceased. This means infected who are killed might not stay down. If the brain is destroyed, yes, they stop moving. But injuries that would kill a normal person, massive blood loss, Organ failure, those aren't necessarily fatal to infected. Their bodies keep functioning, keep moving, driven by the infection even after they should be dead. It explains some of the reports we've been getting. Infected taking damage that should drop them and getting back up. It's not healing in the conventional sense. It's the infection refusing to let the host body stop until it's completely non-functional. Destroying the brain is the only reliable way to stop them permanently. This information is being disseminated to survivor groups and military units. Aim for the head. Don't assume a downed infected is neutralized unless you confirm brain destruction. It's grimmer advice than anyone wants to give, but it's necessary for survival. 349. The night's wearing on. I can feel exhaustion setting in, my thoughts getting fuzzy around the edges. Emily brought me something to eat, but I can barely taste it. Food is just fuel at this point, necessary to keep functioning, but not enjoyable. We're getting close to dawn again, another sunrise on a city forever changed. People who were going about their normal lives 48 hours ago are now fighting for survival or dead or infected. The speed of collapse is staggering when you really think about it, how quickly civilization's veneer cracks when the right pressure is applied. I'm reading social media posts from people inside the zone. Some are defiant, promising to survive, refusing to give up. Others are resigned, saying goodbyes, making peace with probable death. The range of human response to crisis is on full display. We're all hoping we'd be the survivors, the fighters, but nobody knows until they're tested. One post that struck me was from a teacher who's sheltering with a group of her students. Their school was in the zone when lockdown happened, and they couldn't evacuate in time. She's trying to keep them calm, maintain routine, have lessons during the day to give them normalcy. Teaching geometry while infected wander the hallways below. It's absurd and heroic and heartbreaking. 4:26 a.m., we're receiving reports of infected behavior changing as the night progresses. They're becoming more aggressive, more active, almost frenzied. Whether this is due to environmental factors or progression of the mutation is unclear, but survivor groups are reporting increased pressure, more frequent assault attempts, infected showing less of that characteristic wandering, and more focused aggression. This could be the infection optimizing the early random behaviors being replaced by more effective attack patterns. Natural selection happening in real time, except the selecting factor is which behavioral patterns lead to more successful transmission. The infected that randomly wander might persist, but the infected that actively hunt and corner prey, they're the ones that spread the infection most effectively. Evolution doesn't care about morality or suffering. It just selects for what works. And right now, what works is aggressive hunting behavior. So that's what we're seeing more of. Biology doing what biology does, optimized for spread and survival, indifferent to the horror it creates. 5:03, dawn's approaching again. The sky starting to lighten in the east, that pre-sunrise glow that promises a new day. Usually there's hope in that light, the sense of renewal and possibility. Today it just illuminates the scope of our failure. Another day of crisis, another day of people dying while we struggle to find answers. Emily's been coordinating with the command center about the day's supply drop schedule. They're planning more aggressive delivery, multiple drops across the zone, trying to reach as many survivor groups as possible. The helicopter crews volunteering for this duty are brave beyond measure, flying into a zone full of infected, landing in unsecured areas, trusting survivor groups to protect them long enough to unload cargo and escape. Some of these missions won't succeed. Eventually, a helicopter will be overwhelmed, crew will be killed or infected, the asset will be lost. It's statistically inevitable when you're running high-risk operations repeatedly. But they're doing it anyway because people need help, and this is the only way to provide it. 5:39. The sun's up, I can see it through the studio windows. Weak winter light spreading across the city. Normal people are waking up, getting ready for work or school, making breakfast, living their lives. Inside the zone, people are checking their defenses, counting ammunition, rationing food, preparing for another day of survival. The disparity is profound. A few blocks separate normal life from apocalyptic nightmare. The perimeter is all that stands between the two, and the perimeter is just concrete and wire and armed soldiers. It feels inadequate against what we're facing, but it's held so far. That has to count for something. I'm looking at the infection statistics Emily pulled up. Over 5,000 confirmed infected based on drone surveillance and reports from inside the zone. Unknown number of uninfected survivors. Estimates range from 15 to 20,000. The ratio is shifting steadily in favor of the infected. Eventually, there will be more infected than uninfected. And then the survivors become the minority, hunted through their own city by what used to be their neighbors. 6:14 a.m. I need to tell you about something beautiful I just saw. Drone footage from inside the zone, early morning light, camera panning across a residential street. There's debris, abandoned cars, signs of violence, and right in the middle of it all, there's a dog. Just a regular dog, some kind of terrier mix, walking down the street like nothing's wrong. The dog isn't infected. Animals don't seem susceptible to the compound, or at least this dog isn't showing symptoms. It's just navigating the ruins of human society, probably looking for food or its owner. Innocent and oblivious to the horror surrounding it, two infected cross the street ahead of the dog. The dog sees them, gives them space, trots past without incident. The infected don't react to the dog. They're focused on humans, on spreading the infection to human hosts. Other species aren't relevant to their drive. It's a small thing, seeing that dog alive and free in the middle of the zone. But it reminds me that life continues, that not everything is consumed by this crisis. Nature will persist beyond it. If we all fall to this infection, if the city becomes a necropolis, grass will eventually break through the pavement and trees will reclaim the buildings and life will go on without it. There's comfort in that thought, even as it underscores our mortality. 6:52. Emily's eating breakfast at her desk, going through emails and reports that have piled up overnight. I'm on my second pot of coffee, my third or fourth wind, whatever keeps you going when sleep isn't an option. The body has reserves it draws on during crisis, adrenaline and purpose overriding normal limitations. We're coming up on 48 hours since this started. 2 days that feel like 2 months. I've been on air for most of that time, taking short breaks when necessary, but always coming back, always maintaining the broadcast. People have told me they're grateful for the continuity, for having a consistent source of information in chaos. That's what I'm here for. Not just to report facts, but to provide stability. To be a voice that doesn't panic, doesn't speculate wildly, doesn't abandon post when things get difficult. Maybe that's old-fashioned thinking in an age of rapid-fire social media, but I believe in it. Someone has to be the steady presence, the reliable narrator, the person who stays calm so others can afford to feel their fear. 7:26. The CDC has an update on their treatment research. The experimental compound they developed showed promising results in lab trials. It doesn't reverse infection, but it can hold progression if administered within the first hour of exposure. That's a narrow window, but it's something. The challenge now is production and distribution, creating enough doses to matter, getting them to people who need them in time to be effective. They're fast-tracking every approval process, cutting through bureaucracy that normally takes months or years. But even fast-tracked, we're looking at days or weeks before treatment is available in meaningful quantities. For people infected today, it won't help. For people who might be exposed tomorrow or next week, it could be the difference between survival and infection. It's hope for the future, even if it can't save the present. There's also discussion of using the treatment preventatively, giving it to high-risk individuals before exposure occurs. Military personnel, medical workers, anyone who might come into contact with infected. It would provide a protection window, not perfect immunity, but better odds of surviving exposure. 8:03. The fire in the southern sector has burned itself out mostly. Some structures are still smoldering, but the major conflagration is over. The affected area is devastated, multiple blocks reduced to ash and twisted metal. Any survivors who were in that area are gone, fled or consumed by the fire or infection. The good news, if you can call it that, is that the fire created a dead zone where few infected remain. The ones that didn't flee were destroyed. It's opened up a relatively clear area that could potentially be used for supply operations or survivor evacuation. The military is considering options for exploiting this opening before infected repopulate the sector. There's also discussion of deliberate burns in other parts of the zone. Use fire as a tactical weapon to create cleared areas and eliminate infected. It's brutal and it would destroy significant portions of the city, but if it saves lives and helps contain the infection, the cost might be justified. I hate that we're having these conversations, debating whether to burn our own city to stop an infection we created through criminal negligence and bad luck. We should be better than this. We should have systems that prevent biological weapons from being smuggled through our street, but we don't. And here we are, 8:47. I'm watching footage of a supply drop that just happened in the eastern sector. The helicopter came in low, dropped crates of food and medical supplies. Survivors rushed out to secure them. Infected were drawn by the noise, but the survivors had good defensive positions and held them off while recovering the supplies. One of the survivors, visible in the drone footage, is waving at the helicopter as it climbs away, Just a simple gesture of thanks, acknowledgement of the risk the crew took to bring them help. It's human connection in the middle of inhumanity, recognition that we're all trying to help each other despite the barriers and dangers. These moments matter. They're what separate us from the infected, that capacity for gratitude and cooperation and mutual support. The infected operate on pure aggression and transmission imperative. We have choice, compassion, the ability to sacrifice for others. That's what we're fighting to preserve. 921. Emily's phone is ringing constantly. Media requests, government officials, people desperate for information about loved ones inside the zone. She's handling each call with patience and professionalism, even though she's running on fumes. Same as me, don't know how she does it, but I'm grateful she's here. One call she just took was from a woman whose son is inside the zone. He's been sending her text messages periodically, letting her know he's alive, describing his situation. The last message came 2 hours ago saying he was running low on food and water, asking if there was any word on when they might be able to leave. Emily had to tell her there's no timeline for ending the quarantine, that it could be days or weeks or longer. The woman started crying. Emily stayed on the line, didn't rush her, just let her cry and offered what comfort she could. There's no training that prepares you for conversations like that, but Emily handled it with grace. When the call ended, she sat for a moment, collected herself, then moved on to the next crisis requiring attention. I've worked with Emily for 3 years, and I've always respected her competence. Today I'm seeing her heroism. It's quieter than military valor, less dramatic than life-saving interventions, but it's heroism nonetheless. Staying present for people in pain, maintaining composure when you want to break down, continuing to function when every instinct says to flee or hide, that takes strength. 10:08. The command center is reporting unusual activity in the northwestern section of the zone. Infected are gathering in large numbers, not randomly, but in coordinated movement toward a specific location. Drones show maybe 200 infected converging on what appears to be a fortified apartment building where survivors are sheltering. This is organized behavior on a scale we haven't seen before. Individual infected have shown hunting patterns, but this looks like a coordinated assault. Neither there's communication happening between infected that we don't understand, or the mutation has progressed to include some form of collective behavior. The survivor group in that building is in serious danger. 200 infected pressing against their defenses simultaneously could overwhelm even well-prepared positions. The command center is scrambling to provide support, considering options for aerial intervention or distraction tactics to draw infected away. Emily's trying to establish communication with the survivor group to assess their situation and coordinate response. If they have enough ammunition and defensible positions, they might be able to hold. If not, they need to evacuate immediately or they'll be overrun. 10:43. The situation at the apartment building is deteriorating. The survivor group is in contact now, and they're reporting infected breaking through ground floor defense. They've fallen back to upper floors and are barricading stairwells, but it's only a matter of time before infected break through. There are 37 people in that building, including children. They're begging for extraction, for any kind of help. The helicopter's being dispatched, but it's 15 minutes out and it's unclear if they can hold that long. The building's roof isn't ideal for helicopter landing, but it's the only option. I'm listening to the radio chatter, the desperation and voices of people who know they're running out of time. The sound of gunfire in the background, shouting, something heavy impacting a door repeatedly, infected trying to break through, survivors trying to hold them back, minutes ticking away. The helicopter's pilot is pushing the aircraft to its limits, trying to cut response time. Every second matters. Every delay could mean the difference between rescue and tragedy. I'm sitting here powerless, listening, praying they make it, knowing that prayer doesn't stop infected or make helicopters fly faster. 11:07. The helicopter reached the building. The survivors made it to the roof, all 37 of them. Children being carried by adults, everyone moving as fast as possible. The infected broke through the final barricade just as the last person climbed onto the roof access ladder. The helicopter couldn't land, roof structure wasn't stable enough, so they're doing a hover extraction, lowering a rescue basket, pulling people up one or two at a time. It's slow, agonizingly slow, and infected are pouring onto the roof now, coming up through the access door the survivors couldn't secure. The helicopter crew is armed, firing at infected trying to reach the survivors waiting for extraction. The pilot's holding position, despite the risk, despite infected reaching up toward the aircraft, trying to grab landing skids. People are being loaded into the basket, pulled up, loaded into the helicopter cabin. Children first, then injured, then whoever's next in line. Some of the survivors are staying at the edge of the roof, holding off infected with whatever weapons they have, buying time for others to escape. They know they might not make it out themselves, but they're fighting anyway, sacrificing so others can live. It's the best of humanity on display in the worst possible circumstances. 11:34, 29 survivors were extracted. 8 didn't make it. The infected overwhelmed the defensive line, and people fell or were pulled down or chose to jump rather than be torn apart. The helicopter had to pull away before everyone was rescued because infected were about to compromise the aircraft. The pilot made an impossible choice. Leave immediately and save the people already on board, or stay and risk losing everyone, including the crew. He left. 8 people watched the helicopter climb away while infected closed in around them. I can't imagine what that moment felt like for anyone involved. The helicopter's returning to base with 29 refugees from the zone, including 6 children who watched adults die to save them. Those children are going to carry this trauma for the rest of their lives. Nightmares and survivor's guilt, and the knowledge of what people paid for their survival. We saved them from the infection, but we can't save them from the psychological scars. Emily's crying. Not obviously, not making noise, but I can see tears on her cheeks as she monitors the situation. She's human, and this is human horror, and sometimes the only appropriate response is tears. I want to cry too, but I'm on air. I'm the voice that has to stay steady, so I swallow it down and keep talking and promise myself I'll process this later when there's time. Noon. The sun's high. Another day in full swing outside the zone. Inside, the situation continues to deteriorate. More buildings are being overrun, more survivor groups are falling, more infected are roaming streets that were once part of a living city. The balance is tipping toward the infected, and we don't have tools to tip it back. The military's considering more aggressive intervention. Not going into the zone with ground forces, that's still too risky, but using artillery or airstrikes to eliminate large concentrations of infected, it would mean accepting collateral damage, accepting that some survivors might be caught in bombardment, but it might be necessary to prevent the situation from becoming completely uncontrollable. These are war-making decisions applied to a domestic crisis, using military weapons against American civilians, even infected civilians, on American soil. The legal and ethical frameworks don't exist for this situation. We're improvising, making judgments that will be analyzed and criticized for generations, hoping we're choosing the least bad option from a menu of horrors. 12:36 p.m. I need to step away for a few minutes. Emily's going to cover. I've been on air for too long, said too many terrible things, reported too many deaths. I need to clear my head, remember what normal feels like, hold on to my humanity before it gets ground away by the relentless march of crisis. I'll be back shortly. Stay tuned. Stay safe. And if you have loved ones inside the zone, don't give up hope. People are fighting to survive and fighting to save them. We haven't forgotten anyone. We're doing everything we can. 1:14 p.m. I'm back. Took a walk around the building, felt the sun on my face, reminded myself that there's still a world beyond the studio and the crisis. It helped marginally, enough to keep going for another few hours at least. Emily's been monitoring social media during my break, and there's a groundswell of public opinion demanding more aggressive action. People outside the zone wanting the military to do more to go in and rescue survivors or eliminate infected or just do something besides maintain a perimeter and watch. The frustration is understandable, but the demands ignore reality. Going into the zone with conventional military forces would result in massive casualties and accelerate infection spread. Soldiers getting bitten, infected, becoming new vectors for transmission. You'd lose your response force and worsen the crisis simultaneously. That's why the containment strategy relies on barriers and remote operations rather than direct engagement. But people don't want to hear about practical limitations when there are children trapped inside a quarantine zone. They want heroes charging in to save the day. And when that doesn't happen, they blame leaders for cowardice or incompetence. Sometimes the right decision is the unpopular one, and leaders have to accept that burden. 2:03. There's been a significant development. The CDC has fast-tracked approval for emergency use of the experimental treatment. They're manufacturing initial doses now and expect to have limited quantities available within 24 hours. It won't be enough to treat everyone exposed, but it's a start. The treatment protocol requires administration within 60 minutes of exposure. That means having doses pre-positioned at high-risk locations, having trained personnel ready to administer them, having systems in place to identify exposure events quickly. It's logistically complex, but potentially life-saving. First priority for treatment will be military and emergency personnel, people who are maintaining the perimeter and conducting operations in or near the zone. They're at highest risk, and if they fall to infection, the entire response structure could collapse. Next priority will be medical workers and essential infrastructure personnel. Then if supplies allow, treatment can extend to civilian population. It's triage again, choosing who gets potentially life-saving resources based on their value to collective survival rather than individual need or merit. It feels wrong, but it's necessary. You save the people who can save others, then you expand outward as resources allow. The alternative is distributing resources equally and losing critical personnel along with everyone else. 248. I'm looking at updated maps of the zone. The infected controlled areas are expanding. The survivor controlled areas are shrinking. It's a visual representation of our losing battle, territory marked in red, spreading like blood across the map. In another day or two, there might not be any green left. Just red and gray, infected and empty. Some survivor groups are abandoning their positions voluntarily, trying to move to more defensible locations or join with other groups for better odds. These movements are dangerous, crossing open ground with infected nearby, but staying put isn't viable either when defenses are failing and supplies are exhausted. The Survivor Network Emily mentioned earlier is coordinating some of these movements, sharing information about safe routes and providing covering fire where possible. It's grassroots military tactics, ordinary people becoming guerrilla fighters out of necessity. They're learning fast, adapting to threats, doing what humans do best, which is solve problems even when the problems seem insurmountable. 326. Emily just got word that her sister is one of the survivors extracted from that apartment building this morning. I didn't know Emily had family in the zone. She never mentioned it, kept that private while helping everyone else manage their fear and grief. But her sister was one of the 29 who made it out. I asked Emily why she didn't say anything, why she didn't take time to deal with her own crisis. She said someone had to keep working, keep the information flowing, and her personal situation didn't change that responsibility. Now that her sister's safe, now that she knows the outcome, she can process it. But not before, because before there was still work to do. That's dedication beyond anything I've seen before. Continuing to function professionally while your own family is in mortal danger, not letting personal fear compromise your ability to help others. Emily's a better person than I am. I don't know if I could do the same. 407. The first artillery strike is being prepared. The target is a concentration of infected in an industrial area where there are no known survivors. Over 300 infected in a relatively confined space. Eliminated with a single strike would significantly reduce the total infected population. The authorization came from the highest levels after hours of debate. Once this happens, once we start using military weapons on our own territory, a line is crossed that can never be uncrossed. But the alternative is allowing those 300 infected to continue spreading, to attack survivor groups, to potentially breach the perimeter if they gather enough mass and momentum. The strike is scheduled for 1700 hours, just before sunset. Drone surveillance will confirm the target zone is clear of survivors. Artillery will fire and will assess results. If it's effective, if it works without unacceptable collateral damage, it might become standard practice for dealing with large infected concentrations. I'm conflicted about this. Violence as solution to violence, destruction to stop destruction. But maybe that's the world we live in now, where the gentler options have failed and harsh measures are all that remain. We tried containment, tried barriers, tried hoping the infection would burn out on its own. None of it worked fast enough, so now we escalate. 453. 10 minutes until the artillery strike. The area has been confirmed clear of survivors through multiple surveillance passes. The infected are clustered in and around a warehouse complex, probably drawn there by something we can't identify from aerial observation. They're just milling around, that characteristic aimless movement punctuated by occasional aggressive interaction. The artillery battery is in position outside the zone. They're using precision munitions, GPS-guided shells that should strike within meters of designated coordinates. The goal is total destruction of the target area with minimal spread to adjacent structures. In an urban environment that's challenging, but the alternative is even more challenging. Emily and I are watching on monitors, live feed from multiple drones covering different angles. This is going to be brutal to witness, but we need to see it, need to understand what we're doing and what it costs. You don't get to make decisions like this and then look away from the consequences. 5 p.m. exactly. The shells are inbound. 3 seconds. 2. 1. Impact. The warehouse complex erupts in flame and concussion. Multiple explosions of shells hit in rapid succession, overlapping blast waves, the entire structure collapsing in on itself. Infected are thrown by the blast, torn apart by shrapnel, crushed under falling debris. The area where hundreds of infected stood seconds ago is now a crater surrounded by burning rubble. It worked. Tactically, strategically, it achieved the objective. 300 infected eliminated in seconds. But watching it happen, seeing bodies destroyed even if those bodies were already lost to infection, it's sickening. We just killed 300 people. They weren't people anymore in any meaningful sense, but they were alive and now they're not, and we did that deliberately. The silence in the studio is heavy. Emily and I both watching the aftermath, the fires burning, smoke rising, nothing moving in the impact zone except flames. This is what we've become. A civilization that artillery strikes its own cities because the alternative is worse. How did we get here? 5:37. The strike is being evaluated as successful. No collateral damage to adjacent buildings beyond minor blast effects. No survivors appear to have been caught in the impact zone. Infected population in the zone reduced by approximately 6% in a single action. From a tactical perspective, it's a win. More strikes are being planned for tomorrow, targeting other large concentrations of infected in areas where survivors aren't present. The military is creating a target list, prioritizing based on infected numbers and proximity to survivor groups. If they can reduce the infected population through systematic strikes, survival odds for people still in the zone improve significantly. The ethical debate will continue for years, whether this was necessary, whether there were alternatives, whether the ends justified the means. But right now, in the moment, with people dying and infection spreading, the people making these decisions are trying to save lives with the tools available to them. Judge them if you want, but understand the constraints they were operating under. 6:12, darkness approaching again. Third night since the crisis began. Each night worse than the last, more infected, fewer survivors, less hope. I don't know how many more nights we can endure before something breaks completely, before the system fails and chaos becomes permanent. Emily's checking in with the survivor network, getting reports on their status and needs. Most groups are stable for now, holding positions, rationing supplies, waiting for rescue or relief that might never come. Some groups have gone silent either because they chose to preserve battery power or because they're no longer able to communicate. The silence is what haunts you. Not knowing if silence means safety or death, if that group you were talking to yesterday is still alive today, or if they fell to infection or violence or despair. Every silent radio is a potential tragedy you can't confirm or prevent. 6:51. Full dark now. I can see the zone from the studio window, or at least I can see where it is. Patches of darkness where power is out, occasional fires burning, the perimeter marked by floodlights and security lighting. It looks like a wound in the city, an infected area that the healthy tissue is trying to wall off. The infected are more active at night. Thermal imaging shows increased movement, more aggressive behavior, hunting patterns becoming more pronounced. Whatever drives them seems to intensify after sunset. Maybe it's environmental, maybe it's something about the infection itself, but nights are when they're most dangerous. Survivor groups are going into defensive mode, minimizing noise and light, maximizing security. Some are operating on shifts, half sleeping while half keeps watch, maintaining continuous vigilance. Others don't have enough people for shifts and are just staying awake as long as possible, surviving on adrenaline and fear. 7:29, there's been an incident at one of the checkpoints. Not an attack, but a confrontation between civilians and military personnel. A group of people demanding to be allowed into the zone to search for family members, military refusing entry. Tensions escalating into shouting and shoving. The military held the line, but it's getting harder to justify the perimeter to people whose loved ones are trapped inside. They want to take the risk, want to try to rescue their families, and being told no by armed soldiers feels like abandonment. But letting them in means more potential infections, more people at risk, more complications for an already impossible situation. Some people are going to try to enter the zone regardless of orders or consequences. Fence jumping, sneaking through gaps in coverage, bribing guards, whatever it takes. Once they're inside, they become part of the problem, more civilians to track and protect and eventually extract. But you can't stop love or desperation with barriers and rules. People will risk everything for family. 8:03. I'm reading reports from the medical facilities where evacuees are being processed. Everyone extracted from the zone is being tested for infection, monitored for symptoms, isolated until they're cleared. It's causing overcrowding in the medical system, but it's necessary to prevent infected individuals from being released into the general population. The testing protocols are improving as we learn more about the infection. Initially, it was just temperature checks and visual assessment. Now they're using blood tests that can detect the compound in someone's system before symptoms appear. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing, and it means fewer infected individuals slipping through screening. Of the 247 people extracted from the zone so far, 11 tested positive for infection despite appearing asymptomatic. They were isolated immediately and are being monitored. Some might be candidates for the experimental treatment once it's available. Others might progress too quickly for treatment to help. Each positive test is a person whose life is probably over, who's going to transform into something that has to be contained or destroyed. But each detection is also a prevented outbreak, an infected individual caught before they could spread the infection to new locations. The math is cold but accurate. 8:47. Emily's sister is being interviewed by federal investigators. Standard procedure for anyone extracted from the zone, gathering intelligence about conditions inside, infected behavior patterns, survivor group capability. They're building a comprehensive picture of the situation to inform response strategy. Emily's worried about her sister's psychological state. She watched people die, was nearly killed herself, spent days hiding from infected in a building that was slowly being overrun. That's not something you just bounce back from. PTSD is virtually guaranteed, possibly complicated by survivor's guilt and adjustment disorder. The support systems for psychological trauma are overwhelmed. Too many people affected, not enough therapists or counselors, too much acute crisis and not enough long-term care resources. People are going to fall through the cracks, going to suffer quietly because the system can't accommodate everyone who needs help. It's another layer of tragedy on top of the immediate crisis. 9:36. The death toll estimates keep climbing. Command Center is now saying possibly 8,000 dead inside the zone. Combination of people killed by infected, people who died from lack of medical care or supplies, people who took their own lives rather than face infection. 8,000 lives lost in 3 days. That's a catastrophic casualty rate by any measure. The number of infected is harder to pin down. Somewhere between 6 and 10,000 based on surveillance and mathematical modeling. Some areas are too dense with infected to get accurate counts. The artillery strike eliminated 300, but there are thousands more and they're continuing to spread. At some point, the math suggests everyone still alive in the zone will be infected unless they're extracted or somehow manage to isolate themselves completely. We're watching demographic collapse in real time, a population being consumed by a plague we created and can't stop. 10:21. I've been on air for most of 72 hours now. My voice is giving out, throat raw from talking, thoughts scattered from exhaustion, but I keep going because this is my post and I hold it until I'm relieved or I collapse. Military thinking applied to civilian broadcasting, but it feels appropriate. Emily convinced me to let her take over for an hour while I rest. I'm not sleeping, just lying down in the break room, eyes closed, trying to find some reservoir of energy I can draw on to keep functioning. The coffee stopped working. The adrenaline's wearing thin. What's left is just determination and the knowledge that people need this broadcast. I can hear Emily's voice through the walls, calm and professional, delivering updates I helped prepare. She's good at this. If something happens to me, if I can't continue, she'll keep the broadcast going. That's comforting somehow, knowing that the work will continue regardless of individual limitations. 11:08. I'm back. Emily's grateful for the break even though she didn't admit to needing it. We're both running on pride and stubbornness at this point, refusing to acknowledge our limits because acknowledging them means confronting how close we are to breaking. The command center is planning a major evacuation operation for tomorrow. Multiple helicopters, coordinated rescue of several survivor groups simultaneously, trying to get as many people out as possible before conditions deteriorate further. It's risky and resource intensive, but potentially the last chance for extraction before the zone becomes completely overrun. Survivor groups are being contacted and given instructions, designated pickup points, timing windows, procedures for identifying themselves to rescue crews. Everyone's being warned that this might be the only opportunity for extraction, that if they don't make the window, they'll be staying in the zone indefinitely. Some groups are in positions where they can't reach pickup points safely, too far away, too many infected between them and extraction zones, not enough mobile survivors to make the journey. They're being told to shelter in place and wait for alternative rescue methods, but everyone knows that might mean waiting forever. 11:53. 7 minutes to midnight, 3 days into the crisis. The anniversary of when this nightmare began, when smugglers broke vials of bioengineered compound and started a cascade that's consumed thousands of lives and transformed a city into a war zone. I wonder what those smugglers would think if they could see what their criminal negligence created. If they're still alive to think, which is doubtful. They were probably among the first infected exposed to the highest concentration of the compound, transformed before they understood what was happening. There's no satisfaction in that thought. Punishment doesn't undo harm. Justice doesn't resurrect the dead. All we have is the ongoing work of managing the crisis and trying to prevent it from getting worse. No revenge, no closure, just survival and mitigation. Midnight. 72 hours since the first reports came through. 3 days that changed everything, that revealed how fragile our civilization is, how quickly order can collapse when the right pressure is applied. We thought we were secure, thought our systems and institutions could handle anything. We were wrong. Emily's looking at projections for the next few days. If current trends continue, the zone will be entirely overrun by infected within 96 hours. Every survivor group will be eliminated or forced into such precarious positions that survival becomes unlikely. The zone will effectively become a necropolis, a city of the dead or dying, patrolled by infected who no longer have living humans to hunt. What happens then? Do we maintain the quarantine indefinitely, keeping the infected contained until they eventually die from cellular breakdown or lack of sustenance? Do we go in with overwhelming force and eliminate every infected individual, cleansing the zone through systematic extermination? Do we abandon the zone entirely, write it off as lost territory? There are no good answers. Every path forward involves more death, more destruction, more moral compromises. We're not choosing between good options and bad options. We're choosing between terrible options and catastrophic options, trying to find the least awful way forward. 12:41 a.m. I'm watching drone footage of infected moving through the streets. Their movement patterns have become more organized over the last day. They're traveling in groups, moving with apparent purpose rather than aimlessly wandering. Some groups are 20 or 30 individuals strong, small armies of infected coordinating their movement. This suggests the infection is evolving, developing behaviors that make it more effective at spreading and surviving. The early infected were random and scattered. The current infected show pack behavior and basic tactics. If this trend continues, if they develop more sophisticated strategies, containment becomes exponentially more difficult. The enhanced mutations are also becoming more common. The latest estimates put them at 15% of the infected population, up from 10% yesterday. The acceleration is concerning. In another few days, enhanced infected could outnumber standard infected, fundamentally changing the threat profile we're dealing with. Enhanced infected are stronger, faster, more aggressive. They can break through barriers that stop standard infected, can hunt more effectively, can survive more damage before being neutralized. A zone filled primarily with enhanced infected would be nearly impossible to operate in, even for trained military personnel. 1:26. The supply drops scheduled for tonight have been delayed due to weather. Storms moving through the area, high winds and lightning, conditions that make helicopter operations too dangerous. The supplies will be dropped tomorrow when weather clears, but that means survivor groups expecting resupply tonight won't get it. Some groups were counting on those supplies. They rationed everything, calculated down to the last meal, assuming resupply would arrive on schedule. Now they're facing another day without food or with dangerously low reserves. Hunger makes people desperate. Desperation makes them take risks. Risks lead to exposure and infection. It's not anyone's fault that weather doesn't cooperate with emergency operations, but it's another example of how everything that can go wrong in a crisis tends to go wrong simultaneously. Murphy's Law applied to disaster response. 2:03. Emily's monitoring the survivor network and there's chatter about a breakout attempt. One of the larger survivor groups, maybe 50 people, is planning to try to fight their way to the perimeter and force their way through. They don't believe rescue is coming and they're not willing to wait and die. The command center is aware of the planning and has reinforced the section of perimeter they're likely to target. Orders are to stop any breach attempt using whatever force is necessary. That means potentially shooting people who are just trying to escape, but allowing a breach could mean infected escaping along with survivors. It's another impossible situation. The survivors planning this breakout are desperate and probably won't be dissuaded by warnings or threats. The military can't let them through without compromising the perimeter. When they clash, people are going to die, and some of those people are going to be uninfected civilians who just wanted to live. I wish I could tell that survivor group to stand down, to trust that rescue will come, but I can't make promises I can't keep. Maybe rescue won't come. Maybe they're right to try to save themselves even if the attempt is likely to fail. Who am I to tell desperate people not to fight for their lives? 2:48. The breakout attempt has begun. The survivor group is moving toward the perimeter armed with improvised weapons and whatever firearms they've scavenged, determined to get through or die trying. The military is broadcasting warnings telling them to turn back, that lethal force is authorized. The survivors aren't stopping. They're advancing in a formation, using cars as mobile cover, suppressing fire to keep military heads down. Some of them have military training or are learning tactics in real time. They're making the military work for every meter of ground, but the military has superior firepower and position. As the survivors get close to the barriers, precision fire is picking them off, suppressing their advance, forcing them to take cover, pinning them down. The survivors are trying to push through, but they can't close the distance without taking casualties they can't afford. 321. The breakout failed. 17 survivors killed, another 8 wounded and captured. The rest scattered back into the zone, their attempt crushed by superior force. The military held the perimeter, but at the cost of killing their own citizens, people who were probably uninfected and just trying to escape. The bodies of the dead are being examined to confirm infection status. If they were uninfected, if they were healthy people killed for trying to survive, that's a tragedy and a crime and a necessity all at once. The commanders who gave those orders are going to carry that weight forever. The wounded who were captured are being tested and treated. If they're uninfected, they might be released or allowed to stay in protected custody. If they're infected, they'll be isolated with the other infected individuals we've detained for study. Either way, their breakout attempt is over. Emily's in tears again. Watching desperate people cut down trying to escape is more than anyone should have to witness. But we're witnesses. That's our role, bearing testimony to events so they can be recorded and remembered and learned from. Witnesses don't get to look away. 4:07. Dawn's approaching. Day 4 of the crisis beginning. The sun doesn't care about human suffering, just keeps rising and setting on schedule, marking time indifferent to whether we're using that time to save lives or watch them end. I'm exhausted beyond description. Every part of me hurts, physically and emotionally. But the broadcast continues. Emily and I taking turns at the microphone, spelling each other when one of us starts to break down, maintaining the flow of information to people who need it. How long can we keep this up? How many more days of crisis before we collapse from accumulated strain? I don't know. I guess we'll find out when we get there. Until then, we keep going. 5:33. The sun's up, full daylight illuminating the zone. The helicopter extraction operation is being prepared. Flight crews running pre-flight checks. Survivor groups moving to designated pickup points. Military units positioning to provide covering fire during extractions. This is the big one, the operation that could save hundreds of lives if it succeeds or cost aircraft and crew if it fails. Everything's being coordinated down to the second, multiple aircraft operating in sequence. Landing zones secured by survivor groups and covered by military snipers from outside the zone. The timeline calls for 6 separate extractions at different locations across the zone. Each helicopter will land, load as many survivors as it can safely carry, and lift off before infected can overrun the position. Total operation time estimated at 90 minutes from first landing to last liftoff. I'm watching the preparations on monitors, seeing the scale of effort being dedicated to saving people who were written off just days ago as unreachable. It's hope manifesting as helicopters and fuel and brave pilots willing to fly into hell for strangers. Maybe we're not completely lost after all. 6:14 a.m. The operation is beginning. First helicopter inbound to a pickup point in the eastern sector. Survivors are in position, about 40 people gathered in a parking area they've cleared and defended. Infected in the area, but the survivor group has set up firing positions to keep them back. The helicopter's descending. I can hear the rotor wash through the radio transmission, the pilot calling out altitude and approach angle. The survivors are waving, signaling, marking their position. The helicopter touches down, side doors sliding open, people rushing toward it. Loading is chaotic but organized. Children and injured first, then elderly, then whoever can fit. The survivor group has discipline, not panicking, following the protocol they were briefed on. Infected are approaching from multiple directions, drawn by the noise, but the defensive positions are holding them back with sustained fire. 32 people loaded. The helicopter's at capacity, rotors spinning up to full power, lifting off. The remaining survivors are watching it climb away, knowing they didn't make this extraction, but hoping there will be another chance. The helicopter banks away, heading toward the perimeter and safety. First extraction successful. 5 more to go. 6:41. Second helicopter is inbound to a location in the northern sector. This group is smaller, maybe 20 survivors, but their situation is more precarious. They're on top of a commercial building, surrounded by infected, no ground level defense, relying on the roof being inaccessible. The problem is the roof access door isn't secure. Infected have been trying to break through for hours and the door is failing. The survivors are holding it with furniture and their own body weight, but it won't last much longer. The helicopter needs to get them out now or they're lost. The pilot is pushing hard, maximizing speed despite the risk. Every second counts. The helicopter arrives, hovers over the roof. There's no flat space to land, so they're doing a hover extraction again. lowering the basket while the pilot fights the controls to maintain stable position. The roof access door bursts open. Infected pour through, maybe 10 or 15 of them immediately rushing toward the survivors. The survivors are fighting hand to hand, trying to hold them off while people load into the basket. It's chaos. Screaming and gunfire and the roar of helicopter rotors. Emily's monitoring the radio, translating the chatter for me. People are being pulled up in the basket, two at a time, agonizingly slow. The pilot wants to leave, the situation is deteriorating, but the crew chief is begging for more time. Just a few more people, just another minute. An infected grabs one of the survivors, pulls them down. Others rush to help, but the infected is strong, enhanced mutation, tearing into its victim. Blood everywhere, screams cut short. The other survivors have to abandon their friend, can't save them, can only keep fighting and hope the basket comes back down. 17 survivors extracted before the situation became untenable. 3 didn't make it, pulled down by infected or killed in the fighting. The helicopter had to pull away, leaving bodies on the roof, leaving infected celebrating their kill if infected can celebrate. I don't know what to call what they do when they successfully attack prey. 7:23. Third extraction is underway. This one's going better. A survivor group that fortified a school building and has good defensive positions. 56 people in this group, one of the largest remaining cohesive units inside the zone. They've organized themselves like a military unit with command structure and assigned roles. When the helicopter lands, they execute the loading procedure with efficiency that would make professional soldiers proud. No panic, no confusion, just rapid boarding while security teams maintain perimeter defense. This group has been fighting infected for 3 days and they've gotten good at it. Their shooting is accurate, their tactics are sound, they work together like a unit that's trained for months rather than days. Crisis brings out capabilities people didn't know they had. All 56 people extracted successfully with minimal contact with infected. The helicopter lifts off with its second load, having made 2 trips to get everyone. The school building is being abandoned. 3 days of defenses and survival now. Just an empty structure that infected will wander through, finding nothing. 8:06. Fourth extraction is encountering problems. The helicopter can't land at the designated pickup point because infected have overrun it. The survivor group is pinned down inside a building, unable to reach the extraction zone safely. The pilot is searching for alternative landing areas nearby, somewhere close enough that the survivors can reach, but clear enough for the helicopter to operate. It's difficult in an urban environment with infected scattered throughout the area and limited open space. They've found a spot, a parked area, 2 blocks from the survivors' location. The pilot is landing there, and the survivors are going to have to fight their way through 2 blocks of infected controlled streets to reach extraction. It's risky, but it's the only option. The survivors are moving. 15 people, armed and moving in tight formation, suppressing fire, keeping infected at bay. They're taking fire from the military perimeter too, snipers providing overwatch, taking down infected that get too close to the survivor group. 1 block cleared. Halfway there, an infected rushes from a side alley, tackles one of the survivors. The others stop to help shoot the infected off their companion, keep moving. The tackled survivor is injured but mobile, being helped along by 2 others. They're at the park. The helicopter is waiting, rotors at full power, ready for immediate liftoff. The survivors are running now, final sprint to safety. Infected are pursuing, but the military snipers are cutting them down, providing cover fire while the survivors board. All 15 aboard. The helicopter is lifting off. They made it 2 blocks through infected controlled territory and they all survived. Either they're incredibly skilled or incredibly lucky, probably both. 8:57, 5th extraction is the most dangerous yet. The survivor group is in a hospital barricaded on an upper floor, surrounded by hundreds of infected throughout the building. The hospital's been a focal point for infected because there were so many people there when the crisis started, patients and staff who couldn't evacuate. The extraction plan involves the helicopter landing on the hospital roof while military helicopters provide suppressing fire to keep infected away from the roof access. It's a coordinated operation requiring multiple aircraft and precise timing. Both helicopters are inbound. The military gunship is engaging infected on the lower floors visible through windows, trying to draw them away from the stairwells the survivors need to use to reach the roof. The extraction helicopter is approaching the roof, preparing to land. The survivors are moving up from the 6th floor where they've been sheltering. 23 people, including medical staff who stayed behind to care for patients they couldn't evacuate. Some of those patients are with them, injured or sick people being carried or supported by staff. They're encountering infected on the stairs. The stairwell is narrow, defensible, but infected are coming from above and below. The survivors are trapped in a vertical fight, shooting up and down the stairwell, trying to clear a path to the roof. The military helicopter is firing into the building, rockets and cannon fire, trying to eliminate infected and clear the survivors' path. It's brutal, destructive. The building is taking massive damage, but it's creating the space the survivors need to advance. They've reached the roof. The extraction helicopter is landing, survivors running across the rooftop, loading as fast as possible. Infected are bursting through the roof access door. The military helicopter is engaging them, but there are too many. They're overwhelming the kill zone. The pilot is screaming into the radio that they need to leave now. The crew chief is still loading people, shouting that there are still survivors on the roof. The pilot is making the call they have to go. Infected are about to reach the helicopter. 19 survivors aboard, 4 still on the roof when the helicopter lifts off. Those 4 are fighting infected hand to hand, no time to reload, no space to maneuver. The military helicopter is engaging but can't fire without hitting the survivors. One of the 4 goes down, pulled into a mass of infected. The other 3 are back to back, swinging weapons, trying to survive just a few more seconds. But there are dozens of infected and only 3 of them, and the math doesn't work. The military helicopter pilot makes a decision. He's going in against orders, against protocol, breaking formation to attempt an unauthorized rescue. The gunship swings around, comes in low over the roof, side gunners firing point blank into the infected mass. The 3 survivors see the opportunity, break toward the helicopter. 2 make it, grab onto the landing skids, hang on as the helicopter lifts away. The 3rd is grabbed by infected, pulled back, lost. The helicopter climbs with 2 people hanging from its landing gear, crew chiefs reaching down to pull them into the cabin. 21 survivors extracted, 2 in the most dramatic fashion I've ever witnessed. The military pilot who broke formation to rescue them is going to face disciplinary action for unauthorized maneuver, but he saved 2 lives, and that has to count for something. 9:46. Final extraction of the operation. The helicopter is approaching a survivor group in the western sector, last pickup point on the mission list. This group has been relatively stable. Good defenses, adequate supplies, but they've requested extraction because they're running out of ammunition and they know they can't hold indefinitely. The landing zone is a shopping center parking lot. Open space that the survivors have secured and cleared. 31 people in this group, ready to evacuate, gathered and waiting when the helicopter approaches. Something's wrong. Emily's seeing it on the drone feed before the pilot does. There are infected hiding inside the shopping center, more than the survivors realized, maybe 100 or more. They've been waiting somehow patient or tactical enough to stay hidden until the helicopter arrived. The infected are rushing out, pouring from multiple entrances, overwhelming the survivors' defensive positions through sheer numbers. The survivors are falling back toward the helicopter, but there are too many infected coming too fast. The pilot sees it, starts to wave off, pulling altitude to abort the landing. But the survivors are running toward where the helicopter was going to land. They're committed to extraction. If the helicopter leaves, they'll be overrun. The pilot makes a split-second decision. He's landing anyway. Hot LZ, infected, converging, landing in the middle of a deteriorating situation because those people below him have no other chance. The helicopter touches down. Survivors are sprinting toward it. Infected are right behind them. Meters back and closing. The first survivors reach the helicopter, start boarding, but infected are so close they're grabbing at people trying to climb aboard. The door gunners are firing, point-blank range, trying to create space for boarding. Infected are getting hit and going down, but more keep coming. One infected gets a hand on a survivor being pulled into the cabin. The crew chief has to physically kick it away. Loading is chaotic, people being thrown into the cabin, no time for orderly boarding. The pilot is watching infected reach the helicopter, starting to climb the landing gear. He's making the call, they're leaving. Rotors already spinning up to departure power. Not everyone made it aboard. The last few survivors are still running toward the helicopter when it lifts off, unable to wait any longer without risking the aircraft. Those survivors stop, watch the helicopter climb away, realize they've been left behind. 24 survivors extracted, 7 left behind, including the ones who were closest to making it. They're standing in the parking lot, surrounded by infected, watching their rescue fly away. Some are fighting, trying to survive just a little longer. Others have stopped fighting, accepting what's about to happen. The helicopter crew is watching too, forced to witness the consequences of their decision to leave. The pilot made the right tactical call, stayed long enough to save 24 people left before the aircraft was compromised. But 7 people are dying right now because he couldn't stay 10 more seconds. Emily's not translating the radio chatter anymore. She's just staring at the monitor, watching infected overrun the survivors left behind. I want to tell her to look away, but she won't. She's bearing witness, same as me, refusing to grant ourselves the mercy of ignorance. The parking lot is clear now except for bodies and infected feeding on them. The helicopter is crossing the perimeter, bringing 24 survivors to safety. The extraction operation is complete, 10:33. The final tally from the extraction operation, 168 survivors rescued from 6 different locations, 14 killed during extraction attempts or left behind. 6 extraction missions completed, though not all successfully. 2 helicopters damaged by small arms fire from infected controlled areas, one severely enough that it's grounded pending repairs. The pilot who broke formation to rescue those 2 from the hospital roof is being recommended for a commendation rather than discipline. His unauthorized maneuver saved lives and demonstrated the kind of initiative and courage that's necessary in crisis response. Sometimes you have to break rules to do the right thing. The survivors are being processed through decontamination and medical screening. Most are physically intact, though exhausted and traumatized. Several have injuries requiring treatment. All will need psychological support to deal with what they've experienced. 168 people who were facing almost certain death are now safe. That's the victory. The 14 who didn't make it, the 7 we watched die in that parking lot, they're the cost. We celebrate the victory while acknowledging the cost, understanding that both are real and both matter. 11:21. I'm reading reports from the medical teams treating the survivors. The stories they're telling are harrowing. Days hiding in darkness, listening to infected outside their barriers, watching friends and family turn into monsters, making impossible choices about who to save and who to abandon. One survivor, a woman named Jocelyn, described watching her husband get bitten while defending their apartment. She locked him in the bathroom as he started to change, listened to him deteriorate from the person she loved into something that wanted to kill her. He begged her to let him out, then he screamed, then he stopped making human sounds entirely. She stayed in that apartment with her infected husband locked in the bathroom for 2 days before she was evacuated. Another survivor, a man named Rashid, was part of the group at the grocery store. He talked about the defense rotations, the rationing systems they developed, the community that emerged from desperate people working together. He said it was the most meaningful experience of his life, even though it was the most terrifying. Finding purpose and connection in crisis, discovering capabilities he didn't know he possessed. These stories need to be recorded and preserved. They're part of the historical record, testimony to what happened here and how people responded. Future generations need to understand both the horror and the heroism, the failures and the resilience. Noon, 78 hours into the crisis. The infection is spread across 90% of the zone based on drone surveillance. Remaining survivor groups are scattered, isolated, running low on supplies and hope. The extraction operation helped, but it barely made a dent in the total number of people still trapped. Emily's been calculating numbers. Estimated initial population of the zone when quarantine went into effect, 32,000. Current estimated survivors, 4,000. That means 28,000 people dead or infected in just over 3 days. The scale of loss is incomprehensible. Some of those 28,000 might still be recovered if the treatment works. If we can capture infected individuals before they deteriorate too far, administer treatment, reverse or halt the progression. But most are beyond help, too far gone, their humanity consumed by uncontrolled cellular mutation. The zone is becoming a wasteland. Fires have destroyed large sections. Artillery strikes have created craters. Abandoned buildings are collapsing from neglect and damage. Even if we could clear all the infected tomorrow, the physical infrastructure is so damaged that rebuilding would take years. 12:47 p.m., the experimental treatment is ready for field testing. Limited quantities have been produced and are being distributed to military units and medical facilities. The protocol is to administer within 60 minutes of confirmed exposure, 2 injections spaced 30 minutes apart, then monitor for 72 hours. The first test subject is one of the soldiers who was bitten during the checkpoint attack. He was bitten approximately 6 hours ago but hasn't shown symptoms yet, possibly due to natural resistance or lower infection load. He's been informed about the experimental nature of the treatment and has consented to receive it. The injection is being administered now. Medical team standing by to monitor for adverse reactions or complications. The soldier is scared. You can see it in his face, but he's staying composed. He knows he's the first human trial of a treatment that could save thousands of lives if it works. 30 minutes pass with no visible change in his condition, no symptom development, no adverse reactions to the treatment. Second injection administered. Now it's a waiting game, watching and monitoring. hoping the treatment is working at the cellular level, even though we can't see it yet. 138. While waiting for results on the treatment trial, I'm monitoring the situation inside the zone. The infected are consolidating, gathering in large groups, concentrations of hundreds in certain areas. It's creating target-rich environments for artillery strikes, but it's also concerning because it suggests coordinated behavior at a higher level than we've seen before. One concentration of infected is particularly large, maybe 800 individuals gathered in and around a sports stadium. Thermal imaging shows them packed densely, almost motionless, like they're waiting for something. It's unprecedented behavior, nothing like the random wandering we've observed previously. The command center is debating whether to strike this concentration with artillery. 800 infected eliminated in one strike would significantly reduce the total infected population. But the gathering behavior is so unusual that they want to study it, understand what it means before destroying the evidence. Drones are being repositioned to get better observation of the stadium. Scientists are reviewing the footage, trying to interpret what they're seeing. The infected aren't fighting each other, aren't attacking the few uninfected individuals who wander too close. They're just gathered, waiting, existing in unusual proximity without conflict. 226. The soldier who received the experimental treatment is showing positive signs. 6 hours post-exposure, he should be symptomatic by now based on average infection timelines. But he's showing no symptoms, no behavioral changes, no physiological markers of infection. The treatment might be working. Blood tests show the compound in his system, but at low concentrations, much lower than would be expected. The treatment appears to be binding with the compound and neutralizing it, preventing it from reaching the levels necessary to trigger full infection. It's early yet, but the preliminary data is encouraging. Additional treatment doses are being prepared for other high-risk individuals, military personnel, medical staff, emergency workers, anyone who might be exposed in the course of their duties. If the treatment proves reliable, it changes the entire risk calculus for operations in or near the zone. The possibility of actually going into the zone with ground forces, extracting survivors, engaging infected directly, it becomes feasible if personnel can be protected through prophylactic treatment. We might be looking at the beginning of the end of this crisis, or at least the beginning of having tools to fight it effectively. 304. The infected gathered at the stadium are moving, all of them simultaneously, like someone flipped a switch. They're leaving the stadium in organized streams, moving through the streets in formation, heading in specific directions with apparent purpose. This is coordinated behavior on a scale we haven't witnessed. 800 infected moving in organized groups suggests communication or shared intelligence or collective consciousness. The implications are disturbing. If infected can organize and coordinate, they're not just a biological threat, they're a strategic threat. The command center is tracking their movement, trying to determine objectives or targets. Some groups are moving toward the perimeter, others toward areas where survivor groups are known to be sheltering. It's like a coordinated offensive, infected deploying for maximum impact. Military units along the perimeter are being reinforced, prepared for potential assault. Survivor groups are being warned through the radio network to expect increased infected activity and to secure their positions. Everyone who can fight is preparing to fight. Everyone who can hide is finding the best hiding place they can. 357. The infected offensive has begun. Multiple simultaneous attacks against survivor positions across the zone, hundreds of infected pressing against defenses that were barely holding even before this escalation. Groups that survived 3 days of sporadic attacks are being overrun in minutes by coordinated assault. The radio network is filled with distress calls, people screaming for help that can't come, final transmissions before communications go silent. Emily's trying to track which groups are falling, which are holding, but it's happening too fast and there are too many calls to process them all. One group, a fortified apartment building in the southern sector, is reporting waves of infected attacking in sequence. The first wave gets cut down, the second wave attacks immediately after, then the third. The defenders are burning through ammunition, replacing fallen defenders as people get injured or killed, trying desperately to maintain the perimeter. They're calling for artillery support, but the command center is denying the request. Too many civilians in the area, too much risk of hitting uninfected people. The defenders are on their own, facing overwhelming numbers with finite resources. The transmission from that building cuts off mid-sentence. Silence. We don't know if they lost power or lost their lives, but we know they're not transmitting anymore. Another group gone, another cluster of human resistance extinguished. 443. The attacks on the perimeter have intensified. Thousands of infected pushing against the barriers, not randomly, but in concentrated assaults at specific weak points. The military is holding, but it's taking everything they have. Continuous fire, artillery strikes called in on their own positions to break up infected masses. One section of the perimeter nearly collapsed when infected got through the wire obstacles and reached the concrete barriers. Hand-to-hand fighting, soldiers using bayonets and rifle butts against infected that got too close. The line held, but several soldiers were bitten and are now in quarantine awaiting treatment. The experimental treatment is being administered to all bitten personnel immediately, rather than waiting for symptoms. It's aggressive use of limited supplies, but the alternative is losing soldiers to infection, and that's unacceptable when the perimeter is under assault. Emily just informed me that the infected stadium gathering has been completely emptied. All 800 infected deployed in the offensive. Whatever intelligence or coordination allowed them to gather also allowed them to deploy tactically. We're fighting an enemy that's learning and adapting faster than we can respond. The sun's starting to set again. Fourth night approaching, the worst night yet based on what we're seeing. The infected are coordinating, the defenses are strained, survivors are falling faster than we can track. This could be the night everything breaks completely. I'm exhausted beyond description. Emily's in worse shape, barely keeping her eyes open, running on pure willpower, but we keep broadcasting because that's what we do. That's our contribution to the fight. Information is a weapon and we're wielding it as best we can. The command center has issued a classified alert that Emily's source leaked to us. They're considering evacuation of personnel from the perimeter, falling back to a secondary containment line further out, abandoning the inner zone to the infected. It would mean writing off everyone still inside, condemning them to death or infection, but it might be necessary to preserve the response force. The decision hasn't been made yet. There's fierce argument among leadership about whether to hold or withdraw. Some say holding is suicidal, that they're throwing lives away defending an indefensible position. Others say withdrawal is surrender, that abandoning survivors is morally unacceptable regardless of tactical consideration. I don't know which side is right. Maybe there is no right answer, just choices with different costs and consequences. 6:17 p.m., full darkness now. The infected attacks are continuing under cover of night. Thermal imaging shows masses of infected pressing against perimeter defenses, testing for weaknesses, probing for gaps. The military is using floodlights and flares to maintain visibility, but darkness gives advantage to attackers who don't fear light. Inside the zone, the surviving groups have gone dark and quiet. No transmissions, no visible activity, everyone hiding and hoping the infected offensive passes them by. It's the only survival strategy available when you can't fight and can't run. One transmission came through briefly, a voice I didn't recognize, saying they were out of ammunition and barricading themselves in a closet. They said if anyone was listening, please remember that they tried. Please tell their family they fought hard. Then silence. We don't even know where they were. Can't confirm what happened. Just have that final message as evidence they existed and resisted. 7:03. The perimeter is holding, but at tremendous cost. Ammunition expenditure is far exceeding projections. Artillery tubes are overheating from sustained fire. Personnel are exhausted from continuous combat. The military can maintain this intensity for maybe another 12 hours before combat effectiveness degrades to critical levels. Resupply convoys are inbound with ammunition and replacement personnel, but they won't arrive until morning. The night has to be survived with current resources, and those resources are depleting rapidly. The infected don't get tired, don't need ammunition, don't experience morale failure. They just keep coming, wave after wave, grinding against defenses until something breaks. It's a war of attrition and they have the numbers advantage. 7:51. Something's changed in the infected attack pattern. They've stopped pressing the perimeter and are pulling back, retreating into the zone interior. Thousands of infected that were attacking minutes ago are now withdrawing in organized fashion, leaving the perimeter defenders confused and relieved and suspicious. Why would they stop? They were making progress, forcing the defenders to expend resources, creating opportunities for breakthrough. The withdrawal doesn't make tactical sense unless they're regrouping for another coordinated assault or unless there's something in the zone that's more important to them than attacking the perimeter. Drones are following the infected retreat, trying to determine where they're going and what they're doing. The images are surreal, masses of infected moving through dark streets in synchronized columns, not random shambling, but organized withdrawal. It's military movement executed by things that shouldn't be capable of military thinking. 8:34. The infected have gathered again, this time at a different location. An industrial complex in the center of the zone, thousands of them converging on this single area. Thermal imaging shows between 3,000 and 4,000 infected in and around the complex. The largest gathering we've witnessed. What's in that industrial complex that would draw them? Drone footage shows manufacturing facilities. warehouses, power infrastructure. Nothing obvious that would attract infected attention, but they're gathering there for a reason, and we need to understand what it is. Scientists are analyzing the footage, cross-referencing with data on what companies operated in that complex, what materials might be stored there. One theory is that there's something in the complex that resonates with the infection, some chemical or biological material that the infected are drawn to instinctively. Another theory, more disturbing, is that the infected are building something, using the facilities and materials to construct or create something beyond our current understanding of their capabilities. If infected can build or manufacture, if they've retained that much cognitive function, the threat profile changes fundamentally. 922. Emily's source at the command center has sent us classified analysis of the infected gathering. The scientists believe the industrial complex contained research facilities for the same company that created the original bioweapon compound. There might be additional supplies of the compound or related materials stored there. If the infected are drawn to the compound, if they're trying to access it or spread it or consume it, the implications are catastrophic. More compound release could create new infection vectors, could mutate the existing infected into enhanced forms, could spread beyond the zone if the infected somehow transport it. The decision is being made to destroy the industrial complex completely, airstrike, heavy ordnance, total destruction of the facility and everything in it. It means destroying whatever research materials might be there, might help us understand or treat the infection, but the risk of leaving it accessible to infected is too great. The strike is being authorized at the highest levels. Military aircraft are being scrambled, munitions are being loaded, target coordinates are being programmed. Execution is scheduled for 2,200 hours, less than 30 minutes from now. 9:53. 7 minutes until the airstrike. The infected are still gathered at the industrial complex, thousands of them packed into a relatively small area. It's the perfect target, maximum enemy concentration in a defined space. One strike could eliminate a third or more of the total infected population. I'm watching the countdown on the command center feed that Emily is displaying. Military aircraft are inbound, pilots have tone on target, weapons are armed and ready. This is the most significant offensive action taken against the infected so far, potentially the turning point of the entire crisis. 60 seconds. The aircraft are making their final approach, coming in fast and low, minimizing time in hostile airspace. The infected below don't react, don't scatter, just remain in their gathering as death approaches from above. 30 seconds. Weapons release. Multiple precision-guided munitions falling toward the target, invisible in the darkness except on infrared where they show as falling heat signatures. Impact. The industrial complex erupts in massive explosions, multiple detonations overlapping, creating a firestorm that engulfs everything in a 3-block radius. The thermal bloom is so intense it blinds the infrared cameras for several seconds. When they recover, the complex is gone, replaced by a crater and burning debris. Thousands of infected eliminated instantly. The largest single casualty event of the crisis, achieved in seconds through overwhelming force. It's brutal and effective and somehow sad, destroying what used to be people even though they're no longer people in any meaningful sense. 10:27. The aftermath of the airstrike is being assessed. Conservative estimates put infected casualties at 3,000. That's nearly half the total infected population eliminated in one strike. The remaining infected are scattered throughout the zone, no longer gathered in large concentration. The strike also destroyed whatever was in that industrial complex, whether it was additional compound or research materials or something else. We'll never know what drew the infected there, what they were trying to access or achieve. The truth is buried under rubble and ash. Survivor groups inside the zone are reporting that infected activity has dropped significantly. The coordinated attacks have stopped, the organized movement has ceased, infected are reverting to their previous random wandering behavior. It's as if destroying that complex broke whatever was coordinating them. Could there have been a central infected individual, something that was controlling or directing the others? Could the compound in that facility have been broadcasting some signal that infected were responding to? We're speculating without data, but something changed when that complex was destroyed. 11:14. The command center has made the decision to hold the current perimeter rather than falling back. The airstrike's success and the subsequent reduction in infected activity has bought them time and space to resupply and reinforce. The evacuation option is off the table for now. This is good news for the survivors still in the zone. It means the military isn't abandoning them, isn't writing them off. But it also means the survivors have to continue holding out, continue surviving in impossible conditions because rescue isn't coming immediately. How much longer can they last? We've extracted fewer than 200 people from an initial population of thousands. Even with the infected population reduced by the airstrike, the survivors are still outnumbered and undersupplied. Time is not on their side. 11:56. 4 minutes until midnight, 4 days since the crisis began. 96 hours of continuous emergency, collapse, crisis, death. It feels like forever, and it feels like just yesterday simultaneously. Time has become meaningless when measured against suffering. Emily's asleep at her desk, finally succumbed to exhaustion. I let her sleep, she's earned it. I'm alone in the studio now, just me and the microphone, and the city outside. Somewhere out there, people are hiding from infected. Somewhere else, infected are wandering through ruins. And here I am, bearing witness, recording it all for whoever comes after. Midnight, 96 hours, 4 full days. The city has changed fundamentally in that time. We had order, civilization, normalcy. Now we have quarantine zones and infected populations and military strikes on our own territory. The transformation is complete and irreversible. Can we come back from this? Can the zone be reclaimed, clean, rebuilt? Can the infected be eliminated or cured? Can society return to something resembling normal? I don't know. The crisis isn't over. The battle isn't won. We're just surviving one day at a time. 12:42 a.m. I'm reading reports from the treatment trials. The soldier who received the first dose 6 hours post-exposure is still showing no symptoms 12 hours later. Blood tests confirm the compound levels in his system are negligible, effectively neutralized by the treatment. It's looking increasingly likely that the treatment works. Additional personnel who were exposed and treated are showing similar results. Sample size is still small, but the trend is encouraging. We might actually have a functional treatment that prevents infection if administered quickly enough. The production is being ramped up. Facilities that normally manufacture vaccines or medicines being retooled to produce this new treatment. Within 48 hours, they expect to have enough doses to protect all military and emergency personnel. Within a week, enough to begin treating civilian population. It's hope, real tangible hope, the first we've had since this began. Not a cure for existing infected, but prevention for future exposure. It means we can start thinking about offensive operations, about going into the zone and systematically clearing it without condemning personnel to infection. 133. There's activity at the perimeter. Infected individuals approaching, but not attacking, just standing at the barriers looking out. Their behavior is different from the earlier assault, no aggression, almost like they're observing or waiting for something. Military personnel are watching them, weapons ready but holding fire in the absence of hostile action. It's a standoff. Infected and soldiers facing each other across barriers of wire and concrete, neither side moving. The infected should be attacking, should be showing that characteristic aggression, but they're not. One infected individual is standing directly in front of a floodlight, fully illuminated, easily targeted. It's a female or was before infection, wearing the remains of business attire, just standing and staring at the soldiers. Not making sounds, not trying to breach, just standing. A soldier calls out to her, asks if she can understand him. The infected doesn't respond verbally, but tilts her head, a gesture that seems almost human, almost like she's considering the question. Then she turns and walks away, back into the darkness of the zone, leaving the soldiers confused and disturbed by the interaction. 219. More reports of unusual infected behavior. Infected individuals showing restraint, avoiding confrontation with armed survivors, even appearing to recognize former acquaintances. One survivor reported that an infected person who had been their neighbor approached their defensive position, stopped outside effective weapon range, and just stood watching for several minutes before wandering away. Is the infection changing again? Are infected individuals regaining some measure of cognitive function or emotional capacity? The timeline is too fast for natural evolution, but the compound is synthetic, designed to affect cellular structures in specific ways. Maybe it's reaching a new equilibrium, stabilizing into something different from the initial infection profile. The scientists are fascinated and terrified by these reports. Fascinated because it suggests the infection might be self-limiting or might produce survivable outcomes in some cases. Terrified because infected individuals with retained intelligence are far more dangerous than mindless aggressive hosts. 306. I need to share something personal again. My sister, the one living outside the quarantine zone, called. She wanted to hear my voice, needed reassurance that I'm okay, that this crisis hasn't consumed me entirely. We talked for 10 minutes, just normal sibling conversation, like we were catching up over coffee instead of talking across a city in crisis. She told me she's proud of me, of the work I'm doing, staying on air and keeping people informed. Said she's been listening to the broadcast continuously. finding comfort in the familiar voice explaining the incomprehensible. It meant more than she knows, that acknowledgement, that connection to normal life. I told her I loved her, told her to stay safe, told her that if anything happens, she should get out of the city without hesitation. She promised she would, but we both know promises made in crisis are easier to make than keep. If the situation deteriorates, if the infection spreads beyond the zone, I don't know what she'll do or if I'll ever see her again. That possibility weighs on me. Everyone working this crisis has loved ones who could be affected, who are at risk, who might not survive what's coming. We're trying to save strangers while terrified for family. It's the burden of responsibility in disaster. 4:03. Dawn approaching. 5th day beginning. The city's starting to wake up the parts of it that still function normally. People going to work, starting their routines, living lives that are only peripherally affected by the crisis. The disparity still strikes me. Normal life continuing while catastrophe unfolds kilometers away. Emily's awake, looking rough but functional. She's reviewing overnight developments, preparing briefing materials for the morning, maintaining the professional competence that's been our anchor through this crisis. I don't know what I'd do without her partnership in this work. 5:37. The sun's rising on the 5th day. The zone looks different in morning light after the airstrike. There's a visible crater where the industrial complex used to be. Smoke still rising from burning debris. The destruction is obvious even from distance. A scar on the urban landscape that will persist long after the crisis ends. Survivor groups are reporting calm overnight, minimal infected activity, no coordinated attacks. The airstrike seems to have disrupted whatever was organizing the infected, reverting them to less dangerous behavior patterns. It's a tactical victory, but it doesn't solve the fundamental problem of thousands of infected still existing in the zone. The command center is planning another extraction operation for today. Smaller scale than yesterday, targeting specific survivor groups that have been in contact and are ready for evacuation. They're also planning to drop supplies to groups that aren't ready for extraction but need support to continue holding their positions. 6:28. The experimental treatment has been cleared for wider distribution based on the successful trials. Military personnel are receiving prophylactic doses before entering high-risk situations. The protection isn't perfect. The treatment has to be administered within 60 minutes of exposure to be effective, but it's better than nothing. This changes the calculus for ground operations. A team equipped with treatment and prepared to administer it immediately after exposure can operate in the zone with acceptable risk levels. It means potential for systematic clearing operations, going building by building, eliminating infected and rescuing survivors in coordinated fashion. The first clearing operation is being planned for tomorrow. A Marine unit, fully equipped and briefed, will enter the zone at a designated point and clear a one-block area, eliminating all infected and extracting any survivors found. It's a test case for whether ground operations are viable at scale. 7:14. I'm watching news coverage on the monitors. The national media has fully descended on the story, reporters from every major outlet broadcasting from outside the quarantine zone. The images they're showing are dramatic. Military perimeters, burning buildings in the distance, occasional glimpses of infected individuals wandering near the barriers. Some of the coverage is responsible, factual reporting on the crisis and response efforts. Some is sensationalist, focusing on the horror and fear while providing little useful information. Emily's been doing interviews with some outlets trying to provide accurate information and combat misinformation. The international response is intensifying. Several countries have offered assistance, medical teams and supplies and expertise. Others are imposing stricter travel restrictions, essentially isolating our country until the crisis is resolved. The economic impact is mounting. Markets are unstable. There's talk of emergency economic measures, but all of that feels distant and abstract compared to the immediate reality of people trapped in the zone fighting for survival. Global economics matter, international relations matter, but not as much as the individual human lives being lost right now. 8:07. The extraction operation is beginning. 3 helicopters inbound to different locations, coordinated timing to spread military resources across multiple actions. It's a smaller operation than yesterday, but hopefully less risky given the reduced infected activity. First helicopter is approaching a survivor group sheltering in an office building. 14 people, including 2 children. They've secured the building well and have good defensive positions, but they're running out of food and one person needs medical attention for an infected wound. Not bite infection, just a regular injury that got infected through lack of proper treatment. The helicopter is landing on the roof. The survivors are climbing the building from the floor where they've been sheltering. No infected interference, no complications. They're boarding the helicopter smoothly, following the procedures, demonstrating the discipline that's kept them alive this long. All 14 extracted successfully. First mission complete without incident. It's almost anticlimactic after yesterday's dramatic rescues, but successful boring missions are infinitely preferable to exciting dangerous ones. 9:33. Second extraction encountered problems. The helicopter reached the designated pickup point to find only 5 survivors instead of the 15 who were supposed to be there. The group had been overrun during the night, 10 people killed or infected, the 5 survivors barely escaping to a nearby building. The helicopter was able to extract those 5, but it's a reminder that the situation inside the zone remains deadly despite the reduced infected activity. Survivors can still be overwhelmed, can still fall to infection or violence or simple bad luck. Every extraction is a race against deteriorating circumstances. The third extraction was canceled when the survivor group failed to respond to radio contact. Either their communications failed or they're no longer in position to receive extraction or they're no longer alive. The helicopter diverted to drop supplies at an alternate location where another group needed resupply. 10:26. I'm reviewing statistics that Emily compiled. Total confirmed survivors extracted since quarantine began, 187 people. Estimated survivors remaining in zone between 2 and 3,000. Total infected approximately 4,000 after the airstrike casualties. Total deceased unknown but likely exceeding 20,000. 20,000 dead in 5 days. That's massacre-level casualties, war zone numbers, the kind of loss that defines generations. And most of those deaths were preventable if the original smuggling operation had been intercepted or if the compound had been properly secured or if any of a dozen other things had gone differently. The investigation into who created the compound and how it was being smuggled is ongoing. Federal agencies are tracking leads, interviewing suspects, building cases for prosecution. But justice for criminal negligence doesn't resurrect the dead or cure the infected. It's cold comfort at best. 11:04. There's been a significant development. One of the infected individuals showing unusual behavior was captured during the night by a military special operations team. The infected female who was standing at the perimeter, observing without attacking, was tracked and subdued using non-lethal methods. She's now in a secure medical facility being examined and tested. The goal is to understand why her behavior differs from standard infected, whether she's regaining cognitive function or never fully lost it, what makes her unique. She's also a candidate for the experimental treatment if they can determine whether it works on already infected individuals. The ethical questions are immense. She's technically alive, technically human, but she's infected and dangerous. Testing treatment on her without consent, keeping her restrained against her will if she has any will remaining. These are morally complex actions, but the potential knowledge gain could save thousands of lives. The lead researcher is documenting everything, ensuring there's a complete record of what's being done and why. Whatever happens with this test subject, future analysis can evaluate whether the actions were justified. Accountability matters even in crisis. 12:18 p.m. The captured infected individual is responding to stimuli in ways that suggest retained cognitive function. When shown photographs of people, she reacts emotionally to some and not others. When asked questions, she can't speak but sometimes nods or shakes her head appropriately. When given simple tasks, she can complete them with some difficulty. She's not fully human, not capable of complex thought or communication, but she's not mindless either. She's somewhere in between, a damaged mind struggling to function through the neurological chaos of infection. It's tragic and fascinating in equal measure. The researchers are preparing to administer the experimental treatment. If it can halt progression in someone already infected, if it can reverse some of the damage, it would be revolutionary. But the treatment was designed for prevention, not cure. There's no guarantee it will work, and significant risk it could worsen her condition. They're proceeding with full documentation and medical monitoring. Whatever happens, we'll learn something valuable about the infection and the treatment. That's how science works in crisis, taking risks to gain knowledge, hoping the benefits outweigh the cost. 1:43. The treatment has been administered to the captured infected individual. She's being monitored intensively. Multiple medical teams watching for any change in condition or behavior. Early results are complicated. Her aggression has decreased significantly. Within 30 minutes of treatment, she stopped straining against restraints, stopped showing hostile responses to person, but she's also becoming less responsive overall, like the treatment is suppressing all activity rather than specifically targeting infected behavior. Blood tests show the compound levels dropping rapidly, similar to what was observed in prevention cases. But there's also evidence of cellular damage. tissue breakdown in neural structures, the infection did damage before being neutralized, and that damage might be permanent. The researchers are cautiously optimistic. If the treatment can consistently reduce aggression and halt progression even without full recovery, it could make infected individuals manageable. They could potentially be cared for in medical facilities rather than eliminated as threats. Not a cure, but it's better than nothing. 254. I'm seeing reports that other infected individuals are being captured for testing. Small teams using non-lethal weapons and protective equipment identifying infected that show behavioral anomalies, subduing and extracting them for examination. It's risky work, but providing valuable data. Each captured infected is different. Some respond to treatment like the first subject, becoming less aggressive and more manageable. Others show no response or adverse reactions. The infection affects individuals differently based on exposure intensity, time since infection, individual biology. There's no one-size-fits-all solution, but patterns are emerging. Infected individuals caught early in the progression within 24 hours of initial exposure respond best to treatment. Those who have been infected longer show less benefit and more complications. The window for effective intervention appears to be narrow. This information is being distributed to military and medical personnel. The priority is capturing recently infected individuals who might benefit from treatment while continuing to eliminate long-term infected who are beyond help. It's grim triage, but necessary for resource allocation. 337, Emily's showing me footage from inside the zone that a survivor uploaded. It's a video diary recorded over the last 5 days showing the progression of crisis from their perspective, the early confusion, the growing fear, the moment they realized they were trapped, the desperate survival that followed. The survivor who recorded this is a teacher named Marcus. He was at school when the quarantine began, locked down with about 30 students ranging from elementary to high school age. He's been trying to keep them calm, maintain routine, protect them from the horror outside. The video shows his exhaustion, his fear, his determination to save these children. The latest entry was recorded this morning. Marcus looks terrible, hasn't slept in days, barely holding himself together. He says they're out of food, down to their last bottles of water, surrounded by infected in the building. He's recorded goodbye messages to his family, prepared the older students for the possibility they might not make it. Then he sends the video out, hoping someone receives it. Emily's got the command center working on his location. The video metadata includes GPS coordinates. If we can get extraction to them quickly, those children might survive. It's a long shot, but it's worth trying. 421, an emergency extraction is being launched for Marcus and his students. 2 helicopters, one for extraction and one for covering fire, approaching the school location. It's not on the planned extraction list, but command authorized it based on the number of children involved. The helicopters are inbound. Marcus has been contacted via the radio network and told to get everyone to the roof. He's moving 30 terrified children up through a building with infected on multiple floors, trying to keep them quiet, keep them moving, keep them alive for just a few more minutes. I'm listening to the radio chatter. Marcus is talking to the helicopter pilot, reporting their progress. 3rd floor, 4th floor, passing infected that don't notice them because they're being quiet and slow. One child starts crying. Marcus has to calm them. Can't let fear spread to the others. 5th floor. The roof access is blocked by infected. Marcus has to clear them, has to fight while keeping children behind him and quiet. Other adults from the school staff are helping. Teachers and administrators who stayed behind fighting infected with improvised weapons while children huddle in the stairwell. The infected are down, the group is on the roof, the helicopter is coming in, descending toward the school. Marcus is organizing the children, getting the smallest ones ready to board first, maintaining order in chaos. This is what teachers do, protect their students, even when protection means standing between children and monsters. The helicopter is landing. Children are being loaded, lifted aboard by crew members, strapped in quickly. Marcus is counting, making sure all 30 are accounted for. 28, 29, 30. All aboard. Marcus is the last one on, pulling himself into the helicopter as it lifts off. They made it, all 30 children and the 4 adults who protected them. The helicopter is climbing away from the school, heading toward the perimeter and safety. Somewhere in that cabin, children are crying or cheering or just sitting in stunned silence, processing survival. Marcus is a hero. Kept 30 children alive for 5 days in a building with infected, maintained hope and discipline, got them all out when extraction came. He did his job under impossible circumstances and succeeded. That story needs to be told, needs to be remembered when we're accounting for how people responded to this crisis. 5:33. The sun setting on the 5th day. Another night approaching, another cycle of darkness and danger. But this night feels different somehow. Less desperate, more controlled. We have treatment that works. We've reduced the infected population significantly. We're extracting survivors successfully. Progress is visible. Emily's coordinating with the Survivor Network about tonight's plans. Most groups are maintaining defensive positions, conserving resources, waiting for extraction or resupply. The infected activity remains low, no signs of the coordinated behavior from yesterday. It's as close to stable as the situation has been since the crisis began. I'm thinking about all the people still inside the zone, hiding in darkness, hoping they survive another night. Thinking about the infected wandering the streets, lost to the infection, beyond help but still technically alive. Thinking about the soldiers maintaining the perimeter, the medical staff treating the wounded, the researchers working on better treatment. Everyone's playing their part, contributing what they can to managing this disaster. It's not enough to solve everything immediately, but it's enough to make progress to move toward eventual resolution. That has to be enough, because it's all we have. 6:42. Full darkness now. The zone is quieter than previous nights. Fewer fires burning, less gunfire echoing through the streets, fewer emergency radio transmissions. Either the situation has stabilized or we've run out of people to cry for help. I'm hoping for the former, but fearing the latter. Emily's reviewing plans for tomorrow's ground clearing operation. The Marine unit is being briefed now, going over maps and protocols, preparing equipment and treatment doses. It's ambitious but potentially transformative if successful. Actually going into the zone and systematically clearing it opens possibilities for comprehensive rescue and infection elimination. The operation is scheduled to begin at 0600 dawn insertion to maximize daylight operating time. The target area is a residential block in the eastern sector known to have survivors and moderate infected presence. Clear the infected, extract the survivors, secure the area, demonstrate that ground operations are viable. If it works, if the Marines can clear that block without excessive casualties or infection, the strategy can be scaled up. More units, more areas, systematic reclamation of the zone. We could potentially clear the entire zone in a week or two with sufficient resources and commitment. 7:33. I'm reading after-action reports from today's extraction operations. The detailed accounts of what helicopter crews and survivors experienced, the close calls and successful rescues and tragic losses. Each report is a story, a narrative of human beings under extreme stress making decisions with life and death consequences. One report from a pilot describes watching a survivor run toward his helicopter while infected pursued. The survivor tripped, fell, and the infected were about to reach them. The pilot made a split-second decision to stay on the ground. Let the survivor scramble aboard while infected clawed at the landing gear. The helicopter took minor damage, but the survivor lived. Another report from a crew chief describes having to physically pull an infected person off a survivor during boarding. The infected was strong, enhanced mutation, wouldn't let go. The crew chief broke the infected's arm, threw it off the helicopter, probably saved the survivor's life. He's matter of fact in the report, but you can read the trauma between the lines. These people are seeing and experiencing horrors that will mark them permanently. PTSD rates among response personnel are going to be catastrophic once this is over. We're creating a generation of trauma survivors who will need decades of support and treatment. Inc. 51. The captured infected individuals being treated are showing varied outcomes. Some are stabilizing, becoming less aggressive, potentially manageable in long-term care situations. Others are deteriorating despite treatment. The infection damage too extensive for reversal. A few have died as the treatment and infection fought for control of their cellular systems. The lead researcher is compiling data, building a profile of which infected individuals are good candidates for treatment and which are beyond help. Age factors in, younger individuals respond better. Time since infection matters. Recent infections respond better than old ones. Overall health pre-infection matters. Stronger immune systems seem to fight the infection more effectively with treatment support. It's complex medicine, personalized care and scale, trying to identify and prioritize treatment for individuals most likely to benefit. In an ideal world, everyone would receive treatment. In this world, with limited resources and time, choices have to be made about who to save. 9:36. I'm receiving messages from listeners who've been following the broadcast since the beginning. People thanking me for staying on air, for providing reliable information, for being a steady presence while everything falls apart. Some are inside the zone, broadcasting messages to family outside. Others are outside sharing what they're experiencing as they watch their city in crisis. One message that struck me was from a mother whose son is one of Marcus's students who was rescued today. She's been listening to my broadcast continuously, heard me report on the emergency extraction, learned that her son survived. She couldn't thank me enough for giving her that information, for helping her know her child was safe. That's why I'm doing this. Not for professional acclaim or personal glory, but to connect people with information they desperately need. To be the conduit between crisis and understanding, between fear and knowledge. If this broadcast has helped even one person make better decisions or find hope, it's been worth the exhaustion. 1047. The command center is reporting that the infected population continues to decline. Combination of airstrike casualties, artillery eliminations, and natural attrition as some infected apparently burn out from the cellular damage. Current estimates is around 3,000 infected remaining, down from over 9,000 at peak. 3,000 is still a massive number, still represents thousands of former humans lost to infection. But it's manageable, potentially eliminable through systematic operations. The balance is shifting toward the possibility of actually winning this fight rather than just containing it. Survivor population estimates remain around 2,000 to 3,000, so roughly equal numbers of infected and uninfected still inside the zone. Every day that passes, every operation that succeeds, tips that balance slightly toward the uninfected, toward hope. 11:32. Emily's exhausted again, barely keeping her eyes open. I've convinced her to sleep for a few hours while I continue broadcasting. She resisted, wanting to maintain our partnership through the entire crisis, but she's running on empty and needs rest. I'm alone in the studio again, late night vigil, watching the monitors and listening to the radio chatter and bearing witness to the ongoing crisis. The zone looks almost peaceful from outside. Darkness hiding the horror, occasional lights flickering like the city is just sleeping rather than suffering. But I know what's happening out there, people hiding in fear, infected wandering in confusion, the dead unburied and the living barely surviving. The weight of that knowledge sits heavy, but I carry it because someone has to, because bearing witness is its own form of service. Midnight. 120 hours since the crisis began. 5 full days of emergency disaster crisis response. It feels like a lifetime and feels like it just started simultaneously. Time has lost normal meaning, compressed and expanded by the intensity of events. I'm tired. Bone deep, soul exhausted, running on fumes and determination. My voice is ragged, my thoughts are scattered, my body is begging for rest. But I keep going because the work isn't done. Because people need this broadcast, because quitting isn't an option. How much longer can I maintain this, I don't know. But I'll find out when I reach my limit. Until then, I stay at the microphone speaking truth to fear, providing light in darkness, doing what I can with what I have where I am. 12:53 a.m. There's movement at the perimeter again. Infected individuals approaching, but in small numbers. Individuals rather than masses. They're not attacking, just standing at the barriers, looking out at the soldiers, displaying that unusual behavior we've seen before. One infected individual is particularly persistent, standing at the same spot for nearly an hour just watching. The soldiers have tried calling to it, asking if it understands, testing for any sign of retained cognition. The infected tilts its head, makes sounds that aren't quite words, but doesn't respond comprehensibly. Is there a person still in there somewhere? Is consciousness trapped behind the infection, aware but unable to communicate or control the body? The thought is horrifying. Being locked in your own body while infection drives your actions, being conscious of what you're doing but powerless to stop it. We don't know. The research hasn't addressed that question yet. But if it's true, if infected individuals retain some awareness, the ethical implications are staggering. We've been killing people who might still be inside their infected bodies, eliminating what we thought were mindless threats, but might be imprisoned minds. 144. I need to think about something else. Anything else before the existential horror paralyzes me. I'm looking at the statistics Emily prepared before she slept. Numbers and charts, quantifying the crisis in digestible data. Infection rate has declined from exponential growth to linear and is now approaching zero. New infections are rare, most occurring when survivors make mistakes rather than through unavoidable exposure. The treatment availability has essentially stopped new infection spread among personnel. Mortality rate among infected who don't receive treatment, 98% within 7 days of exposure. The infection burns through the body too quickly for natural survival. The 2% who survive longer are the enhanced mutations, bodies that adapted to the infection rather than being consumed by it. Mortality rate among infected who receive treatment within the first 24 hours, 43%. Better than nothing, but still representing massive loss of life. The treatment helps but isn't a miracle cure. Recovery rate, meaning return to normal cognitive function after treatment, 11%. Most treated individuals survive but remain damaged, limited in capacity, requiring long-term care. Full recovery is rare and usually occurs only in cases of minimal exposure treated immediately. The numbers are grim, but they're numbers, quantifiable, understandable, providing framework for decision-making. Better to work with data than with fear and speculation. 231. The perimeter is quiet now. The infected individuals who were observing have wandered away back into the zone. The soldiers remain at their posts, vigilant but relaxed. No immediate threats to respond to. Inside the zone, the survivor groups are maintaining their positions, occasional radio chatter, people checking in with each other, maintaining the communication network. Some groups report hearing infected movement, but no direct encounters. Others report complete silence, no infected nearby, just empty streets and dark buildings. The calm is suspicious. After days of chaos and violence, the sudden quiet feels ominous rather than reassuring. Like the eye of a storm, temporary peace before the next wave of destruction. But maybe I'm catastrophizing. Maybe the situation really has stabilized and this is what the new normal looks like. 3:26, dawn's a few hours away. I should try to get some rest before the ground operation begins, but I don't want to miss anything, don't want to abandon the broadcast. Emily's sleeping soundly in the break room. Someone should be awake and monitoring, maintaining vigilant. I'm making more coffee, strong and black, chemically maintaining consciousness. My hands are shaking slightly from exhaustion and caffeine overload. My thoughts are getting fuzzy, connections between ideas becoming loose and associative rather than logical. But I can keep going. I've pushed through worse, endured longer, survived things that should have broken me. This is just another test of endurance, another challenge to overcome through stubbornness and refusal to quit. 4:17. The first hints of dawn are appearing in the eastern sky. That pale glow that promises sunrise. That transition from night to day that happens regardless of human concerns. The sun rises on the devastated and the thriving equally, indifferent to our suffering and survival. I'm watching the zone in the pre-dawn light, seeing shapes emerge from darkness as visibility improves. The destruction is more visible now, collapsed buildings and burned areas showing stark against intact structures. The zone looks wounded, like a piece of the city that's been cut out and left to decay. But there's movement too. Survivors stirring, beginning their routines, preparing for another day. Infected wandering, aimless but persistent, continuing to exist despite everything. Life persists, even corrupted and damaged life, finding ways to continue against all odds. 5:03. Emily's awake, looking somewhat refreshed by a few hours of sleep. She's reviewing overnight developments, preparing for the day ahead. The ground operation is scheduled to begin in less than an hour. This could be a turning point, the moment we transition from defensive containment to offensive clearing. I fill Emily in on the quiet night, the unusual infected behavior at the perimeter, the continued calm inside the zone. She's cautiously optimistic that we've turned a corner, that the worst might be behind us. I want to share that optimism, but years of journalism have trained me to expect complication. 5:51. The Marine unit is moving into position. 20 highly trained personnel, full combat equipment, enough treatment doses for every team member plus extras for survivors they encounter. They're approaching the insertion point at the eastern edge of the zone, preparing to cross the perimeter and enter infected territory. This is it. The first deliberate ground insertion since the quarantine began. If they succeed, if they clear that block and extract survivors without excessive casualties, it validates the entire strategy. If they fail, if they get overwhelmed or suffer mass infection, it sets back clearing operations indefinitely. I'm watching through drone feeds, seeing the Marines stage at the perimeter, final equipment checks, final briefings. They're professionals trained for combat in hostile environments, but this is unlike anything in their training. Fighting humans is one thing. Fighting infected humans, things that used to be civilians, is something else entirely. 600 hours. The operation begins. The Marines cross the perimeter, entering the zone in tactical formation, weapons ready, moving with purpose and coordination. Their objective is 3 blocks into the zone, a residential area where survivors have been detected. They're advancing carefully, clearing each structure as they pass, eliminating infected encountered, marking cleared areas for follow-up. The first infected contact happens within minutes. 2 infected individuals wandering a street intersection. Clean shots, both down. Confirmed eliminated. The Marines keep moving. More infected appear, drawn by the gunfire. The Marines establish a firing line, systematic elimination, controlled aggression, 10 infected down, 15-20. The Marines are rotating positions to manage ammunition and maintain fresh shooters. It's textbook urban combat executed perfectly. First block cleared, no casualties, multiple infected eliminated, no survivors encountered yet. The Marines push forward to block 2, maintaining formation, communicating constantly, covering each other's movements. Professional warriors doing what they're trained to do. 6:43. Second block is more challenging. Infected are present in larger numbers, maybe 50 scattered through the area. The Marines split into 2 teams, clearing buildings simultaneously while maintaining mutual support. It's slower but more thorough, reducing risk of missing infected or survivors. Contact inside a building. Infected on multiple floors, team has to clear room by room while managing threats above and below their position. It's close quarters combat, intense and dangerous, exactly the kind of situation where infection risk is highest. One Marine is grabbed by an infected that was hiding in a closet. His teammates shoot the infected off him, check him for bites or scratches. He's got some scratches but no penetration, just surface damage. Treatment is administered immediately as precaution. He's back in action within minutes. The building is clear. 3 infected eliminated, no survivors found. The team continues to the next structure, maintaining pace, working through the blocks systematically. It's exhausting work, physically and mentally demanding, but they're executing flawlessly. 7:36. Both blocks cleared. The Marines have eliminated approximately 90 infected, secured the area, and found survivors in 2 locations. 7 survivors total, extracted safely and being escorted back to the perimeter for medical screening and debriefing. The operation is a success. Clear objectives achieved, minimal casualties, demonstrated viability of ground clearing operations. The Marines are returning to the perimeter. Mission complete, ready to debrief and share lessons learned for future operations. This is the model going forward. Systematic clearing, building by building, block by block, eliminating infected and extracting survivors until the zone is secured. It will take time, weeks probably, but it's achievable. We can actually reclaim the zone and end this crisis. 8:21. The Marines have exited the zone and the survivors they rescued are being processed. Medical screening, decontamination, interviews for intelligence gathering. The survivors report that infected activity in their area had been declining over the last day, making it easier to hide and conserve resources. The Marine unit is debriefing, reviewing what worked and what didn't, identifying improvements for future operations. Overall assessment is positive. The operation met all objectives and proved the concept. More units will be trained and equipped for clearing operations beginning immediately. Within 48 hours, they expect to have multiple teams operating simultaneously, clearing different sectors of the zone in coordinated fashion. The timeline for complete zone clearance is estimated at 10 to 14 days, assuming resources and personnel are available to maintain operational tempo. It's an end date. Not certain, not guaranteed, but an actual timeline for resolution. After 5 days of crisis with no end in sight, having a target date for completion is psychologically powerful. It gives people hope, gives them something to hold on to, proves that this nightmare is finite. 9:07. Emily's coordinating with the survivor network to prioritize areas for clearing operations. Locations where survivors are concentrated get priority, followed by areas with high infected density. Then systematic clearing of remaining territory. The goal is to maximize survivor rescue while minimizing infected population as quickly as possible. The survivor network is providing intelligence on infected movements, concentrations, behavioral patterns they've observed. This grassroots intelligence is incredibly valuable, complementing drone surveillance and signal intercepts with on-the-ground observation from people who've been living in the zone and learning its rhythm. Some survivor groups are requesting permission to assist with clearing operations. They're armed, they're experienced fighting infected, they want to contribute to liberating their neighborhoods. The military is considering this request but concerned about coordinating civilian fighters alongside professional soldiers. The compromise is using survivor groups for security and support roles rather than direct combat. They can hold cleared areas, provide local knowledge, help identify and extract other survivors. It leverages their capabilities while keeping them out of the most dangerous operation. 10:33. The national media is reporting on the successful ground operation, framing it as a major turning point in the crisis. The coverage is generally positive, highlighting the bravery of the Marines and the hope this provides for eventual resolution. Some outlets are being more cautious, noting that one successful operation doesn't guarantee future success. International reaction is mixed. Some countries are praising our response efforts and offering additional support. Others are critical of how long it took to implement ground operations, suggesting that earlier action could have prevented some casualties. There's truth in that criticism, but it ignores the risks and complexities of operating in an infected zone. The political implications are already being debated. Who's responsible for the crisis? Who responded well? Who failed in their duties? There will be investigations, hearings, possibly prosecutions, but that's future work. Right now, the focus has to remain on ending the crisis and saving whoever can be saved. 11:51. I'm approaching my limit. 6 days on air with minimal rest, sustained by coffee and adrenaline and stubborn refusal to quit. But the adrenaline is depleting, the coffee's not working anymore, and my body is staging a revolt against continued abuse. Emily sees it, knows I need real rest before I collapse completely. She's insisting I take at least a few hours off, let another broadcaster cover while I sleep. I'm resisting, but I know she's right. I'm making mistakes, slurring words, losing coherence. Better to step away gracefully than collapse on air. We're lining up coverage, pulling in a colleague who's been monitoring the crisis and is prepared to take over. He'll maintain the broadcast while I rest, continuing the flow of information that's been our mission since this began. The work continues even when I can. 12:32 p.m. I'm signing off for a few hours. My colleague David is taking over the broadcast. Emily will support him the way she supported me, providing research and coordination and the institutional knowledge we've built over these days. You're in good hands. To everyone listening, thank you for staying with us through this crisis. Thank you for trusting us to provide accurate information during the most difficult days our city has faced. Stay safe, stay informed, and remember that help is coming. The zone will be cleared. Survivors will be rescued. This nightmare will end. This is Daniel Rothman on 104.7 FM, stepping away but not stepping down. We'll get through this together. Good evening. This is Daniel Rothman, and you're tuned to 104.7 FM. It's 11:47 p.m. on what I can only describe as one of the strangest nights I've experienced in my 15 years behind this microphone. I'm broadcasting from our studio in downtown, and I need to be completely honest with you right now. Something is happening in our city tonight. Something I don't fully understand yet, but something that demands we stay connected, stay informed, and above all, stay calm. I've been receiving calls for the past 2 hours. Emily, my assistant, has been fielding them in the other room, and the pattern is disturbing. At first, it was just a few people reporting unusual behavior in the streets near the industrial district. Then more calls came in. Then the calls stopped making sense. Then people started calling about violence, real violence. Not the kind you see on the news from somewhere else. The kind happening right now, blocks away from where some of you are sitting. Let me start from the beginning, because I think we all need to understand how we got here. Around 9:30 this evening, the first call came in from a woman named Sarah. She lives in the Riverside Apartments, about 3 blocks from the Westfield Industrial Complex. She told Emily that there was an unusual smell in the air, thick and chemical, like burning plastic mixed with something medicinal. She said it made her eyes water. She said her neighbors were coming outside, coughing, asking each other if anyone else could smell it. I remember Emily mentioning it to me during the commercial break. We both thought it was probably just the industrial complex burning off waste or something. You know how it is around here. That facility has been operating for decades. There have been complaints before. The city always promises to investigate, and nothing ever really changes. But this felt different to Sarah. She said the smell was stronger than anything she'd experienced before. She said it seemed to be getting worse, not better. By 10:15, we had 5 more calls from the same area, all of them describing the same thing. A thick, yellowish smoke drifting through the streets. People feeling dizzy, children crying, some people vomiting. One man, I remember his name was Marcus, he said he saw the smoke moving like fog, low to the ground, spreading between buildings. He said it looked wrong somehow, unnatural. Those were his words, not mine. I should have paid more attention. I should have understood what was happening. But how could I? How could any of us? At 10:30, the police scanner started going crazy. Emily has it running in the back office, and she came rushing into the studio during a song. She looked pale. She said there were multiple reports of assaults near Riverside, domestic disturbances, public fights, people acting erratic. The dispatcher was sending units to at least 7 different locations within a 4-block radius, all of them in the same area where the smoke had been reported. That's when I started to connect things. That's when I realized this wasn't just an industrial accident and some unrelated crime wave. Something in that smoke was affecting people. I tried calling the non-emergency police line. Busy. I tried the fire department. No answer. I called City Hall, even though I knew no one would be there at this hour. Nothing. Emily tried contacting the hospital. The line rang, and when someone finally picked up, they said they couldn't talk. They were overwhelmed with patients, and then they hung up. We're journalists, or at least we're supposed to be. Our job is to inform, to stay rational, to present facts. But right now I'm sitting here looking at my notes, looking at the messages Emily keeps bringing me, and I'm struggling to find the facts. What I have instead are fragments, pieces of something terrible that I'm trying to assemble in real time while it's still happening, while it's still spreading. Let me tell you what I know for certain. The Westfield Industrial Complex is a waste management facility. It's been there since the 1970s. They handle all kinds of industrial and medical waste for the county. Hazardous materials, expired pharmaceuticals, chemical byproducts, things that can't just be thrown in a landfill. They're supposed to dispose of it safely. They have permits, they have inspections, they have regulations. But here's something interesting. 3 months ago, there was a local news story about a pharmaceutical company, Medicorp Solutions, that had negotiated a contract with Westfield to dispose of a massive quantity of expired medications. We're talking about tons of pills, capsules, syrups, everything you can imagine. The medications had been sitting in warehouses for years, well past their expiration dates, and the company needed to get rid of them to clear space and avoid fines. The story barely made a ripple. It was on page 6 of the local section. Emily found the article in our archives about 20 minutes ago. She's good at that, connecting dots. The disposal was supposed to happen over several weeks following strict protocols, but according to the article, there were concerns raised by an environmental group. They argued that burning pharmaceutical waste, especially in such large quantities, could release dangerous compounds into the air. They filed a complaint with the EP. The complaint was dismissed. The company provided assurances. The city approved the process, and we all moved on with our lives. Until tonight. I'm looking at the clock now. It's 11:58. In 2 minutes, it'll be tomorrow. And I have a feeling tomorrow is going to be very different from today. Emily just handed me another note. She's been monitoring social media, and there are videos being posted from Riverside. People are filming from their windows. I haven't watched them yet. I'm not sure I want to, but she says they show people in the streets attacking each other, not fight attacking. She says it doesn't look like normal violence. She says the people look wrong. I need to be careful here. I need to be responsible. I can't spread panic. But I also can't lie to you. If you're in the Riverside area, if you can smell that chemical odor, if you're feeling dizzy or sick, you need to get inside. Lock your doors. Close your windows. Do not go outside. Do not engage with anyone who seems to be acting strangely. The police are aware of the situation. I'm certain of that. The sheer volume of calls they're receiving guarantees it. But I haven't heard any official statement yet. No press release. No emergency broadcast. Nothing from the mayor's office or the emergency management coordinator. We're in this strange limbo where everyone knows something is wrong, but no one in authority is telling us what to do about it. Maybe they don't know either. Maybe they're just as confused as we are. Let me read you something. This is from the EPA website, and Emily printed it out for me. It's about pharmaceutical waste incineration. Quote, the combustion of pharmaceutical compounds can produce a complex mixture of byproducts including dioxins, furans, and volatile organic compounds. When multiple drug classes are incinerated simultaneously, chemical interactions may occur at high temperatures, potentially creating novel psychoactive or toxic substances not present in the original materials. Proper filtration and temperature control are essential to prevent atmospheric release of these compounds. End quote. Novel psychoactive substances. That's the phrase that sticks with me. Novel, as in new, as in something we haven't seen before, as in something we don't know how to treat or counteract. What if that's what happened tonight? What if Westfield was burning too much too fast without proper controls? What if the incinerator temperature wasn't right, or the filters weren't adequate, or they were just cutting corners to save money? What if all those expired medications, hundreds of different drugs with hundreds of different chemical compositions, what if they melted together, reacted with each other, created something new? And what if that something is now in the air, in people's lungs, in their bloodstreams, in their brains? I'm speculating. I know I am, but speculation is all I have right now. It's 12:04 a.m., officially a new day. Friday, December 6th. Emily just came back in. She looks shaken. She says the videos are getting worse. She says more people are posting them. She says the violence is spreading beyond Riverside. Reports are coming in from Brookfield, from Oak Street, from the Warehouse District. all downwind from the industrial complex, all places where that smoke would have drifted. I asked her if anyone in the videos looks normal, if anyone looks like they're trying to help. She said no. She said everyone in the footage looks either terrified or, and she struggled with this word, feral. That's what she said, feral. I've been doing radio for a long time. I've covered hurricanes, floods, that factory explosion back in 2019. I've delivered bad news before, but I've never had to tell people that their neighbors might be dangerous, that the air itself might be poisonous, and we might be dealing with something unprecedented. The phone lines here are ringing constantly now. We can't answer them all. Emily is doing her best, but for every call she takes, 5 more come in. People want answers. They want to know if their families are safe. They want to know what to do. And I can't give them those answers because I don't have them. One call that Emily did take, she relayed this to me, was from a nurse at Mercy Hospital. The nurse wouldn't give her name, but she said the emergency room is in chaos. She said they've admitted over 40 patients in the last 2 hours, all with similar symptoms: aggression, confusion, fever, dilated pupils, complete loss of pain response. She said one patient bit through their own tongue and didn't seem to notice. She said another patient broke their own fingers trying to break through a restraint and showed no reaction to the injury. The nurse said the doctors are baffled. They've tried sedatives, antipsychotics, everything in their arsenal, and nothing is working. The patients just become more agitated. Some of them have to be physically restrained by multiple security guards. And here's the disturbing part. The nurse said that some of the hospital staff are starting to show symptoms too. People who were fine an hour ago are now complaining of headaches, irritability, visual disturbances. The hospital is near Riverside. The smoke would have reached there easily. I'm trying to think about the science here, trying to understand what could cause this. Psychoactive substances affect neurotransmitters in the brain. Different drugs target different systems. Stimulants increase dopamine and norepinephrine, depressants enhance GABA, hallucinogens affect serotonin. But what happens when you combine dozens or hundreds of different compounds? What happens when they interact in ways we've never studied? The human brain is incredibly complex. It's delicate. It evolved over millions of years to maintain a precise chemical balance. When you introduce foreign substances, especially multiple substances at once, that balance can be disrupted in unpredictable ways. Judgment, fate, impulse control disappears. The parts of the brain responsible for empathy and social behavior shut down. The primitive parts, the parts concerned only with survival and aggression, take over. Is that what we're seeing? A citywide chemical lobotomy delivered through the air? God, I hope I'm wrong. I hope this is all just a coincidence. A bad night. A series of unrelated incidents that happen to occur at the same time. I hope that by sunrise everything will make sense and we'll all feel foolish for panicking. But I don't think that's what's happening here. Emily just showed me her phone. There's a video that's going viral locally. It was posted 19 minutes ago. It shows a street corner in Riverside, the intersection of 5th and Market. I know that corner. There's a convenience store there. I've stopped there for coffee 100 times. In the video, which was filmed from an apartment window across the street, you can see maybe a dozen people in the frame. They're not walking normally. They're stumbling, jerking, moving in this stuttering, uncoordinated way. Some of them are covered in blood. One man is shirtless and you can see injuries on his chest and arms, deep scratches, maybe bites, and he doesn't seem to notice them at all. He just keeps moving, keeps searching like he's looking for something. Then a car comes down the street, a sedan, dark-colored, driving too fast. It tries to swerve around the people in the road, but there are too many of them. The car hits someone, you can hear the impact even in the video, and the person goes flying. The car stops, that's the mistake, the driver stopped. Within seconds, the people in the street converge on the car. They're hitting the windows, pulling at the doors. The driver is trying to reverse, you can hear the engine revving, but there are people behind the car now too. The video ends before we see what happens next, but we can guess. That video has been viewed over 3,000 times in less than 20 minutes. People are sharing it, commenting on it, trying to understand it, and the comments are what worry me almost as much as the video itself. Because people are starting to panic, they're saying the word zombie, they're making jokes about the apocalypse, they're not taking this seriously or they're taking it too seriously, and both reactions are dangerous. This isn't a zombie outbreak. Zombies aren't real. This is a chemical exposure event. This is toxicology, not virology. These are people who have been poisoned, not people who have been infected with some supernatural contagion. The distinction matters. It matters because it affects how we respond. It matters because it means this can be treated, counteracted, stopped. At least I hope it can be. The time is 12:23 a.m. I've been on the air for over half an hour without playing a single song or taking a single commercial break. I apologize to our sponsors, but I think they'll understand this is more important. Emily just told me that the police scanner is reporting officers down, multiple officers, near Riverside Park. The dispatcher is calling for backup for ambulances, but I can hear the stress in her voice even through the scanner's static. Something went very wrong. Police officers are trained for confrontation. They have weapons, protective equipment, backup. If they're going down, if they're unable to handle the people they're encountering, then we need to reevaluate our assumptions about how dangerous this situation is. I want to talk directly to any law enforcement or emergency responders who might be listening right now. First, thank you. Thank you for being out there. Thank you for responding to this chaos when every instinct probably tells you to protect yourself and your family. But please be careful. Whatever these people have been exposed to, it's removed their ability to feel pain, to recognize danger, to respond to commands or threats. Normal crowd control techniques may not work. Physical restraint may not work. You may need to adapt your tactics in real time. And to everyone else listening, I need you to understand something. If you encounter someone who seems to be affected by this chemical exposure, do not try to help them. Do not try to reason with them. Do not approach them. I know that sounds cold. I know it goes against every humanitarian instinct we have. But these people are not in control of their actions. They're victims, yes, but they're also dangerous. Your priority is to protect yourself and your loved one. Get inside, stay inside, seal your windows and doors as best you can. If you have duct tape, use it around the window frames. If you have towels, stuff them under the doors. Turn off any ventilation systems that bring in outside air. You want to create a barrier between yourself and whatever is out there. If you're feeling any symptoms, dizziness, nausea, unusual irritability, visual changes, take them seriously. Get to the interior of your home, away from windows and outside walls. Drink water. Stay calm. Monitor your symptoms. If they get worse, if you feel like you're losing control, isolate yourself. Lock yourself in a room if you have to. I know how that sounds. I know how extreme that is, but we don't fully understand what this chemical does yet. We don't know if exposure is cumulative. We don't know if there's a threshold beyond which the effects become irreversible. I wish I had better information. I wish I could tell you that help is on the way, that the authorities have a plan, that this will all be resolved by morning. But I can't tell you those things because I don't know if they're true. What I can tell you is that we're not going anywhere. 24.7 FM will stay on the air as long as we have power and as long as Emily and I are able to broadcast. We'll keep you informed. We'll relay any official information we receive. We'll be your connection to what's happening out there. You're not alone in this. Remember that. Whatever happens tonight, however bad this gets, we're all in it together. Emily is waving at me through the glass. She's holding up her phone with a news alert. Let me see what this is. Okay, this is the first official statement. It's from the mayor's office, posted on the city website at 12:31 a.m. Let me read it to you verbatim. The city is aware of reports of unusual activity in several neighborhoods this evening. Emergency services are responding to multiple incidents. Residents are advised to remain indoors and avoid the following areas: Riverside, Brookfield, Oak Street District, and the Warehouse District. Further information will be provided as it becomes available. This is a developing situation. That's it. That's the entire statement. No mention of the smoke. No mention of the industrial complex. No mention of chemical exposure. Just avoid certain areas and stay in. I understand they're probably still assessing the situation. I understand they don't want to cause panic. But people deserve more than this. People deserve to know what they're dealing with. Maybe the mayor doesn't know either. Maybe the emergency management team is just as overwhelmed as the rest of us. Maybe they're having the same conversation we're having here in the studio, trying to piece together incomplete information, trying to decide what to tell people without knowing all the facts. Or maybe they know more than they're saying. Maybe they know exactly what was being burned at that facility tonight. Maybe they know what chemicals were involved. Maybe they're consulting with toxicologists and pharmaceutical experts right now, trying to figure out if there's an antidote, a treatment, a way to reverse the effects. If that's the case, I hope they find answers quickly, because every minute that passes, more people are being exposed. More people are breathing in whatever is still lingering in the air. More people are going to start showing symptoms. It's 12:41 now. The night is quiet here in the studio. Outside through our window, I can see the city lights. Everything looks normal from here. The buildings are still standing. The street lights are still on. If I didn't know better, if I wasn't reading these reports, I could convince myself that nothing was wrong. That somewhere out there, people are sleeping peacefully, dreaming ordinary dreams, completely unaware that anything has changed. But something has changed. Something fundamental. I can feel it. Emily just came in again. She's been monitoring the videos and social media posts, and she says the affected area is expanding. Reports are now coming from Hillside, from the college campus, from Northgate. That's a much larger area than initially thought. If the wind carried the smoke that far, if the contamination is that widespread, then we're not talking about a neighborhood emergency. We're talking about a citywide crisis. The population of this city is roughly 340,000 people. If even a fraction of them were exposed, if even 10% start showing symptoms, that's 300 people. The hospital can't handle that. The police can't handle that. The entire emergency response infrastructure of this city can't handle that. Now what about surrounding areas? What about the suburbs, the smaller towns downwind? What about the county, the state? When does this become their problem too? I'm trying not to spiral into worst case scenarios here. I'm trying to stay focused on what we know, not on what we fear. But it's hard. It's hard to look at the information in front of me and not extrapolate it forward, not to see where this is heading. Someone sent an email to the station. Emily just forwarded it to me. It's from a chemist, someone who claims to have worked in pharmaceutical manufacturing for 20 years. I can't verify who this person is, but their explanation makes sense, so I'm going to share it. The chemist writes, pharmaceutical compounds are designed to be stable at room temperature but break down in specific ways when exposed to heat or stomach acid. When you incinerate multiple drug classes together, especially psychoactive medications like antipsychotics, antidepressants, stimulants, and opioids, the heat can cause complex chemical reactions. The breakdown products can combine in unexpected ways, creating new molecules with unpredictable properties. Some of these molecules could be highly lipophilic, meaning they easily cross the blood-brain barrier. Once in the brain, they could bind to multiple receptor types simultaneously, causing a cascade of neurological effects. This is uncharted territory. There's no research on this because no one has ever been stupid enough to do it intentionally. No one has ever been stupid enough to do it intentionally. That phrase hit me hard because someone did do it. Maybe not intentionally, maybe not maliciously, but someone decided that burning all those medications at once was acceptable. Someone signed off on it. Someone said it was safe. And now we're living with the consequences. I keep thinking about the people who are affected, not as threats, not as dangerous elements to be avoided, but as victims. They're someone's parents, someone's children, someone's friends. They woke up this morning as themselves with their thoughts and memories and personalities intact, and now they're gone. Not dead, but gone in a different way, hollowed out, reduced to base impulses and animal aggression. Can they be saved? If the chemicals are flushed from their systems, if the exposure stops, will they recover? Or is the damage permanent? Has their brain chemistry been permanently altered? I don't know. The chemist who emailed us doesn't know. I doubt anyone knows. It's 1:03 a.m. I need to take a breath. I need to step back from the ledge of despair and remember why we're here. We're here to inform. We're here to help people make good decisions. We're here to be a voice of reason in an unreasonable situation. So let's talk practical steps. Let's talk about what you can do right now to increase your safety and the safety of your family. First, gather your supplies. You might be inside for a while. Make sure you have water, food, medications you need, flashlights, batteries. Check your phone charger. Make sure all your devices are charged. Communication is going to be crucial in the hours ahead. Second, prepare a safe room. Choose an interior room in your home, preferably one without windows, a bathroom, a closet, a basement, somewhere you can retreat if you need to. Stock that room with supplies. Think of it as a shelter within your shelter. Third, establish a communication plan with your family members and friends. If you get separated, if phone lines go down, where will you meet? What's your backup plan? Write this down. Don't assume you'll remember it in a crisis. Fourth, stay informed. Keep your radio on. Keep your phone nearby. Monitor official channels, but be skeptical of rumors and unverified reports on social media. In a crisis like this, misinformation spreads as fast as the truth. Fifth, and this is important, maintain your mental state. Fear is natural. Fear is appropriate. But panic is dangerous. Panic makes you do stupid things. Panic makes you take risks you wouldn't normally take. So breathe. Center yourself. Focus on what you can control. These are basic emergency preparedness steps. the kind of thing we should all do before any disaster. But tonight they feel more urgent, more necessary. Emily is back. She looks exhausted. I just realized she's been running back and forth for hours, taking calls, monitoring feeds, keeping me updated. I don't know what I'd do without her. She says the power is out in parts of Riverside. Not sure if it's storm damage, though there's no storm, or if something happened at the substation, or if it's deliberate. When the lights go out in an area where people are already losing control, where violence is already spreading, that's when things get truly dangerous. Darkness amplifies fear. It conceals threats. It makes rescue operations nearly impossible. The police scanner is reporting that emergency services are no longer responding to calls from certain zip codes. That's not an official policy as far as I know, but I think it's a practical decision. Crews are being attacked every time they try to respond. If they're losing personnel, they have to pull back. They have to focus on areas where they can actually make a difference. That means people in the affected zones are on their own. No ambulances, no fire trucks, no police. Just them and whatever is happening in the streets outside their homes. I hope they have weapons. I hate saying that. I hate the implication. But if someone breaks into your home tonight, if someone who's been chemically altered and no longer feels pain or recognizes danger tries to hurt you or your family, you need to be able to defend yourself. A baseball bat, a kitchen knife, pepper spray, whatever you have. And you need to be mentally prepared to use it, because the person at your door might be your neighbor, might be someone you know, might be someone you had a conversation with just this morning about the weather or the game last night, but they're not themselves anymore. The chemical has taken that away. It's 1:24 a.m., almost 2 hours since the first call started coming in. It feels like days. I'm looking at a map Emily printed out. It shows the reported incidents color-coded by time. The early reports from 9:30 to 10:30 are all clustered in Riverside, right near the industrial complex. Then, as the night progressed, the incidents spread outward in a rough circle, following the wind direction. By 11:30, reports were coming from areas 3 miles away. By midnight, 5 miles. Now at 1:24, we're seeing reports from 7 or 8 miles out. If that pattern continues, if the contamination keeps spreading at that rate, the entire city will be affected by dawn. And I have no reason to think the pattern won't continue. The smoke doesn't care about city boundaries or neighborhood names. It just goes where the wind takes it. I wonder if the people in the suburbs are watching the news, seeing the reports from the city, and feeling grateful that they're far away, feeling safe in their quiet neighborhoods with their good schools and their community parks. I wonder if they realize that the wind doesn't stop at the city limits, that the air they're breathing right now might already be contaminated, that they might be hours or minutes away from experiencing exactly what Riverside is experiencing right now. There's a certain cruelty to this kind of disaster. It's invisible. You can't see the chemical in the air. You can't taste it, at least not until it's too late. You don't know you've been exposed until the symptoms start. And by then, you might not care. By then, your brain might be too altered to understand what's happening to you. Emily just told me something that made my blood run cold. She was scrolling through the video posts, and she noticed something. In the early videos, from 9:30 or 10 hour, the affected people looked confused, disoriented. They were stumbling, mumbling, not coordinated. But in the later videos, from midnight onward, they look different. More purposeful, more coordinated, like they're adapting, like they're learning. That doesn't make sense from a toxicology standpoint. Chemical damage to the brain should be relatively static. It shouldn't get better or worse over time, at least not quickly. But maybe we're not just dealing with damage. Maybe we're dealing with alteration. Maybe the chemical is changing how the brain functions, not just breaking it. I'm speculating again. I need to stop that. I need to stick to facts. Fact, people in multiple neighborhoods are exhibiting violent, erratic behavior. Fact, this behavior started shortly after a chemical smoke event near an industrial facility. Fact, the affected area is expanding. Fact, emergency services are overwhelmed. Fact, official response has been minimal and vague. Those are the facts. Everything else is fear and guesswork. It's 1:41 now. I should play some music. Give people a break from the constant stream of bad news. Give myself a break. But every time I think about putting on a song, I feel guilty. Like I'm abandoning people. Like I'm pretending everything is normal when it's clearly not. So I'll keep talking. I'll keep you company through this dark night. Because maybe that's what you need right now. Not music, not entertainment, but a voice. Someone telling you that you're not alone. That someone else is awake, aware, trying to make sense of this just like you are. If you're listening right now, wherever you are, whatever your situation is, I want you to know that I see you, I hear you, Not literally, of course, but spiritually. We're connected right now through these radio waves, through this shared experience. And that connection matters. It's important. Humans are social creatures. We're not designed to face threats alone. We're designed to gather around fires, to share stories, to warn each other of danger. That's what we're doing right now. This radio station is our fire. This broadcast is our shared story. And I'm doing my best to warn you of the danger I see. Emily is on the phone now. I can see her through the glass talking animatedly to someone. She looks concerned. She's writing something down. She's nodding. She's hanging up. She's coming in. She just told me that was a call from the State Emergency Management Agency. They're aware of the situation. They're monitoring it. They're preparing to deploy the National Guard if necessary. But here's the problem. They're not sure what they're deploying them to do. The situation is unlike anything they've trained for. It's not a natural disaster. It's not terrorism. It's not a conventional hazmat situation. It's something new. The person Emily spoke to, a coordinator named Phillips, said they're trying to get environmental teams into the affected areas to take air samples to test the concentration of whatever is in the atmosphere. But they can't do that until the streets are secure. And the streets can't be secured while people are still being affected and becoming violent. It's a catch-22. They need information to respond effectively, but they can't get information until they've already responded. So they're making decisions blind, hoping for the best. Phillips told Emily that they're advising all residents within 10 miles of the Westfield Industrial Complex to shelter in place indefinitely. That's official now, not just my advice. Shelter in place. Do not leave your homes. Do not attempt to evacuate. The roads are too dangerous. You're safer where you are. He also said, and Emily made sure to write this down exactly, quote, "We are treating this as a level 4 chemical emergency with mass casualty potential. Federal agencies have been notified. All available resources are being mobilized. Citizens should prepare for an extended shelter-in-place order lasting at least 48 to 72 hours. End quote. 48 to 72 hours, 2 to 3 days. That's how long they think this will take to get under control. And that's assuming everything goes according to plan, which, let's be honest, seems unlikely at this point. Can you imagine? 3 days locked in your home? Not knowing what's happening outside, not knowing if your friends and family are okay, not knowing if the danger is getting closer or farther away. 3 days of anxiety and fear and uncertainty. But we'll get through it. Humans are resilient. We adapt. We survive. We've survived worse things than this. Plagues, wars, famines, natural disasters that wiped out entire cities. This is bad, yes. This is unprecedented, yes. But it's not the end. It's a crisis, a terrible, tragic crisis, but it's one we can overcome if we stay calm and make smart choices. It's 2:03 a.m. now. The night is dragging on. My coffee is cold. My voice is getting hoarse. But I'm not stopping. I made a promise to you and I'm keeping it. As long as I can sit here in this chair, as long as this microphone works and the transmitter has power, I'll keep broadcasting. Emily says social media is starting to show posts from other cities. People asking if anyone has heard from friends or relatives in our city. People saying they're seeing smoke on the horizon even though they're 50 miles away. People reporting unusual smells in their own towns. Is it spreading beyond the immediate area? Or are people just panicking, imagining threats that aren't there? I don't know. I hope it's the latter. I hope this is contained to our region. Because if it's not, if this chemical cloud can travel that far, then we're looking at a regional catastrophe, maybe even national. And if it's national, if this is happening in multiple cities, if other pharmaceutical disposal sites have been burning the same kinds of materials, no, I can't go there. One crisis at a time. Focus on what's in front of you, Daniel. Focus on what you can control. Focus on helping the people who are listening right now in this city, dealing with this situation. Someone just sent an email asking about pets. What should people do with their pets? Good question. Animals have different physiologies than humans. They might react differently to the chemical exposure, or they might react the same way, just faster because of their smaller size. If you have pets, keep them inside, keep them away from windows and doors, keep them in the same safe room where you're sheltering, give them food and water. Try to keep them calm. Animals pick up on our stress, so if you're panicking, they'll panic. Stay calm for their sake as well as your own. And if your pet starts acting strangely, if they become aggressive or disoriented, you need to isolate them. I know that's hard. I know you love your pets like family, but an affected dog or cat can still hurt you, still spread the chemical through saliva or by tracking it on their fur. Protect yourself first. It's 2:19 a.m. Emily is bringing me more notes, more updates from the scanner, from social media, from the few phone calls we're still able to take. There's a fire burning in the warehouse district, a big one. Multiple buildings. Fire department isn't responding because of the danger. They're letting it burn. The smoke from that fire is mixing with whatever is already in the air, creating a new hazard. If you're near the warehouse district, if you can see the orange glow in the sky, you need to get as far from it as possible. Move to the opposite side of your building. Seal yourself in. That smoke is toxic in ways we can't even measure right now. The hospital administrator sent an email. She says they've stopped admitting new patients. The emergency room is full. The hallways are full. They've set up triage in the parking garage. They're rationing medical supply. They're running low on sedatives, restraints, everything they need to manage violent patients. She says the staff is terrified. Several nurses have quit, just walked out mid-shift. She doesn't blame them. The administrator also said something that caught my attention. She said some of the affected patients are showing signs of organ failure. Kidneys, liver, heart. The chemical isn't just affecting their brains, it's damaging their entire bodies, which means even if we find a way to reverse the psychological effects, even if we can bring people back to themselves, they might still die from the physical damage. This just keeps getting worse. I need to talk about something else for a moment. I need to talk about hope. Because if all I do is report bad news, if all I do is catalog horrors, then I'm not really helping anyone. I'm just spreading So here's what I want you to know. This will end. This chemical will dissipate. The concentration in the air will decrease. Eventually, it will reach levels that are no longer dangerous. Eventually, you'll be able to open your windows and breathe freely again. Eventually, life will return to something resembling normal. It might take weeks. It might take months. The city might look different afterward. We might have lost people we care about. We might have scars, psychological and physical, that take years to heal. But we will heal. We will rebuild. We will adapt to this new reality and find ways to move forward. Because that's what humans do. That's what we've always done. We face the impossible and we survive it. We find strength we didn't know we had. We help each other. We create communities out of chaos. So don't give up. Don't surrender to fear. Don't assume the worst. Stay strong. Stay focused. Take care of yourself and the people around you. And trust that we'll get through this together. It's 2:41 a.m. The hours are blending together. Time feels both too fast and too slow. Every minute drags, but somehow we've already been at this for hours. Emily is monitoring the scanner again. She says there are reports of people trying to leave the city. Cars forming convoys, families packing up everything they can carry and heading for the highways. I understand the impulse. When danger is all around you, when your home no longer feels safe, the natural instinct is to run. But running might be the worst thing you can do right now. The highways will be clogged. Accidents will happen. Cars will run out of gas. And if you're showing early symptoms, if you've been exposed but don't realize it yet, you're just carrying the danger with you. You're spreading it to the places you flee to. That's how regional problems become national problems. That's how containment fails. So please, if you're thinking about leaving, reconsider. Stay where you are. Let the professionals handle this. Let the emergency management teams do their jobs. Your best chance of survival is staying put, staying calm, and waiting for help to arrive. I know that's asking a lot. I know it goes against every survival instinct you have. But trust me, trust the experts. Trust the people who have trained for scenarios like this. Even if those people seem overwhelmed right now, even if the response seems inadequate, it's still better than no response at all. It's still better than everyone acting independently, making individual decisions that might make sense for them but create chaos for everyone else. We need collective action. We need coordination. We need to think beyond ourselves and our immediate families and consider the greater good. That sounds preachy. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to lecture anyone. I'm just trying to give you the information you need to make good choices. Because the choices we make tonight in these crucial hours will determine how bad this gets. Emily just showed me something on her phone. It's a post from someone claiming to be inside the Westfield Industrial Complex. They say they're one of the workers who was there when the burning started. They say they tried to stop it, tried to tell their supervisors that something was wrong, that the incinerator was overheating, that the smoke was the wrong color, but they were told to keep working, to finish the job, that the company had a deadline to meet. I don't know if this post is real. I don't know if this person actually worked there or if they're just someone making up a story for attention. But if it's true, if workers saw the problem and raised concerns and were ignored, then someone needs to be held accountable. Someone needs to answer for this. Not tonight, not while the crisis is still unfolding, but eventually, when the dust settles, when we're counting the dead and calculating the damage, someone needs to explain how this happened, how corners were cut, how warnings were ignored, how profit was prioritized over safety. Because this wasn't an accident, this was negligence. And negligence that leads to mass casualties is a crime, but that's for later. For now, all that matters is survival. It's 3:07 a.m., the darkest part of the night, the time when everything feels hopeless, when exhaustion and fear combine to make you question everything. But dawn is coming. In a few hours, the sun will rise, and maybe with daylight, things will become clearer. Maybe we'll be able to see the full extent of the damage. Maybe help will arrive. Maybe solutions will present themselves that we can't see right now in the darkness. I have to believe that. I have to believe tomorrow will be better, because the alternative is unthinkable. Emily is waving at me. She says we need to conserve power. The city's electrical grid is showing strain. Rolling blackouts are possible. If we lose power here, we lose the ability to broadcast. So we're going to shut down some of the non-essential equipment, keep the transmitter and the microphone running, but everything else goes dark. It's a good reminder that nothing is guaranteed, not even electricity, not even the basic infrastructure we take for granted every day. In a crisis, everything is fragile. Everything can fail. Make sure you have alternatives: candles, flashlights, battery-powered radios, ways to get information and light even if the power goes out. Don't depend entirely on the grid. It's 3:23 a.m. now. My eyes are burning. My throat is dry despite the water. Emily keeps bringing me, but I'm here. I'm present. I'm doing my job. And my job is to keep you informed, to keep you company, to remind you that you're not facing this alone. So I'll keep talking. I'll keep broadcasting. And when Emily takes over in a few minutes, she'll do the same. Your connection to reality in a night that feels increasingly unreal.
Good morning. This is Emily Chen. For those of you just tuning in, or for those who don't recognize my voice, I'm Daniel's assistant here at 10 Toronto 4.7 FM. Daniel has been broadcasting for the past several hours, and he needs to rest, so I'm taking over for a while. I'll be here with you until he's ready to come back. I want to start by saying that I'm not a professional broadcaster. I'm not trained for this. My job is usually behind the scenes, answering phones, managing schedules, doing research. But tonight, or I guess this morning now, nothing is usual, so here I am, sitting in Daniel's chair, looking at his notes, trying to figure out what to tell you next. The time is 3:47 a.m. It's Friday, December 6th, and our city is in the middle of something none of us could have imagined yesterday. Let me give you an update on what's happened since Daniel went to rest. The situation has continued to deteriorate. The affected area now extends approximately 9 miles from the Westfield Industrial Complex in all directions. That encompasses most of the metropolitan area, over 200,000 people potentially exposed. The hospitals have stopped reporting numbers because they can't keep up with the count. The State Emergency Management Agency issued a formal disaster declaration at 3:15 a.m. The governor has authorized the deployment of National Guard units, but they won't arrive until later this morning at the earliest. They're coming from bases 3 and 4 hours away, and even when they get here, no one is quite sure what they'll be able to do. This isn't a situation you can solve with soldiers and trucks. The mayor has declared a state of emergency and implemented a mandatory curfew. No one is allowed on the streets between now and further notice. Violators will be arrested. Although, honestly, I'm not sure how they plan to enforce that when the police are barely able to respond to emergencies, let alone patrol for curfew violations. I've been monitoring social media, news sites, the police scanner, everything I can access from this office, and the picture that emerges is one of a city coming apart at the seams. Not everywhere, not all at once, but in pockets, in zone. The infection, if you can call it that, the chemical contamination, is creating these islands of chaos, separated by areas of relative calm. If you're in one of the calm areas, if you look out your window and see quiet streets and dark houses, you might think this is all exaggerated. You might think the media is blowing things out of proportion. But I've seen the videos. I've read the reports. I've taken the phone calls from people who are barricaded in their homes, listening to their neighbors try to break down their doors. This is not exaggerated. This is real. I want to talk about what we know scientifically about what's happening, because understanding the mechanism might help us understand how to respond. Daniel mentioned earlier that pharmaceutical waste was being incinerated at the Westfield facility. Tons of expired medications, everything from antibiotics to antipsychotics. When you burn organic compounds, you break down their molecular structure, but you don't destroy the atoms, you just rearrange them. And when you're burning hundreds of different drug compounds simultaneously, those atoms can recombine in unexpected ways. I found a research paper from 2019 that studied the byproducts of pharmaceutical incineration. It was conducted by a team at a university in Europe. They found that combustion temperatures, oxygen levels, and the specific mixture of drugs being burned all affected what came out the other end. In some cases, the byproducts were more dangerous than the original medications, more toxic, more likely to cause neurological damage. But that study was controlled, small scale. They knew exactly what they were burning and under what conditions. What happened at Westfield last night was uncontrolled, industrial scale. Who knows what was in that incinerator? Who knows what combinations of chemicals were created? What we're seeing in the affected population looks like a combination of several different drug effects happening at once. There's the aggression and loss of inhibition you might see with stimulant overdose. There's the confusion and disorientation you might see with anticholinergic toxicity. There's the loss of pain response you might see with opioid effects. And there's the persistent nature you might see with long-acting compounds. Put all of that together, and you get people who are angry, confused, impervious to pain, and unable to stop themselves. You get people who have lost everything that makes them human, except the basic biological functions. It's horrifying to think about. These are our neighbors, our community members, people we might have seen at the grocery store, or the gym, or church. And now they're reduced to this, not by choice, not by any fault of their own, by proximity, by bad luck, by breathing air that happened to be contaminated. There but for the grace of God go any of us. The time is 4:02 a.m. I'm looking at Daniel's notes, and I see he was talking about preparation, about what people should do to stay safe. I want to continue that conversation because I think it's important. I think giving people actionable steps helps reduce panic, helps them feel like they have some control in a situation where control is mostly an illusion. So let's talk about air quality inside your home. If you've sealed your windows and doors like Daniel suggested, you've created a barrier against the outside air. But air doesn't just come through windows and doors. It comes through vents, cracks, gaps around pipes and wires. Older homes especially can have dozens of small openings where air infiltrates. Check your bathroom and kitchen exhaust fans. Make sure they're off. If they have dampers, make sure they're closed. Check around your fireplace if you have one. Check your dryer vent. These are all potential entry points for contaminated air. If you have an HVAC system, turn it off. Don't circulate air. Don't bring in outside air for ventilation. Yes, your house will get stuffy. Yes, carbon dioxide levels will rise. But that's better than introducing the chemical compound into your home. For water, tap water should still be safe. The chemical contamination is airborne, not waterborne. Drink normally. Stay hydrated. If you start feeling symptoms, dehydration will make them worse. For food, eat what you have. Don't worry about rationing yet. We're not at that point. The authorities are saying 48 to 72 hours for the shelter-in-place order. Most people have enough food in their pantries and refrigerators to last that long without any problem. For sleep, try to rest in shifts if you're with family. Someone should always be awake and alert, monitoring the situation, watching for any signs of danger. I know that's exhausting. I know you're already tired, but staying vigilant could save your life. For communication, keep your phone charged, but don't overuse it. The cell networks are strained right now. Save your battery for emergencies. If you need to reach out to someone, send a text rather than calling. Texts use less bandwidth and are more likely to get through. And for mental health, which I think is just as important as physical safety right now, be gentle with yourself. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to be angry. It's okay to cry or to shut down or to feel however you're feeling. There's no right way to respond to something like this. But try not to let the fear consume you. Try to find moments of calm, even if they're brief. Read a book. Play a game with your kids. Watch something comforting on your laptop. Do whatever helps you feel normal, even if just for a few minutes. The scanner just crackled with a new report. Fire crews are being called to multiple locations in the downtown area. Buildings are burning. Not sure if it's arson, accidents, or just systems failing without anyone to maintain them. The fire chief is requesting mutual aid from surrounding counties. But those counties have their own problems now. The contamination doesn't respect city boundaries. I'm seeing posts from people in the suburbs, in the small towns around us, saying they're smelling the chemical odor, saying they're seeing unusual behavior. The ripple effect is spreading faster than anyone anticipated. There's a map on the State Emergency Management website that shows confirmed exposure areas. When Daniel first went to rest, maybe an hour ago, the map showed contamination in about 30% of the metropolitan region. I just refreshed it. Now it shows 65%. In 1 hour, that's not a linear progression, that's exponential. If this continues, if the pattern holds, the entire metropolitan area will be affected by dawn, and dawn is only about 2 hours away. I wonder what it will look like in daylight. Right now, everything is hidden by darkness. The violence, the chaos, the transformation of our city into something unrecognizable. But when the sun comes up, we'll see it all clearly. And I'm not sure we're ready for that. I received an email a few minutes ago from a public health official who asked to remain anonymous. She said that her agency has been trying to coordinate a response, but they're hamstrung by lack of information. The company that owns Westfield, the one that contracted to dispose of the pharmaceutical waste, they're not cooperating. They're not releasing information about what was burned. They've lawyered up. They're citing proprietary information and liability concerns. So the toxicologists, the chemists, the medical professionals trying to figure out how to treat affected individuals, they're working blind. They're guessing. They're trying treatments based on symptoms rather than on actual knowledge of what chemical compound they're dealing with. The public health official said, and I'm paraphrasing, that this is a catastrophic failure of corporate responsibility and government oversight. She said that even after this is over, even after we've counted all the victims and treated all the survivors, we'll be dealing with the consequences for years. Environmental contamination, long-term health effects, legal battles, and the erosion of trust in institutions that were supposed to protect us. She's right. Even if we get through the next few days, even if the chemical dissipates and people stop being affected, the damage is done. The social fabric of this city has been torn. People will remember this. They'll remember being afraid in their own homes. They'll remember not being able to trust their neighbors. They'll remember feeling abandoned by the authorities. And they'll remember the people who died. Because people are dying. Let's not pretend otherwise. The hospital investigator who emailed earlier, she mentioned organ failure in affected patients. That means deaths. I don't know how many. The hospitals aren't releasing numbers. But it's not zero. It's not a handful. It's going to be significant. The time is 4:29 a.m. I can see the sky starting to lighten just a tiny bit through the window. Or maybe I'm imagining it. Maybe it's too early for that. But I feel like I can sense dawn approaching. That change in the air that happens right before sunrise. I hope dawn brings clarity. I hope it brings help. I hope it brings some kind of turning point where things start to get better instead of worse. But I'm not optimistic. I'm realistic. And realistically, the worst is probably yet to come. Let me read you something. This is a text message that was forwarded to me by someone who got it from a friend who got it from someone else. I can't verify its authenticity, but it claims to be from a National Guard unit that's en route to our city. The message says, briefed on situation. Chemical exposure, mass aggression, breakdown of civil order, rules of engagement unclear. Command doesn't know what we're walking into. Prepare for worst case scenario. God help us all. If that's real, if that's actually what the National Guard soldiers are being told, then even they're scared. Even the people with training and weapons and armor are approaching this with trepidation. What does that mean for the rest of us? I think it means we can't rely on being rescued. We can't wait for someone else to fix this. We have to take responsibility for our own survival. We have to be smart, be careful, be resourceful. The people who will make it through this are the ones who adapt quickly, who don't wait for permission or instructions, who assess their situation and make the best decisions they can with the information available. So assess your situation right now. Look around. Are you safe where you are? Do you have what you knew? Are there vulnerabilities in your defenses? Fix them now while you still can. Check your doors. Are they locked? Are they reinforced? Could someone break through them if they really tried? If the answer is yes, find ways to strengthen them. Move furniture against them. Use rope or belt to tie the handles. Do whatever you can to create barriers. Check your windows. Are they covered? Can people see inside? If they can, they might target your home. They might think you have supplies or safety or whatever their damaged brains are telling them to seek. Make your home look empty, dark, uninteresting. Check your supplies again. Food, water, medicine. Make sure you know exactly what you have and how long it will last. Ration if necessary. You don't know how long this will go on, regardless of what the official timeline says. And check the people you're with. Are they showing any symptoms? Irritability? Confusion? Aggression? If they are, you need to make a decision. Can you safely isolate them? Can you keep yourself protected while still caring for them? Or do you need to prioritize your own survival? I hate asking that question. I hate the implication. But this is a situation where normal rules don't apply. Where doing the right thing might get you killed. Use your judgment. Trust your instincts. And don't feel guilty about surviving. The scanner is reporting that the hospital has closed its emergency room. They're not accepting any more patients. They reached capacity. They're beyond capacity. People who need medical care now have nowhere to go. Think about what that means. If you're injured, if you're sick, if you have a medical emergency completely unrelated to the chemical exposure, you're on your own. No ambulance will come. No emergency room will treat you. You'll have to deal with it yourself. First aid knowledge is going to be crucial. If you don't know basic first aid, now would be a good time to learn what you can. There are videos online if you still have internet, articles, guides. Learn how to stop bleeding, how to treat burns, how to recognize signs of shock or infection. You might need that information before this is over. It's 4:51 a.m. now, almost 5 in the morning. I've been broadcasting for about an hour. It feels like longer. Time has this strange quality right now, where minutes feel like hours, but hours disappear in what seems like moments. Daniel should rest for at least another hour or two. He was running on empty when he finally agreed to take a break. I've never seen him like that. Daniel is usually so composed, so in control. But tonight, I saw fear in his eyes. Real fear. Not the kind you can hide or rationalize away. I'm scared too. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. I'm scared for myself, for Daniel, for everyone listening, for the city, for the future. I'm scared that this won't end, that the chemical won't dissipate, that we'll be trapped in this nightmare indefinitely. But fear doesn't help. Fear just clouds judgment. So I'm pushing it down, compartmentalizing it, focusing on what needs to be done right now. Right now, I need to keep broadcasting, keep providing information, keep being a steady presence for people who are listening. Someone sent an email asking about children, how to explain this to children, how to keep them calm when you yourself are terrified. I don't have children. I'm not qualified to give parenting advice. But I think honesty is important to a degree. Don't lie to children. Don't tell them everything is fine when it clearly isn't. They'll sense the disconnect between your words and your emotions, and that will scare them more than the truth.
Tell them there's a problem. Tell them everyone is working to fix it. Tell them that staying inside is the safest thing to do right now. Give them tasks, simple things they can do to help. It'll make them feel less helpless.
And maintain routines as much as possible. Bedtime routines, meal routines, play routines. Kids find comfort in predictability. Even if everything else is chaotic, having some structure will help them cope. The email also asked whether children are more susceptible to the chemical effects. I don't know. I haven't seen any data on that. Logically, you'd think they might be, because of their smaller body mass. But I don't want to speculate. If your children are inside with you, if they haven't been exposed to the outdoor air, they should be fine. Watch them for symptoms, just like you'd watch any family member. Unusual aggression, confusion, complaints of headaches or visual disturbances. If you see any of those signs, isolate them if you can. I know that sounds impossible. I know you can't lock your own child away, but you might have to make impossible choices before this is over. The scanner just reported shots fired in multiple locations. Police are responding, but slowly, cautiously. They're treating every call as potentially hostile. They're going in with full tactical gear, multiple units, prepared for the work. I wonder how many police officers are still on duty. How many called in sick, or just didn't show up, choosing to protect their own families rather than serve the public. I wouldn't blame them if they did. This is beyond the scope of what they signed up for. It's 5:14 a.m. The sky is definitely lightening now. I can see it through the window, that deep purple that comes before dawn. In maybe 30 minutes, we'll have sunrise, and then we'll see. I'm looking at the city map on my screen, the one that shows the affected areas. It's almost entirely red now, just a few pockets of yellow and green in the far suburbs. By noon, if the pattern continues, there won't be any green left. How do you evacuate a city of 340,000 people? You can't. Not in any organized way. Not when the roads are dangerous and the people are dangerous and the air itself is dangerous. Maybe the plan isn't evacuation. Maybe the plan is containment. Seal the city off. Let the chemical burn itself out. Deal with the aftermath later. That's a cold calculation. But I can see the logic. Save the regions outside the city by sacrificing the city itself. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that's not what they're planning. But I've seen enough disaster movies to know how these things go. The greater good. The trolley problem. Sacrifice the few to save the many. Are we the few? Are we expendable? I received a message from Daniel. He's awake. He says he'll be back in about an hour. He wants me to keep going until then. He says I'm doing well, that my voice is calming, that people need to hear from me. I don't feel like I'm doing well. I feel like I'm barely holding it together. But if Daniel thinks I'm helping, then I'll keep going. Let me talk about something practical again. Waste disposal. You're stuck inside for days, potentially. You're going to generate waste. Trash. Garbage. Human waste if your plumbing fails, which is possible if the water treatment plants go offline. Have a plan for this. Designate a bathroom that you'll use if the toilets stop working. Have trash bags available. Have bleach or disinfectant. Keep your living space as clean as possible. Disease spreads quickly in unsanitary conditions, and that's the last thing you need on top of everything else. If you have a yard, if you have access to outside space that's part of your property, you might consider setting up a temporary latrine, far from your house, downwind, covered to keep animals and insects away. It's primitive, but it works. Again, I hate that I'm talking about this. I hate that we're at the point where people need to think about medieval-level survival tactics, but here we are. The time is 5:37 a.m. The eastern sky is turning orange. Sunrise is maybe 10 minutes away, and I'm filled with this strange mixture of hope and dread. Hope that daylight will bring solutions. Dread of what we'll see when the darkness lifts. I'm thinking about the people who are affected right now. The ones who breathed in the chemical and lost themselves. Are they suffering? Do they know what's happening to them? Or is it like being in a dream, where everything feels distant and unreal? I hope they're not suffering. I hope whatever changes the chemical made to their brains also blocked their ability to tow distress. Because the alternative, that they're trapped inside their own bodies, aware but unable to control themselves, that's too horrible to contemplate. We have to find a way to help them. When this is over, when the immediate danger has passed, we have to dedicate resources to treating the affected, to bringing them back if possible. We owe them that. They're victims, not villains. But first, we have to survive. First, we have to make it through this day, and the next day, and however many days it takes for the chemical to clear. Someone is calling the main line. Emily picks up. It's rare now for calls to get through. The networks are so overloaded. It's a woman. She says she's trapped on the 3rd floor of an apartment building downtown. She says there are people in the hallway outside her door, trying to get in. She can hear them scratching at the wood, throwing themselves against it. She's barricaded herself in the bedroom, but she doesn't know how long the door will hold. She's crying, asking what she should do, asking if anyone is coming to help her, and I have to tell her that no one is coming, that emergency services aren't responding to that area, that she needs to stay quiet, stay hidden, and hope they lose interest and move on. She asks if she should jump. She says there's a fire escape, 3 stories up. She thinks she could survive the fall. I tell her not to jump. I tell her broken bones out there with no medical care available would be a death sentence. I tell her to stay where she is, to be patient, to wait them out. She says okay. She says she'll try, and then the line goes dead. I don't know if she lost signal or if something happened to her. I don't know if I'll ever know. And that's the worst part. All these people reaching out, asking for help, and all we can do is offer words, advice, empty comfort. It's not enough. It's nowhere near enough. But it's all we have. The sun is rising now. I can see it through the window. Beautiful and terrible at the same time. The city is bathed in golden light. And from here, it looks peaceful. It looks normal, like any other Friday morning. But it's not normal. It's broken. And we're the ones who have to figure out how to fix it, if it can be fixed at all. This is Emily Chen, 104.7 FM. Daniel will be back soon. Until then, I'm here with you.
This is Daniel Rothman. I'm back. It's 6:23 a.m. Friday morning, December 6th. The sun is up, and what we're seeing is worse than I imagined. I managed to sleep for maybe 45 minutes, not real sleep. That half-conscious state where your brain never fully shuts down because it knows there's danger. I dreamed about smoke, about people with empty eyes, about streets that looked familiar but felt alien. Emily did an incredible job while I was resting. I listened to some of her broadcasts from the back office, and she gave you everything you needed. Practical advice, honest assessment, compassion. I'm grateful to have her here with me. From up here on the 8th floor, I can see for miles. I can see the downtown skyline. I can see the residential neighborhoods spreading out in all directions. I can see smoke rising from at least a dozen different locations. I can see abandoned cars on the highway. I can see emptiness where there should be morning traffic, morning activity, morning light. When I woke up, Emily was still broadcasting, still holding down the fort. I made coffee, strong coffee. I looked at the notes she'd compiled. I looked at the messages that came in while I was gone. And I looked out the window at our city in daylight. But I can also see movement, and that's what troubles me. Emily just handed me an update from the State Emergency Management Agency. It was posted at 6:00 a.m. Let me read it to you in full because this is the most detailed official statement we've received so far. The chemical is still active, still affecting people, maybe affecting new people who got exposed overnight, maybe just maintaining its hold on the people it infected hours ago. There are people in the streets, not many, not the crowds you'd expect on a normal Friday morning, but scattered individuals and small groups, moving with that same jerky, uncoordinated gait that Emily described from the videos. Even from this distance, even 8 stories up, I can tell they're not right. The way they move, the way they seem to be searching for something, hunting for something. Quote, at approximately 9:30 p.m. on December 5th, a chemical incident occurred at the Westfield Industrial Waste Management Facility, resulting in the atmospheric release of unknown toxic compounds. The affected area encompasses most of the metropolitan region and portions of surrounding counties. Symptoms of exposure include aggression, confusion, loss of pain response, and violent behavior. All residents within the affected zone are ordered to shelter in place until further notice. Do not attempt to leave your homes. Do not attempt to assist affected individuals. Emergency services are operating at limited capacity. The National Guard has been deployed and is establishing perimeter checkpoints. Federal agencies, including the EPA, CDC, and FEMA, are en route. This is a level 4 chemical emergency. Further updates will be provided every 2 hours. End quote. That's it. That's the official word from the state. And notice what's missing. There's no timeline for when this will be resolved. No mention of treatment for affected individuals. No assurance that help is coming for people who are trapped or in danger. Just shelter in place and wait. The National Guard is establishing perimeter checkpoints. That means they're sealing off the affected area. They're creating a cordon around the entire metropolitan region. No one in, no one out. Quarantine. I understand the reasoning. You can't let potentially affected individuals leave and spread the contamination to other areas. You can't let panicked refugees clog the highways and create secondary disasters. From a public health standpoint, containment makes sense. But from a human standpoint, it means we're on our own. The people inside this perimeter were cut off from the outside world. Whatever happens here, we have to deal with it ourselves. She also says there are rumors on social media that other cities are experiencing similar incidents. Pharmaceutical disposal facilities in 3 other states that were burning expired medications around the same time. Reports of unusual behavior, chemical smells, but nothing confirmed, nothing official. Emily is monitoring the news feeds. She says national media is starting to pick up the story. CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, they're all running coverage, calling it a chemical disaster, comparing it to Bhopal, to Chernobyl, showing aerial footage of our city, presumably from news helicopters that are staying well outside the affected area. We're famous now for all the wrong reasons. Let me tell you what the last 6 hours have looked like based on the reports we've received. This is anecdotal, compiled from phone calls, emails, and social media posts, but it gives you a picture of how the night progressed. But right now, I need to focus on what's happening here. What's happening to the people listening to this broadcast. If this is happening in multiple places, if this is a systematic problem with how we dispose of pharmaceutical waste nationwide, then we're looking at a crisis that goes far beyond our city. We're looking at a fundamental failure of industrial safety practices that could affect millions of people. From 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. to escalation, affected individuals becoming more coordinated, more purposeful in their aggression. Groups forming, whether consciously or instinctively. Buildings being broken into. Fires starting. The complete breakdown of order in the most heavily affected neighborhoods. From 10:00 p.m. to midnight, the initial wave of exposure. People in Riverside and surrounding neighborhoods breathing in the chemical smoke. First symptoms appearing within 15 to 30 minutes. Disorientation, irritability, physical aggression toward family members and strangers. From midnight to 2:00 a.m., the spread, the chemical cloud drifting farther from the source, carried by wind patterns. New areas affected, more people showing symptoms. The first reports of people being bitten or attacked. The first deaths, though we don't have confirmed numbers. From 4:00 a.m. to now, the aftermath. The chemical concentration in the air slowly decreasing as it disperses and breaks down, but the damage already done. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people affected, infrastructure failing, emergency services paralyzed, and we're only about 9 hours into this. 9 hours since the first reports came in. The shelter-in-place order says 48 to 72 hours. That means we're not even halfway through the first day. We have at least another day and a half, maybe 2.5 days, before they even consider lifting restrictions. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to imagine streets filled with bodies. But I'm a realist. I've seen the medical reports Emily compiled: kidney failure, liver damage, cardiac stress. These aren't mild symptoms. These are life-threatening conditions. Can the affected people survive that long? Can their bodies handle the stress, the organ damage, the violence they're inflicting on themselves and others? Or will we find when this is over that most of them didn't make it? Even if someone survives the psychological effects of the chemical, even if they don't hurt themselves or get hurt by others, their body might still give out, might still shut down from the toxic load. It's 6:47 now. I need to talk about something Emily mentioned earlier. The company that owns Westfield, the one that contracted to burn all that pharmaceutical waste, they're not cooperating with investigators. They're hiding behind lawyers and corporate policy. I want to say their name. I want to put it on record. MediCorp Solutions, that's the pharmaceutical company, and Westfield Industrial Waste Management. Those are the entities responsible for this disaster. That's unacceptable. That's criminal. People are dying because of their negligence, and they're more concerned with liability than with helping us understand what we're dealing with. When this is over, when we're counting the dead and trying to rebuild, remember those names. Hold them accountable. Demand justice. Because if we don't, if we let them hide behind settlements and legal maneuvering, then this will happen again somewhere else. Companies cut corners because they can. Because the penalties for getting caught are less than the cost of doing things right. Because human lives are just numbers on a spreadsheet, acceptable losses in the pursuit of profit. That needs to change. This needs to be the incident that changes it. The water treatment plants are still operational, but they're running on minimal staff. There's concern that if key personnel are affected by the chemical, if they abandon their posts or become incapacitated, the treatment process could fail. If that happens, tap water could become contaminated with bacteria, chemicals, untreated sewage. Emily is handing me another note. She's been in contact with someone at the city's emergency operations center. They're asking us to broadcast specific information about water safety, but I'm getting ahead of myself. First, survival. Then, just the same applies to electricity. The power grid is still functioning, but it's under strain. Rolling blackouts are likely. If your power goes out, don't panic. It might come back in a few hours. It might not. Be prepared for both scenarios. And ration your water usage. Don't waste it on things that aren't essential. Save it for drinking, basic hygiene, and cooking. We don't know how long this situation will last, and water is more critical than food for short-term survival. So, here's what you need to do. Start conserving water now. Fill bathtub sinks, any large containers you have. That gives you a reserve supply if the tap water becomes unsafe. Boil water before drinking if possible. That won't remove chemical contaminants, but it will kill biological threats. Have flashlights and batteries ready. Have a battery-powered or hand-crank radio so you can still receive information even if your phone dies and the internet goes down. Have candles, but be careful with open flames. The last thing you need is a house fire when the fire department can't respond. I've replied asking for details. We'll see if they respond. If they do, if the information is credible, I'll share it with you. Because knowledge is power. Understanding what we're dealing with might help us figure out how to counteract it. I'm looking at my email. There's a message from someone claiming to be a chemist who worked for MediCorp Solutions. They say they have information about what was burned at Westfield. They're willing to share it, but they want anonymity. They're afraid of retaliation. Someone sent a question via email. They're asking about pets again, but specifically about what to do if their pet has been exposed. If their dog or cat is showing aggression. I hate answering this. I really do. But here's the truth. If your pet has been affected by the chemical, if they've become aggressive and uncontrollable, you need to isolate them. Put them in a room by themselves. Don't try to comfort them or calm them. They're not thinking clearly. They could hurt you. It's 7:02 a.m. now. I've been back on the air for about 40 minutes. Emily is in the other room monitoring the scanner and the news feeds. She looks exhausted. We both are, but we can't stop. Not while people are depending on us. I'm not going to tell you to hurt your pet. I'm not going to give you instructions on that. But I need you to understand that an affected animal is just as dangerous as an affected person, maybe more so because animals have natural weapons. Teeth, claws, instincts honed by evolution. And if they escape confinement, if they're loose in your house and you can't safely recapture them, you might have to make a terrible decision. Your safety comes first. Your family's safety comes first. If they're in a cage or crate, that's better. Secure them there. Give them water within reach, but don't open the cage. Monitor them from a distance. Protect yourself. That's all I can say. The sun is fully up now. It's a beautiful morning, actually. Clear sky, crisp air, the kind of winter day that usually makes you grateful to be alive. But today that beauty feels like mockery. Like the universe is indifferent to our suffering. Emily just came in. She says the National Guard has established checkpoints on all major highways leading out of the metropolitan area. They're not letting anyone through. There are reports of people trying to force their way past the checkpoints, ramming barriers with their cars, and the Guard is responding with force. But running doesn't work. The checkpoints prove that. You're not getting out. None of us are. So stop trying. Stop wasting energy and resources on escape attempts that will only get you hurt or killed. I understand why people are trying to leave. I understand the desperation. You're trapped in a city where the air might be poisoned, where your neighbors might be dangerous, where help isn't coming. Of course you want to get out. Of course you want to run. Rubber bullets, tear gas, warning shots. They're doing everything short of lethal force to maintain the perimeter. But if people keep trying to break through, if the situation escalates, lethal force might become necessary. It's harsh advice. It's not what you want to hear, but it's the truth. Accept where you are. Adapt to the situation. Focus on surviving in place rather than fleeing to safety that doesn't exist. I'm looking at the social media feeds Emily has been monitoring. There's a hashtag trending Westfield disaster. People are posting videos, photos, personal stories. Some of it is useful information. Some of it is rumor and speculation. Some of it is just fear made digital. One video in particular is getting a lot of attention. It was posted about an hour ago. It shows the sun rising over the eastern part of the city, and you can see the smoke still hanging in the air. Not the thick black smoke from last night, but a thin haze, yellowish gray drifting in the morning light. The video is only about 2 minutes long, but it's been viewed over 50,000 times, shared across platforms. People outside the affected area watching our nightmare like it's entertainment. The person filming is doing so from their apartment balcony. They're speaking quietly, narrating what they see. Empty streets, abandoned cars, bodies lying motionless on sidewalks, and in the distance, figures moving, staggering, searching. I suppose I can't blame them. Humans have always been fascinated by disaster, by destruction, by the suffering of others. It's a way of processing fear, of convincing yourself that it won't happen to you. Maybe they're watching to learn, to prepare, to figure out what they should do if it happens where they live. But it could happen to them. If this is a systematic problem with pharmaceutical disposal, if other facilities are burning waste the same way Westfield did, then other cities could experience the same thing. Know where your local waste facilities are. Know what they're processing. Ask questions. Demand transparency. And if you smell something strange, if you see unusual smoke, get inside immediately and seal your house. If that's the case, here's what I tell them. Don't trust that regulations are being followed. Don't trust that safety measures are adequate. Don't trust that someone else is looking out for you. Don't wait for official warnings. Don't assume someone in authority will tell you when there's danger. By the time they make an announcement, it might be too late. Trust your instincts. Trust your senses and act quickly. This is Daniel Rothman, 104.7 FM. We're not going anywhere. It's 7:28 a.m. I need to take a short break. Just 5 minutes to drink some water, clear my head. Emily will take over for a moment, but I'll be right back. This is Emily. Daniel needed a moment. He's been pushing himself hard, and I want to make sure he doesn't collapse. We need him. You need him. While he's resting, I want to address something I've been thinking about. The psychological impact of what we're experiencing. Not just the immediate fear, but the long-term trauma. Emily's voice returns softer but steady. You're going to need support afterward. Professional help probably. Counseling, therapy, maybe medication to manage anxiety or depression. And that's okay. That's not weakness. That's a normal response to an abnormal situation. That's trauma. And trauma doesn't just go away when the danger passes. Even if you survive this physically unharmed, even if you never show symptoms of chemical exposure, you're going to carry this with you. The memory of this night, the fear, the helplessness, the sounds you heard, the things you saw. Don't try to tough it out alone. Don't tell yourself you should be fine because you survived. Survival is just the first step. Healing is the second. And look out for each other. When this is over, check on your neighbors. Check on your family members. Watch for signs that someone is struggling. Withdrawal, changes in behavior, substance abuse, self-harm. We're going to need each other to get through not just this crisis, but the aftermath. The months and years of processing what happened here. If you're feeling that way, if you're reaching a breaking point, please reach out, call someone, text someone, send an email. Don't suffer in silence. And if you can't get through to a crisis line, if the networks are too jammed, then talk to someone you trust. the friend, the family member, even talking to your pet helps. Just the act of verbalizing your fear, of putting it into words, can reduce its power over you. I'm seeing reports that mental health crisis lines are already overwhelmed. People calling in with panic attacks, suicidal thoughts, breakdowns, and those are people who haven't even been directly affected by the chemical. Just people who are scared, who feel trapped, who can't cope with the uncertainty. We're in this together. You're not alone, remember that. However isolated you feel physically, there are thousands of people in this city experiencing the same thing, feeling the same fear, facing the same uncertainty. Daniel is back. I can see him through the glass, settling into his chair, putting his headphones back on. He looks a little better, more focused. I'm going to hand it back to him now. Daniel returned. Thank you, Emily. I needed that. Just a few minutes to step away, to breathe, to remind myself that I'm still human and not just a voice on the radio. Why? What draws them together? Is it residual social instinct, or is it something else? Some property of the chemical that creates a hive-like behavior? It's 7:35 a.m. The morning is progressing, and with daylight comes information. People are venturing to their windows, documenting what they see, sharing it online. We're getting a clearer picture of the damage. The downtown core is largely abandoned. Businesses closed, streets empty, but there are pockets of activity. Groups of affected individuals congregating in certain areas, parks, parking lots, open spaces. Individual affected persons are a threat, yes, but they're manageable. You can barricade against one person. You can outmaneuver one person. But groups, coordinated groups, that's a different problem entirely. One observer posted that the affected individuals seem to be communicating with each other, not with words, with gestures, with sounds, coordinating in some rudimentary way. That's troubling. If they're organizing, if they're working together even unconsciously, they're more dangerous than we thought. Emily just showed me a message from the Emergency Operations Center. They're asking us to broadcast a specific warning. Here it is verbatim. I'm speculating again. I need to be careful about that. We don't have enough information to say definitively that they're organizing. It could just be coincidence, random clustering. But it's worth noting, worth watching. Do not attempt to venture outside for any reason. Do not attempt to reach affected family members or friends. Do not attempt to assist injured persons. The chemical concentration in outdoor air remains dangerous. All residents must remain indoors with windows and doors sealed. Violators of the shelter-in-place order may be subject to arrest and quarantine. That last part is interesting. Arrest and quarantine. So they're treating people who break the order as potential threats, as potential vectors for spreading the chemical exposure further. Makes sense from a public health standpoint, but it also means that if you go outside, if you're caught by authorities, you're not going home. You're going to some kind of detention facility, some kind of holding area where they can monitor you for symptoms. Or maybe it's just an empty threat, a way to keep people inside without having the resources to actually enforce it. How would that work? Where would they put everyone? The jails are probably full already from arrests last night. The hospitals are beyond capacity. Maybe they're setting up field hospitals, temporary camps, military-style operations. I don't know. I'm not a toxicologist, but I'd err on the side of caution. Just because you can't smell it doesn't mean it's safe. Stay inside regardless. I don't know. And that uncertainty is part of what makes this so difficult. We're making decisions without complete information, acting on assumptions that might be wrong. It's 7:51 a.m. I'm receiving reports that the chemical smell has dissipated in many areas. People are saying they can't detect it anymore. Does that mean the concentration has dropped to safe levels? Or does it just mean it's below the threshold of human olfaction but still present and dangerous? When they do, maybe we'll get real answers, real data, real solutions. The CDC is supposedly sending a team of specialists, epidemiologists, chemical experts, people who understand airborne toxins and mass exposure events. They should arrive sometime this afternoon. Until then, we wait. We observe. We survive. But there will be lasting damage. The chemical compounds that were released last night, they didn't just disappear. They settled. They're in the soil now, in puddles and streams, on surfaces, in plants. Someone sent an email asking about the long-term environmental impact. What happens to the soil, the water, the ecosystem after a chemical event like this? That's a good question. One I hadn't even considered yet. We're so focused on immediate survival that we're not thinking about the lasting damage. And what about the food chain? Animals eating contaminated plants, predators eating contaminated prey. The bioaccumulation of toxins moving up the ecosystem. How long until they break down? How long until the environment is truly safe again? Weeks? Months? Years? We might be dealing with a dead zone, an area where nothing can safely live for an extended period, like Chernobyl, like the area around Fukushima. Our city might be uninhabitable long term. Even after the immediate crisis passes, even after the affected people are treated or dealt with, we might not be able to come back here. That's a depressing thought. This is our home. These are our streets, our neighborhoods, our memories. The idea that we might have to abandon it all, that this place might become a ghost town, a cautionary tale, it's almost too much to bear. But we'll deal with that when the time comes. Right now, focus on today, on this moment, or maybe it'll be empty political rhetoric. Thoughts and prayers, assurances that everything possible is being done. The usual script for disasters. It's 8:09 a.m., 3 hours since sunrise. The day is stretching ahead of us, long and uncertain. Emily is monitoring the news. She says the president is scheduled to make a statement at 10:00 a.m. Eastern Time. That's in less than 2 hours. Maybe he'll declare a federal emergency. Maybe he'll commit resources. Maybe he'll say something that gives us hope. All the systems we rely on, all the structures we trust to protect us, they failed. Utterly and completely. I try not to be cynical. I try to have faith in our institutions. But that faith has been tested over the past 9 hours. Tested and found wanting. Where were the regulations that should have prevented this? Where were the inspectors who should have caught safety violations? Where were the emergency plans that should have kicked in immediately? A caller just got through. Emily patched them through to me. The man named Richard. He says he's trapped in his office building downtown. He came in early for a meeting before the shelter-in-place order was issued. Now he can't get home. And now we're left to pick up the pieces. He says there are maybe a dozen other people in the building with him. They've barricaded the ground floor entrances. They have some food from the break room, water from the coolers, but no beds, no showers, no comfort. Richard asked me what he should do. Should they try to make a run for it, try to reach their cars in the parking garage, or stay put and hope help arrives? I told him to stay put. The building is secure. They have supplies. They're safer there than they would be on the streets, even in a car. The roads are dangerous. The affected people are unpredictable. And they can see affected people outside, pressing against the glass, trying to get in. He asked how long. How long will they have to stay? I told him I don't know. I told him the official timeline is 48 to 72 hours, but that's just an estimate. It could be longer. He was quiet for a moment, then he thanked me and hung up. I wonder if I gave him the right advice. I wonder if they'll actually be okay in that building, or if I just sentenced them to a slow death. But what else could I say? What other option did they have? This is the burden of being a voice of authority in a crisis. People trust you, they follow your guidance, and if you're wrong, if your advice leads to harm, you have to live with that. It's 8:29 a.m. The scanner is reporting a fire at a residential complex in the Brookfield area. Multiple buildings involved. No fire response because the area is too dangerous for crews to enter. The fire will burn until it runs out of fuel or until weather conditions change. Nothing anyone can do about it. I'm trying my best. I'm telling people what I genuinely believe is the safest course of action, but I could be wrong. I'm making it up as I go, just like everyone else. So I compartmentalize. I reduce it to data. A fire, a location, a problem without a solution. I can't think about that. If I think about that, if I let myself imagine the individuals, the families, the children, I'll break down. And I can't break down. Not while I'm on the air. How many people are in those buildings? How many are trapped, unable to escape because they're barricaded in their apartments? How many are going to die because help can't reach them? Emily handed me a printout. It's an article from a scientific journal about pharmaceutical combustion byproducts. Published in she found it in an online database. It's the only way to keep functioning. The article describes experiments where researchers burned various medications and analyzed the resulting compounds. They found hundreds of different chemicals in the smoke. Some were known toxins. Some were novel compounds with unknown properties. This article was published 4 years ago. The science was known. The risks were understood. And yet Westfield went ahead and burned tons of medication anyway. The article concludes that incineration of pharmaceutical waste should only be done under strict conditions, with multiple filtration systems with continuous monitoring. It warns that improper disposal could lead to environmental contamination and public health hazards. Criminal negligence. That's what this is, and people need to go to prison for it. I'm exhausted. Emily is exhausted. But we're still here, still broadcasting, still doing our jobs. It's 8:47 a.m., almost 9 hours since I started broadcasting last night, almost 12 hours since the first reports came in, but that's for later. That's for the lawyers and the courts and the investigators. Right now, all that matters is getting through this. Years from now, people will look back on this event, they'll study it, they'll write papers and books about it. They'll try to understand how it happened and what we could have done differently. Because this is what we do. This is what journalists do. We inform, we witness, we document. Even when it's painful, even when it's frightening, even when we'd rather be anywhere else doing anything else, this is our responsibility to you, to the community, to history. This is Daniel Rothman, 1084.7 FM, and it's just past 6 in the morning on what started as an ordinary Tuesday. The sun's coming up over the city, traffic's building on the expressway, and I've got my coffee here like always, but I need to talk to you about something that came across the wire about 20 minutes ago. Reports out of Newark Medical Center, St. Vincent's, and apparently 3 other hospitals in the metro area about unusual admissions overnight. We're talking about patients presenting with what doctors are initially calling severe neurological symptoms following what appeared to be animal bites or human altercations. Now, before anyone panics, the health department released a statement at 5:45 saying they're monitoring the situation and there's no immediate cause for public alarm. But here's what's strange. I've been doing this job for 17 years and I've never seen a coordinated statement go out this early about isolated hospital cases. My producer, Sarah, just handed me another update. Make that 6 hospitals now. 6 hospitals across 3 counties reporting similar cases within a 12-hour window. The symptoms they're describing include extreme agitation, hypersensitivity to light and sound, difficulty swallowing, and in some cases violent behavior requiring physical restraint. The CDC was contacted around 4 this morning, and they've dispatched a team that should arrive at Newark Medical sometime before noon. State health officials are calling it a possible rabies variant, but they're being very careful with their language, possible variant. Not confirmed. I want to read you exactly what the statement says. Quote, out of an abundance of caution, residents who may have been bitten or scratched by unfamiliar animals or individuals exhibiting erratic behavior in the past 72 hours should seek immediate medical evaluation. The disease progression appears rapid in observed cases and early intervention is critical, end quote.
Rapid progression.
That's the part that has emergency room physicians concerned. Traditional rabies takes days, sometimes weeks, to manifest after exposure. These patients are showing severe symptoms within hours. One doctor I spoke with off the record about 30 minutes ago said he's never seen anything like it in his career. Said one patient came in at 11 last night after being bitten by someone at a subway station, and by 3 in the morning was completely unresponsive to standard rabies protocols. The morning news channels are starting to pick this up now. I'm watching The Crawl on Channel 7, and they're reporting it as a potential rabies outbreak, advising people to avoid stray animals and report aggressive behavior. But that feels incomplete somehow. The incidents being reported aren't just animal attacks. There are multiple cases of person-to-person transmission, if that's even the right word for it. Let me be clear about what we know and what we don't know. We know that hospitals are seeing an uptick in patients with neurological symptoms. We know the health department is taking it seriously enough to involve the CDC. We know they're telling people to seek treatment if exposed. What we don't know is the exact nature of this pathogen, how it's spreading so quickly, or how many people might be affected. Traffic report just came in, and there's unusual congestion near St. Vincent's Hospital. Not an accident, just volume. People heading to emergency rooms, presumably. The parking situation at Newark Medical is apparently a disaster right now, with their ER at capacity and ambulances being diverted to other facilities. I'm getting texts from listeners already, someone asking if they should keep their kids home from school today. Honestly, I don't have that answer for you. The official guidance right now is to continue normal activities while remaining vigilant. Watch for anyone acting strangely, avoid physical contact with people showing signs of illness, and report concerns to authorities. But here's what's bothering me. I've covered disease outbreaks before, H1N1, Ebola scares, COVID. There's usually a rhythm to how information comes out. Slow at first, then building as data accumulates. This feels different. This feels like authorities already know more than they're saying, and they're trying to figure out how to communicate it without causing panic. My news director just walked into the studio, which never happens during the morning show. He's got his phone out showing me something. Hold on. Okay, I need to share this with you because it's going to be on the news in the next few minutes anyway. There's been an incident at the Newark Medical Center emergency room. Details are still emerging, but apparently one of the patients admitted overnight became violent, attacked staff members and other patients before security could intervene. 3 hospital employees are being treated for bites and lacerations. The patient in question had to be fully sedated and is now in isolation. Now, we're going to get more information on this as the morning goes on, but I want everyone to stay calm. Hospitals have protocols for managing violent patients. This is being handled by professionals. What concerns me is the pattern. Multiple hospitals, similar symptoms, rapid onset, aggressive behavior. The health department is scheduled to give a press conference at 9 this morning, and I'll be covering that live. My sun's fully up now, and from where I'm sitting on the 8th floor, the city looks normal. I can see the morning commute